Welcome back to CodeWorm YouTube channel. We are back with a comprehensive tutorial on how to build a full-fledged chat app in Flutter and Firebase. The app will be built from scratch. You will be guided step by step, from initial project setup to connecting your project with Firebase Backend, from building beautiful UI to delivering a fully functional chat app. But make sure you watch the video till end so that you get an idea of the entire process of how successful mobile applications are delivered. Let's give you an overview of the design. I have my Figma file ready that starts with a splash screen, followed by authentication screens like login and sign up. When the user is logged in, the user is moved to the home page that shows a list of users of the app. Whenever you tap on a user profile, you are moved to the chat screen with that user. From here, you can exchange text messages with each other. That's what we are going to be building in this tutorial step by step. But before diving into that, if you haven't subscribed my channel yet, please support us by liking, sharing and subscribing to our channel. And don't forget to hit the bell icon as well. Now let's move on to creating our Flutter project. I will open Visual Studio Code. You can use text editor of your own choice. Let's enlarge it. Here I will create my Flutter project using the command flutter create and then project name. After the project is created, I would like to navigate to the directory where the project lies, and it is chat app, and a new VS Code editor will be open in the chat app directory. Let's close this old one, and here we have our boilerplate code setup. I will remove this boilerplate code and add my own. Create the main function, which is the starting point of every application. We will call run app function here from the Flutter material library, and here we will pass our base widget. Let's call it chat app widget. Down below I will use st, and from here I will select stateless widget to create a stateless widget with the name chat app. And now we have our main file set up. Here in the test directory we have this red alert showing, so let's change the name to chat app and our red alert is gone. Here I would like the base widget to return material app, and I will pass the home property. It takes a widget, and this widget will be the first thing to be shown on the screen. So I would like to add some text in the center. So text widget wrapped in the center widget. Let's give it some text. Welcome to chat app. So we will be shown some text in the center whenever the app is built. Now let's configure the assets directory to pick assets from. So I will create a folder with the name assets, and I will need to configure it in this configuration file for Flutter, which is pubspec.yaml. Here I add different dependencies to be imported. Also from here I will set this asset directory so that it is recognized in our Flutter project. The directory has a name assets, and let's add slash here to identify it as a directory. And when we save, the configuration is updated. Now we can run this app to test if everything is working. So let me make it small. I will launch iOS simulator here, which in this case will be iPhone 15 simulator. So let's run this app on iPhone 15 simulator first to check if it's working. So I will also adjust the editor accordingly so that it gives a good view to you. So let's resize it, and I will also make it a bit small so that the code is visible properly. Now let's run the app. So I will press Control Function F5 on Mac. You can run it in your own way, and now the app will be built on this simulator. You can see we have this iPhone 15 simulator selected here. So let's wait for it. Also resize it to fit to the size. So now we have the logs here which says Xcode build done. It will be shown here now. As you can see, we have this text which is welcome to chat app added in the center. So our base application in Flutter has been created. Now we would like to add the architecture for the application, which will be a simple architecture. We have two directories in the lib directory for the architecture. The first one will be core and the second will be UI. As the name indicates, the core functionality lies here, and then we have the UI where we just add the different widgets and screens, which is the user interface. Now in the core directory we have different subdirectories known as constants. They stores the different constants values like colors, asset paths, etc. Then we have another for enums. Similarly for models, there will be services directory where we add the different services. For instance, authentication service, database service that talks to the backend, which is Firebase. There is an other directory with the name other where we store different kinds of templates for our classes and models. Inside the UI we have two directories. One is the screens directory where we will add the different screens on our app. The second is widgets directory. We add custom widgets classes that have been created will be stored here in the widgets directory. For a sample here in the screens directory, we create screens in the following way. Let's take the example of splash screen. For every screen we create a folder, and in this folder we have 2 or 3 types of files. The first one will be splash screen. We use this convention for screens. And the second file is called a view model file, which will be splash view model dot. But for splash we don't need it. Sorry, I have created this folder. It will be splash screen splash view models file, so it will be a file, not a directory. But here for splash we don't need it. We will be creating it in the other files because splash has small state, so that we will be managing on the screen. So that was a bit of idea about what will the architecture look like. We can also add some other folders eventually if we need in the architecture, but that's the basic setup for our application architecture. Now we are done with the architecture part. Let's connect our Flutter project with Firebase. We will use Flutter Fire CLI for that. If you haven't used Flutter Fire CLI, you can watch a video. I will put the link to that video in the description where you can set up your Flutter Fire CLI, and with that you can easily set up your Firebase projects. Let's move to our browser, and here in the Google we will enter Firebase. From here open Firebase console. Here we will create a new project for chat app. Let's call it chat app. Tap on continue. We don't need Google Analytics for it, and create project. Now our Firebase project is ready. We can connect it with our Flutter project. Now let's navigate to our code base, and from here we can open our terminal. Inside the terminal we can enter command which is Flutter Fire CLI. Flutter Fire configure. That will only work if you have set up Flutter Fire. So press enter, and it's fetching Firebase projects for us. We have these projects ready here. From here we will select our chat app that we have just created. So tap on enter. From here we have the different platforms for which we will be building it. So let's remove Windows, Web, Mac OS, and Android and iOS will be selected. Tap on enter, and here we need to pass the package name for our app. So let's navigate to Android here, and inside the app build.gradle we have our package name here, which is this application ID. So copy it from here and you need to paste it here. Now let's press enter, and Flutter Fire CLI is setting up the Firebase project for us. Our project has been set up for Android and iOS. Let's check it on our website of our project. So let's refresh the website. And you can see we have the Android and iOS setup for our chat app. We have set our Firebase project. Here we need to do a few things here to set up the project completely, and which is here you can see the Firebase options file. This file has been created by Flutter Fire CLI for our Firebase project setup, and here we need a package which is Firebase core that needs to be installed. So let's go to a browser. Here I will open pubdev, which is where the different packages for Flutter lies. So I need Firebase core here, enter, and you can see we have the Firebase core here. I will open it. Let's copy from here. I will add it to my pubspec.yaml file, and here under the dependencies I will add this line when I press command plus save or control plus S on Windows. So this will be imported, and if we move to our options file, you can see the error is gone because we have installed this package. Now let's move to the main file. Here inside the main function we need some asynchronous functionality to be added. So for that I will use the keyword async, and here I will use the await keyword to do asynchronous operation, and that operation will be to initialize Firebase project. So I will use Firebase app dot, sorry, it will be Firebase dot initialize app, and here we will need to pass some options for our Firebase. These options will be taken from this Firebase options file. So we will use default Firebase options, and here we will be using current platform. That's our setup for our Firebase project. Now whenever our app is started, firstly the Firebase project will be initialized from here using this code, and whenever the project is initialized we build the Flutter app. Here we also need to ensure one more thing. We will add this line which is widgets Flutter binding dot ensure initialized. It is necessary to be added before Firebase whenever this initialization is ensured. So then our project will be run smoothly and the Firebase will be initialized properly. So that's the basic setup for connecting our Flutter project with Firebase. Now let's run the application to see if the connection has been established properly or not. So I will use control function F5 again to run the project once more. I will close the current and open a new. Now let's move to the debug console here to monitor logs. We have some error here which says we need at least 13.0 deployments target in order for this package which is Firebase core to be supported. So we have a file here. Press command P or control P. We have this port file in the iOS directory which can be found here. Here we need to change this platform to 13 so that it is supported. Save it, and now I will run command in the terminal. Let's clear it, and I will enter flutter clean and flutter run to build the Xcode build from start and clear all dependencies first. we need a command to be run here, which is pod repo update. So run this command and see. Now I will run pod install to install pod. Sorry, it's going to be in the Android directory. So I will navigate to the Android directory, sorry, the iOS directory. Pod is for iOS, and then I will enter this command, which is pod install to install pod files. And you can see our report has been installed. Now we can navigate back to the root directory, and from here we can run the command flutter run, so that our Flutter app is built on the simulator. Let's see. Our Xcode build succeeded, and now the app will be built on the simulator. And you can see we have our text back, which is the welcome to chat app, and it shows that we have successfully integrated Firebase into our project, and we have our Flutter project connected to Firebase. You can see we have it connected from Android and iOS. So we have run it for iOS. Now our Firebase connection is established. We can move on to our next step. In this step, we will be adding the necessary packages from pubdev that are required for our project. We already added one here, which is this Firebase core. We added it from the pubdev. But we also have a utility in VS Code that you can browse on internet and you can set up, which is this add dependency. And from here, I can add easily the different packages. I need a package here, which is Flutter Skin Util. So I will just enter, and it will be added here and automatically imported in my project. Similarly, I will use other. You can set it for yourself. You can browse on internet on how to set it up. I also need another package for Firebase Authentication. So I will use the Firebase Auth package here. Similarly, for accessing Cloud Firestore Database, I will use the Cloud Firestore package that we will use to interact with the database. And if we have to store the images of our users, so we will need Firebase storage as well. One more package that we need to install is the provider. Provider is what we will be using for state management, so install it as well. We have the basic packages that are required for this project imported in our project, and now we can use it. If we need some other, we will definitely install that as well. So I need to do a basic setup here. We have installed a package known Flutter Screen Util. It just let you handle the different sizing into your app easily, that is responsive, and the process is pretty simple. It gives you handy tools that you can utilize to easily handle your sizing and giving different dimensions to widgets. So for that, we need to wrap our material widget inside screen util init widget, and it has a builder method that it accepts. We need to cut this material app from here, remove this line, and in the context we will return this material app. And now we can utilize the Flutter Screen Util package into our app. Here you can also specify design size in order to make the package work for a specific screen size, but we will be taking the default size here. So if you have some dimension and you want to set it here in order to give better result on that specific size, so you can give the design size here, but we don't need it for here. So we'll move ahead. We have set up this screen util package. We have already imported the other packages as well. So the packages import step has been completed. Now we will be moving on to creating some basic tools in order to boost our development. For that, I will define some constants here, enums and other things, so that our development journey is smooth and it's easy. For that, here we have the design. So I will use this logo for the splash screen. So it is an asset that I will add in my assets directory here, and I will add a path to that asset in the constants file. Similarly, I have these different text styles that I will add at constants. So the first thing I'm going to do is this color that we need in our app, which is this one. So I will copy the code from here and I will add it as a constant because I will need it lots of time. So I will create a colors.dot file, and here I will create a constant, and that will be named as primary. It will hold the color. We provide the value starting with 0x, then double F for 100% opacity, then we paste the color. So we have stored this color as a constant and give it a name primary because it's the primary color of the app. So that's what we'll be using mostly in our app, this color. So we can easily access this color using this primary property. And if we need to change this color in our app, if our theme changes, so we can easily just change the value from here and it will be reflected in the entire app. So that's the utility of storing these as constants in a single place, and we won't need to change it from everywhere. So that's what the benefit of this constants is. We have the color done, then we have the other four styles. We will specify some styles here. Sorry, I've created a folder. Let me create a file for styles. Here I will create a different styles, just like font style. We have this heading, then we have the body text, we have the small text. So we will be creating different styles for it, so that these are accessible from here, from a single point, and it can be changed easily. So I will create a constant with the name h for heading, and it will be a text style for heading. I will specify a font size here. So we will take the size. You can also take it as per the Figma. So if I find the font size here, you can see it's 26. So since I'm using specs package, so for that I think 24.sp will work. I will import the Flutter screen util package, and we have this sp accessible from the package. I will end it with semicolon. Let me make it final. And now we have this font size set for the heading. For heading, we would also like to make it bold. So I will use the font weight to bold. This is the style set for heading. Let me minimize the screen a bit so that you can have a better view of the screen. Similarly, for body text, I will use the name body, and I will store a text style here as well. Sorry, text style. The font size I am going to give here will be, let's take it as a body text, and it's 14. So I think 14.sp will work for us. You can exact copy that, but since I'm using this Flutter screen util package, so when you add this screen pixel value, it take a single pixel of the screen, and when you do it in terms of this sp, so it gets a bit larger than the normal font size that you specify, just like this 24. So that's why I am making it a bit smaller than what's in the Figma. So if you don't use the package screen util, then you can go with the Figma design. So I have this body text set as well. We can also set the small text for these small text that we have here in our app, just like the small login or other things. So for that we will also specify a font style. I will give it a size of 12.sp. So we have the styles covered here. We have created these styles, and now we will just call this h and our style will be applied. We don't need to create this thing again and again. So that's why I'm storing these as constants. One other thing in the constants, that will be strings dot dart. Inside this file we will be storing paths to our assets, just like we have the logo. So we will store the path to logo here. So let me create a constant string, and that will be logo, and here we will store the path to logo. That's going to be, for instance, assets slash logo dot png. We haven't created it yet, but it will be something that we will when we add the logo here in the assets path, so it will be a valid path then. So that's how we create the paths to assets. So write the comment here, assets paths. Also, we give names to different screens, just like we have the splash screen, so we give it the name splash, and then if we have the home screen, we give it the name home. So here we also give route names. A route is what you call a screen, so we call it route or screen. So we have the screen names here. For instance, we have the splash, so we will create this splash variable and store /splash value here. So this name will represent splash screen, so it's the name of that splash screen. We will utilize these names to do the navigation stuff. Similarly, we have the home, and it will be set to home. Then we have the wrapper screen, so it will be set to wrapper, etc. That's how we handle the constants in our app. Now we have the constants being done, we will proceed to the enum. And enum, we want to create an enum. Enum is basically an entity that store different states. Just like you have a boolean, bool, so it takes two values, true or false. Similarly, boolean is an entity that takes some values. You can give it 3, 4, 5, or how many you want. You can give it that values, and it will accept only those values that you specify. So here I will create an enum that is required for our core functionality, and let's define an enum. It will have the name of view state. As the name indicates, the state of our view or screen will depend on this enum. If it's loading, its value is loading, so there will be a loading indicator shown, and if it's not loading, it's some kind of idle, so we'll be showing some data, etc. So we have two values here. One is idle, which means we have no loading being performed here, and if we have some loading, so we will give this value to it. So we have just created this enum to manage the different view states. We will utilize this enum here. For the models part, we will create a user model class that will be storing a user, but that's what we are going to be doing when we move to the development functionality. Here we have the other. Here we store the basic templates. So for provider, we have the state management class, which is known as view model, where we handle all the state of the screen and also perform the business logic operations. In the other folder, we will create a template for that thing. So the template is going to be base view model. When we create a provider, we just create a class that extends change notifier. So here we will create a base model class, and it will extend change notifier. It is a provider, so we will inherit properties from this provider, which is change notifier, and we are extending it to create a basic template. So to create a basic template, here we need a property, which is this view state. Let's give it the name state, make it private. Default value is going to be view state.idle. Nothing is happening on the screen. And then we want to give access to this value on the screens. To give it access, we will use the view state getter, and it will have the name state, and we will return this private property from here. So we can get access to this state outside this class using this getter. We can directly give access to this private property. So now we also would like to change this value whenever we have some loading in our app. So we would like to change this value to loading, so that the loader is shown on our screen. For that, we have a method that we will just create set state, which means set the state of this view state. So in this set state, we will pass the new value that we will assign to this state. The new value is going to be view state, and whenever this method is called and value is passed to it, we will update this private property value to the new one that is passed in this method. and we will call this notify listeners method that is from this change notifier class. It's defined in this class, and what it does, it notifies all the listeners to update their state. So if the value pass here is loading, so it will notify all the UI that you should show the loader. So it's the base template that we have just created on top of this change notifier, and it is a provider. So whenever we create a view model or provider for a screen, for instance, we have the home screen. So we will create a class which will be home view model, and that home view model will extend this class instead of change notifier, because this class brings this functionality to every model that we will create. So that's the basic setup, and we will also define these services later. So we have the basic core setup for us. One more thing, we need to add a utils directory here. Where we will create some utilities for our app, just like the routing stuff. So in order to perform routing stuff, we will use the route util that we will define here. Using these route utils, we can easily navigate from one screen to other. So for ease, we will utilize it. If you remember, we created our routes here. So we will use these routes, and then we will write the logic here to navigate to different screens. Let's create the route utils here as well. So I will create a class with the name route utils, and here I will create a static method that will return route from the material library, and it will be dynamic, and then we will give a name to the method which will be on generate route. As the name indicates, whenever a new route is to be generated, this method is called. This method takes a route settings, and let's call it settings, and based on these settings we check whether to go to a splash screen, home screen, or whatever. So here I will use a switch here to check different states. If we have the settings.name returned equal to splash, so we will go to splash screen. If it is returned as home, we will go to the home screen. So we will check the case. If the settings.name is splash, it is the variable we have just seen in here, the strings, and it is this splash. So if the value is this splash, so we will be navigating the user to a splash screen. So it will return material, page, route, or screen, and the builder will return splash screen. It is the screen that we will create. We haven't created it yet, so that's what is going to be returning. And whenever we use navigator to push a new route, this method will be called, that gets this route setting for the route we are trying to move to, and from setting name will be taken. If this name matches to splash, we will go to splash screen. If it matches to home, so we will set that case as well. So let's create the splash screen so that the error is removed from here. I will go to UI. Here we previously created this splash screen file. We need to create a widget here which will be a stateless widget with the name splash screen. And now if I import this here, so you can see the error is gone, and whenever we want to move to this splash, so this case is going to be checked, and as per the set functionality, splash screen will be returned. Similarly, if we have this thing, the settings.name, so it is equal to home, so we would like to move to this home screen. So for home screen, we will be returning material page route. It will return the home screen that also needs to be created. So let's create another, but for timing, let's comment it. We will create these screens step by step, and similarly we will be doing for other routes as well. If you can see here, we can make it nullable, and now the error has gone. So it can return null if none of these cases are satisfied, or we can do another thing as well. We can set a default value or default case as well. So when we set this default, so if none of these cases that we will create here is satisfied, so this default is going to be executed, and we would like to show something here. that will be material page route. We need to return it, and it's going to be, now this null is dead code because every case is handled. If none of case matches, so we comes to default, we won't go down below this switch, so that's why the code became dead. And here we will pass the context and then the builder, and that builder is going to be returning something like what do you say, what's wrong here, sorry, we have added this context in the wrong place. It's going to be returning something like we return a scaffold with a body and text that will be showing no route found. That will be shown in case there is no route found or none of the cases set here are satisfied. So we are, the scenario can be like we are navigating to some wrong route or screen that is not there. So in that case this will be shown. Wrap this text in the center so that we get an idea that we are navigating to a wrong screen. So this is the route utilities that we have set, and now we can easily navigate to other screens using named routes. And now in the main file here I would let the material app know that whenever a new route is generated, so we will call this route utils, remove this new, and we have this on generate route method. We would like to use this method whenever we try to move to another screen. We would like the material app to use this method that we have just created to do the navigation stuff, and it will do the navigation based on this setting that is provided, and the name will be checked, and as per the name different screens will be navigated. We have this property set because we have given these route these names, and now we can easily navigate between different screens. So we have done some basic setup. We have defined constants, then we have the base enum we need for view state. Similarly, we have created a base view model for provider. We have also created utilities for routes there, from with the help of which we can easily navigate between different routes. We have the core basic core setup, and we can now move on to the design stuff as well. I will add a bit formatting here, which will be the comma here to format this widget. And now let's come to the design here. We have the first screen, splash screen. So here we need these assets to be exported from here, which is this logo, and also we will be exporting this frame to add this shadow in the back to add the design as well. So to export this logo, we have an option here, export. It is 1x, so we will be exporting it in 2x so that we have a more clear logo with us. I will give it a name logo.png, but let me add it in the project that we have created. If we come here, we have this projects directory where we have this chat app, and here inside the assets we will save this logo file. 1x gives you the exact size that shows here in the Figma, which is 120 x 120 pixels, and 2x gives it a size of double. So we need double because we need high quality, so we need double, we will make it small so it gives you a better quality. If you look at your assets directory, you have this icon here. We also need the frame from here, so we will just tap on this screen, which is this splash screen, and from here we have this frame that we can export. So I will export it in 1x, export the frame, and let's give it the name of splash frame.png, and it will be in the same assets directory. Save it, we have exported that as well. So we have these two things here. Let's go to the constants now to define the paths in the string file for these assets. We already have one for logo. Similarly, we will we will be defining one for the frame as well. So we have created these constants to easily access these paths, and that we can easily change them later on if we want to. So we have exported the different assets. Now we will be creating the splash screen. we have this splash screen here. So from the home, from the main file, we have this on generate route that will generate the first route. So we can either set it from here, or we can also pass the splash screen here in the home as well. So here, let's pass this splash screen here. So whenever the app is created, it will create this splash screen, and now this text will get removed because we have changed it. From here we will be returning a scaffold that will be having a body, and let's show some kind of text in the center. For now, it's going to be welcome. And now if we restart our app, let's see if the changes are working. So you can see we have this splash screen rendered here. We have this welcome here with us. So we will design this splash screen now, but I would like to end this program in running. So I will use Control C to close this build, and I will create a new one in debugging mode. So I will press Control Function F5 on Mac to start the project in debugging mode, and here I will be seeing the logs in the debug console now. We have the Xcode build completed, and you can see it in our simulator in debug mode. And now let's load the asset file, which is the logo that we have just created. So we have already added its path in this constant, which is this logo, and here we will load it from here. So in the center we will be showing this image using the image node asset widget. It takes the path, so we have the path defined as logo. Remove this const, and now you can see we have it here, and you can see is 2 times the size that we just saw on the Figma. So we need to provide it some sizing. So the size, you can, if I click here, you can see is 120 x 120. So I will give it a height of 120 and then a width of 120, and I will use the fit to box fit dot cover to cover the space, and you can see we have it here, but it's really small. Let's make it a bit larger, like 150 and 150. So it's looking good, but let's give it some more. Let's make it 170, 180, and I think it's good to go. Now we have our splash logo ready here. Now we need to add these shades, the frame we have. So to load that frame, we need to use a widget that takes these widgets in a stack, and the stack will be like that. We have a frame widget, and then on top of that we have a logo widget. So we need to create a stack for that. Whenever you need to put two widgets and one is above the other on the screen, so you need this stack widget for that. So center will be wrapped with column, change it to stack, and we have created a stack here, but we just have this one logo here in the stack. We also need to create a widget that shows the frame here. So we will load the frame using the image.asset, because we have the frame in assets as well. We have created the path in the frame, so we are unable to load the asset. Let's see if we have set the path correctly. We have something wrong here. It's splash frame, so we need to copy this and we will paste this in the splash frame, sorry, the strings, and replace this with splash frame. And now you can see it has been rendered, but the problem is that the size of the frame is different from the size of our simulator. So we need to fill the size of our simulator. We need to somehow adjust it in the available space. For that, what we are going to do, we will set the height to 1.sh and width to 1.sw. sh and sw are from the screen util, so import packages screen util. 1.sh gives you the height of the screen, which is our simulator, and it gives you the width of the simulator screen. And here we will need the fit to fit the image or frame in this size. So you will use boxfit.cover, and if I reload, you can see we have added the frame and our splash screen is ready. We just need to add a bit of splash functionality here. So the design is ready for splash. Let's remove this, and we need to add the splash effect. For splash effect to take place, let's convert this status widget to stateful to add some state to it. And here we can add our widget lifecycle methods, which is in which we have the init state. Init state is the method that is called, first thing that is called whenever the widget is built. So we initialize state here. So to create a splash effect, we need to create a timer here, which will be nullable, and using this timer, import the timer from .async. We will use this timer to set a timer, and whenever the time is completed, we will be navigated to other screen to create the splash effect. So whenever this init state is called, before this widget is shown on the screen, this method is called. So here we will initialize this timer, and we will initialize this timer with the value of timer object. Here we need to pass a duration. So pass a duration here. We will pass time in seconds because we will be showing the splash screen for 3 seconds. So I will set the duration to 3 seconds, and then we have a callback here. Callback is this function. Whenever these 3 seconds are completed, this callback is going to be executed, or the code we put here is going to be executed. So definitely we'll be putting our navigation logic here whenever the 3 seconds are completed. So here we will use navigator, and since we have completed our root utilities, we can just use push named, and here we need to pass the root name to which we will navigate. So we will navigate to the home for now, so it will handle the navigation stuff. So what this timer will do, whenever any state is called, it is called before this UI is rendered. So the timer will be set and a duration of 3 seconds will be waited. Whenever these 3 seconds are completed, this callback is executed, and this callback tells the system to navigate to this home screen. And if you remember, we have set whenever we have this home passed in this push named, so the setting received in route utils, if we go to route utils, so the settings here, we will be receiving this setting whenever we call that line that we have just created. So from there we will this method will be called, and it will check for settings.name. So if the name is home, it will be returning home screen. So let's uncomment this line, and let's import. We haven't created this home screen, so let's create this as well. But whenever we receive this home here, so we will be going to the home screen. So let's go to the screens, and here I will create a new directory for home screen. Let's create a file with the name home screen dot let's rename it. It's wrong, so it's going to be home screen. Here create a stateless widget with the name home screen, and now here we can import that home screen. And you can see whenever home is received, we will be navigated to home screen, and here on the splash screen we are going to the home. Whenever we call this line, so that on generate route method is called, and this is passed, the root setting is passed, and whenever the settings.name equal to this home, and we are navigated to home screen as we saw in the route utils. So that's how it's going to work. So home screen, let's define something here like a scaffold with a body and text in center that is showing home screen in order to validate our splash effect. And now whenever this timer is created, it takes space in the memory. So whenever this splash screen is gone, we would like to dispose this timer so that the memory is free for other operations. So here we have a method, a life cycle method, which is dispose. It is called whenever the screen is moved to the other. So in this we will just cancel this timer to dispose it off. And here, since it is a nullable timer, so here we will add we will need to add this question mark. And now if I reload my app, you will see after 3 seconds the screen will be navigated to home, which you can see here. So we are done with our splash screen. It's time to build the new screen, which is the create account screen. So we will move ahead with this screen. For that, I will need to create an auth folder that will store auth authentication screens. In the auth, we have the first directory with the name sign up. Then we also have the login that we will add later. So in the sign up, let's create a sign up screen dot and it will be the sign up screen widget here, and we will also create a view model here that will store the state of this sign up screen. So sign up view model dot here we will extend the the sign up view model. We will extend it with the base view model we created earlier. And this base view model, if you go to the file, it extends chain notifier, which is the provider. And we have this basic functionality set in this base view model, so we won't need to create it every time. So we will directly extend this to have this functionality in our view models. So if we go back to our sign up view model, we have our view model ready here. We will be adding the state here, and here it's the screen where we will be showing this sign up UI. So let's build the UI. Think of create a plan for building a UI. So if you see, we have a list of different widgets. We have the text, we have the text field, and then we have the button. So we have a list of these widgets and they are all vertically aligned. So which means for vertical layout of widgets we need a column. So from here we will return a scaffold, and the scaffold body will contain a column of widgets, column that will have the children's as texts and text field and buttons, etc. So firstly we will add the text that we have here, which is a create account. Copy this text and add a text widget here and paste it here. We have the create account text with us. Firstly, let's navigate to the sign up screen after splash. So we will go to the splash screen, and when the splash is over we will set it to sign up. For sign up we need to create the constant for the sign up screen, the constant string. So here we will add one for sign up and login as well. So it will be splash, and then we will have the auth where we add for sign up and login. This is sign up and this is login. Change this real value of string to sign up and this one to login. So we have these strings declared here. Now we will go to route utils to configure navigation to these screens. So I will just copy this switch case and I will paste it twice to add two more cases. One will be the sign up whenever the setting is received and name is sign up, so we will go to the sign up screen, and whenever it's login we will go to the login screen that we haven't created yet. So let's create one for login as well. We will come to the UI here. Let's create a file with the name login screen dot and it has the widget setlist login screen. Also we will create a view model for login as well. So let's create this view model, and we also add class for login view model that extends our base view model. And now in the route utils we can add this, we can import this login screen. So we have the auth screens navigation setup here. Then down here we have home. We can separate these into sections by adding comments. So we have added the sign up and login. Now we move to the splash screen, and here we can change it to sign up instead of home. So if we restart our app, this after the splash screen is over, we will be navigated to the sign up screen. You can see create your account is here. So let's move to the sign up screen. Here we have this text, so we need to add a bit of proper layout, and also we need to add style to it. We have the h1 style for our heading text, so we will use that h. Yes, we have this h, and it says no such method. Okay, let me restart this app again, figure out what's wrong. And you can see we have this create your account. We need to add some kind of padding here to the left and to the horizontal and vertical axis. So we will add padding widget to add a bit of padding. We need this text to be in the center, so for make it in center. Also, if you look at the design, you can see we have this equal spacing on either side of the screen. So we will add this horizontal spacing from left and right. Also we will add some spacing from top and bottom. So to create that, we have wrapped this column in the padding widget, where we set the padding property. It takes edge and sets dot symmetric, and we will set horizontal value. It's going to be 1.sw for screen width, and we are going to multiply it with 0.05. That's the standard value that I have figured out, and I have set it myself. It gives you a good view of the spacing. So I will also import the package, and that will be Flutter screen util. It's going to be screen utils, and we have our code working now. So we have this, you can see we have some spacing added, that is enough. So that's a value I have set. I take the screen width, the whole width of the screen, and multiply it with 0.05%, and it gives me a good result of the spacing here. You can set it a pixel value as well of 20 pixel or 18, so it also suits well. Now I need to put some spacing vertically, so I will add some vertical spacing like 10.h. 10.h means that you create a sized box and you give it a height of 10, something like that. So it's not about the whole screen size, but it's just a value. It is just a double value that specify that give a vertical height of 10 pixels. But that's not enough. We will add a bit of sizing here as well. Let's give it 20 dot vertical space, and it's a bit down now. We need some more. We need to make it in the center. For that we will use cross axis alignment of the column, which aligns the column elements on cross axis, which means it aligns the column elements on this axis, which is not the main axis of the column. So it will be center. We have this 30 dot vertical space with us. This didn't change the cross axis alignment because the size of the column is just till this t. So if we expand the size of this column horizontally, then it will be in the center. So for that, when we create this text field, it takes the whole width available, the whole size available horizontally, then it will come to the center itself. So we can move down now, and here we need to provide some spacing like 10 dot vertical space. It's equivalent to sized box high with the height of 10. So that's the short form that we are using here. And now we will add this text and create another text widget to add this text. The spacing is a bit the spacing is not enough, sorry, it's more than enough, so we will minimize it a bit, or we can just remove it because we have this text very large, so it automatically creates some spacing. Also, I would like to make this text a bit smaller. I think 22 will help, so it will give a better view. I think it's better than the previous one. And now let's get back to the sign up screen, and here we have added these lines. We also need to give some more spacing here that we will give, which will be 20 dot vertical space. So you can either calculate the distance between these two widgets, or you can put an estimate on yourself, and you can just you can just look at the screen and you can judge it yourself that the sizing or the spacing is enough or not. So I will add 20, and then we will add a text field here. Text field widget lets us create field where you can enter text. So we have this text field here. We will give it some styling and we will create a custom widget out of it. So let's give it some color, which is this field color. So for that I will add decoration, and it takes input decoration widget. Here I need to provide fill color. Firstly, I need to put this filled value to true. Then I will provide the fill color, which is this gray color. So we will have to add this gray color. So let's copy this code from here. I will also set it in the constants. Here, besides primary, we will add gray color as well that we need in our app. I will use the color 0x and paste it here. We have this gray color with us as well. Now let's go back to the sign up screen. Here I will use this gray color, and you can see it's grayish, but it's more grayish than we expected. So let's give it a bit of opacity, minimize the opacity a bit. So I will use this gray dot, this constant with opacity. I will use this method to minimize the opacity a bit. Let's keep it to 0.6. It's still a bit more. 0.5. I will give it 0.3 now. Still I think it needs to be minimized a bit, and I think it's good now. So we have we also need to remove this underline from here, that we can do using this input decoration. And after giving the color, we will set this border property. Here we will use this border, sorry, we won't use this border, we will use outline input border constructor, and here we need to pass this border side property, and we need to make it none so that this underline gets removed from here. We also need a bit of rounded corners here as per the design, you can see. So for that we need to add border radius here. So use the border radius dot circular to give some radius to the corners. That's going to be, let's give me 8.r. This r is from the Flutter screen util library. So using this r is more optimized for giving radius sizes. So that's why I use this from Flutter screen util. It will add a more kind of responsive UI. So you can see the corners have been rounded. And now what's left? I think we need to round it a bit more. So let's make it 10 to see, and it looks good now. Now we need to provide these hint text, just like we have inter name, inter email. So we also need to put this. Also, let's ensure that the sizing is proper. I need the sizing needs to be increased a bit. So it's looking good now. Also, we need to increase the sizing here as well. So let's give sizing vertical space of 5. It's looking good. We also need some spacing here from the top. That also needs to be handled. Let's make it 40, and I think it's good now. The text, do we need to minimize it a bit? I think it's okay. So we have created our text field widget. Here we need to pass hint text. Hint text will add some text when there is nothing added to a text field, like when your text field is empty. So the default text that needs to be shown here will be your hint text. So just like here it gives hint inter name, so we will pass this hint text here, and I think it's just a string. So pass inter name, and you can see when there is nothing written, so this is shown. When we write something, so it will get removed. So that's the hint text. Now we need to handle other things for state management. So I will extract this text field and will create a custom widget out of it. So it will be custom text field, and we have this class or widget extracted here. So we need to put this class in widgets because it will be used across multiple screens. These are the two screens. We have one here, it's a bit different, but we'll be using it on two screens. So we need to put this widget here as a custom widget with the name text field widget dot, and we will save it here. We need to import material library here, and also the constant color. Also Flutter screen util will be needed here, which will be screen util, and we have created a custom widget. We need to import it here now, and we have our custom text field created. Now we need to pass some state objects here that will handle the state. For that, every text field has a method with the name onChanged. So we will use onChange to change the text here, or to handle the text here. Whenever something is added, onChange will be triggered and will update the state. So for that, we have this onChanged method. So we will just look at the type it has here. Just copy it or write it yourself, create a final, and then this method. So whenever we create this text field, we will get this on changed at the time of instantiation, and it will be passed here. So whenever we call this text field widget, we are creating it here. So here we can pass the on changed to control whenever there is some change of text here in the text field. So we can have a control using this method, which is this on changed. We can handle anything based on the trigger, and the trigger will be some text added here. So on change will be executed. If I write something else, then again it will also trigger the on change. It will also trigger the on change. So we will handle this on change here. So now we also need to pass some other things here. The other things can be this hint text will be different for every text field. So we will take it during instantiation. For that, we will create a string variable. It will be nullable, and we will call it hint text. We will take this from the user. This will be this dot hint text, and we will pass this hint text here. So no matter how many text fields I create, I can always pass on this hint text to text field, so that for every text field this hint text is shown differently as per the text we provide. So it will handle the hint text thing, and you can see we don't have any hint text because we on the sign up screen we have the we haven't specified any hint text, so it's null. So we need to specify one here, which is enter name, and now you will see we have the enter name here. So we have set up the hint text, we have set up the on changed, and if there are some other things we want to handle, we can also do that. One more thing, which is the focus. So here we have another thing, which is focus node. So we can also pass this from the front end or screen. It's an important thing. I will show you how it can be useful. So I will use this final, and it will be focus node. It handles the focus on this text field, and I will also take this as focus node. Let's make it nullable. We pass this here. So with focus node we can handle the focus, like if you write some text here and you complete it and you press enter, so we want it to be moved to the other text field. So that switch of focus can be handled using these focus nodes. So every text field will have a separate focus node. So we have the basic text field ready with us, in which we can enter some text. And here let's go back to the sign up screen. We need to create some other text field as well. So I will give some spacing here. So I think 20 dot vertical space will work here. Let's copy this custom text field, create another one. I think that's enough. The spacing is enough. And here in the second I will change it to enter email, because we will use the second field for email. Then we have the enter password and confirm. So let's copy this thing and create two other. This will be for enter password and the other will be confirm password. So we have the text fields ready with us. Then we need to provide a bit of spacing here, and I think there should be a bit of more spacing to differentiate the spacing between text fields and spacing between a text field and a button. So I think it needs to be like 30 dot vertical space, and then we will create a button here. So let's create an elevated button that takes an on pressed method. This method is called whenever the button is tapped, and then we enter some text here. That is going to be sign up. We can change it like this. We have the button created. We will give it some styling, and for that, to apply styles here, we can set this property, which is the style, and here we need to pass this elevated button dot style from, and here we can set the background color, that will be primary color. So you can see we have added this button. We need to change the color of text. The text here, let's apply the style body here. Let's remove this const and copy this body. When you use this copy with, so you can change this body text style. This body style will be applied that we have defined in the constants, but you can also change some of these properties from the body using this copy with constructor method, sorry. And here I will change the color to white. We also need to define white in the colors. So here I will create a const and the name white, and it will be colors dot white. So if I come here in the sign up, I will give it a white color, and we have the sign up with us here. Now we need to expand this button so that it fits the height. For that, let's wrap this elevated button in a size box and give it a width, which will be all the available screen width. So we have created this button here. We can also give it some height, like give it 50.h. It's a bit more than what we expected. I think 40 is enough, but to make a pixel perfect UI, you need to copy the sizing from here. you will get the dimensions here for this button that you can use. So you can get the dimensions and other values, width and height, from here. For this tutorial, I think it's good. We have the button ready with us. And now we also need to add this text here, which is already have an account. So copy it. Actually, uh, firstly let's extract this widget, which is the button. We will be using this button many times, so extract this widget to create a custom widget. Whenever a widget is used again and again in a app, so you can make a custom widget out of it so that it can be used anywhere. So I will give it a name, custom button, to create a custom widget class, and I will pass these properties, which are this on pressed. So just copy it from here, sorry, and here I will create a final. Let's get this required removed from here. So we will take this whenever the constructor for this widget is called, and sorry, it won't be a required, it can be null. So we will take this during when we build this widget. So in the constructor we will pass this on pressed, and this on pressed will be assigned to this on pressed. So whatever passed in the custom button during its instantiation or creation, it will be considered as on a tap on button. So we will handle functionality and we'll pass it on first. Now down below we have the text as well. So we will create a string property here, and that will be text or button text. Let's set it to required because the button will have text every time. So it will be text here, and that text is going to be passed here. You will have this text property now, and here we will pass sign up. And you can see the button is faded out because we haven't passed this on pressed, has been passed null. So we need to pass it so that it is not faded out. So we will pass an empty method for now, so it will be now in its own colors. Also, whenever we have some loading being done, so we would like to show a spinner or a circular progress indicator here instead of the text. For that we need to pass a boolean here, which will be bool, and it will be loading. So this loading will be false by default, and whenever it's passed true, we would like to show some circular progress indicator instead of this text. So if loading is set to true, we should show a circular progress indicator in the center of the button. It will be circular progress indicator. So we will handle that using this loading boolean that we will set here. Now let's move this custom button to the widgets, and here we will create another button widget dot file, and it will store our button. So let's import material, then we need to add the Flutter screen util, import it here, screen utils. We also need to import this as well from constants, and our button is good to go. Just import the button file here. You can see we have the widgets button widget here imported, and we have created the custom widgets that are needed here. We also have this login. Whenever this is tapped, we will move to the login. So let's create the text here. For that, let's give it some spacing, like 20 dot vertical space, and here we'll create a row with children. The main axis alignment will be set to center, so that the text added here or the children's added here are shown in the center, and the main axis alignment for row is the horizontal one. So here I will add two texts. The one will be let's copy it from here. that will be already have an account, and the second will be login. Here we can also put a question mark and then login. Now we need to provide them both different styling. Both will be of style body, but here in this one we need to change the color. The color will be a bit dark, and let's see how it looks. Let's also give it the style body. Sorry, I haven't specified the style. And we have login here with us. Also we can make it a bit grayish, because you can see this is gray, this is also gray, so we need to change this text to a bit grayish color. So I will also use copy with constructor here to set the color to gray. It doesn't yes, it is been grayed now. And the body here I will copy with, and let's set the font weight to some value to make it a bit thicker, and you can see it looks good now. Or we can also make it complete bold, so it looks good now, but we also need to make these other grayish. So for that we will also change the color. In the text field we have hint text and then the hint style here. So set this hint style, it will be body dot copy with, and here we will pass the color to gray, and you can see it has grayed out now. We have the sign up left, and here we also can provide the color and style. It will be body, let's remove this const, body dot copy with color, and it's going to be gray. What this copy with does, you have this body style defined. If you want to customize this body style that has already been defined, you can use the copy with method with it. And if you want to even change this font size, so the copy with will return the same body but with the different styling that you have done in the copy with. So that's how it's working. We have the sign up ready with us, and I think we are good to go. Let's handle the spacing a bit. Do we need to change anything? I think it seems good. We need to just add this a bit. We need to add a bit spacing here. Create your account. I think this needs to be a bit small. I think it looks good now. And we have we have designed our sign up screen here, and it's looking good. Now we will move on to the login screen. So whenever this login text is taped, we will navigate to the login screen. Let's add an inkwell widget here. Let's wrap this text in the inkwell widget. Inkwell detects any tap on this text, so we will pass this on tap fallback, and whenever this text is taped, so we can handle something, or we can write some functionality whenever this tap occurs. So on tap lets us handle that. So we will navigate to the login screen using the navigator, and then we will use the push named context and then the login in case we want to go to a login screen. So inkwell gives you this functionality that you can detect tap on some widget, so it will help us navigate to a login screen when this login is tapped. So let's try it out. Before that, let's go to the login screen that we created earlier. It needs to return a scaffold, a body, and then let's wrap some text in the center. That's going to be login. And now let's see, when we tap on this login, it should move to the other screen, that is login. It's good. Now we need to design this login screen here. So it looks a bit similar. So we will just copy pasting. We need to just adjust the text and other things a bit. Let's go to sign up, and here we can copy this. Padding widget from here. Just copy it and paste it in the login screen. We will add it to the body, and from here we need to change these things a bit. So we will import this screen util. Sorry, we have imported the wrong one. We will use import, and here we have the package, then screen util. We need to remove this const from here because it's not constant. Okay, so from create your account it will just become login, and here we will have this please log into your account. So let's change this with this login to your account, and we also need to change it to login. So the text will be changed. Then we need to import this as well. For colors constants, we also need to import that. Custom text field widget, we only need 2 text fields, so let's remove the other 2. For custom button, it needs to be imported as well, and it will become login. Here it will be changed. And let's remove this navigation, make it navigation to sign up, and the name will also be changed to sign up. So these are some things that we will need to change. Don't have an account should be added here instead of already have an account. Add it here, and now if you see, we have the login screen. Please log into your account, and then we have enter name. We need to change this. Login is good. Don't have an account and sign up. So we have everything ready. Let's add a question mark here. What's there? Add this comma. Now the text field hint text needs to be changed, which is this enter email and password. So we have enter email here. This will become enter password. It looks good now. As per design, it's good. We can also do some changes like making these text fields in the center of the screen vertically. So that's what we can do. But according to design, we have created it properly. But I think let's adjust these in the center of the screen to see if it looks good or not. So we need to remove this 40 size or spacing that we have given here. Now we will change the main axis alignment. It was start by default. We need to make it in the center, and we have the login here. So we can also use this kind of login, or I think we don't need to put in the center. What else we can do is to use this 40 pixel spacing. Then here after the please login, we need to create some spacing here. Instead of this 42 or 24 pixel spacing, what we can do, we can use an expanded widget, and its charge is going to be sizebook dot shrink. So we will give it a flex value. It's going to be 1, so it will take all the available space. What we can do, we can add an expanded below the button or below these widgets that we have created. So if we add expanded here and we make the flex to 2, so it will divide the available space into 3. So 2 when flex is 2 here, so 2 parts are here and 1 part is here of the available space. So that's what we can do, or we can make it 3. Still I think it's not looking that much nicer, so I think we can go with the old one. So let's remove the expanded from here, and we need to add 30 out vertical space here. So on the sign up screen, this needs to be 30, and I think we are good to go as per the design. Now whenever this sign up is tapped, user needs to be navigated to the we are in the sign up. Let's go to login. Whenever this sign up is tapped, user needs to be navigated to the sign up. Let's check this functionality. So tap on sign up and you can see we're back to the sign up screen. So we have built the authentication screens here, and the front end is complete for these three screens. So we will proceed ahead with adding the authentication with Firebase to this Flutter app, and after the authentication is completed, we will handle this chat functionality, and we will start from the design and then we will add the real chat functionality. So let's add authentication here in the next step. So here we are. To add authentication functionality, we need to go to Firebase console, and here we have our project with us. From the build, we will tap on the Firebase authentication, which is this one, to enable email and password authentication. So we have different sign-in methods here. Let's get started. And from here we have sign-in providers. We have the native providers, then we have additional providers like Google, etc. For this tutorial we will be going with the email and password. Tap on it and enable it. Tap on save, and now we have enabled email and password sign-in. From here, users tab, here our users will be shown whenever we add a user. We can add it from here as well, but we will add it from the code. So to add users here, we need to use the package that we have imported earlier in the video, which was this which was the Firebase auth. We will use this package. For that, we need to create a service for authentication. So here in the core, we will come to the service, and here we will create a new file with the name auth service that will handle all the authentication. That will handle all the authentication functionality. Actually, what it will handle is that it will interact with the Firebase, whether to register a user or to log in a user. That's all will be handled by this auth service. So that's what role it plays. So we will create a service or a class with the name auth service, and here it will take an instance, or we can just directly create a final auth instance, which will be the Firebase auth. We need to import the Firebase auth package here. We'll import package Firebase auth, and now we have the Firebase auth.instance for, so remove this for, and we have the Firebase auth instance with us. So using this instance, we can log in or sign up our users to Firebase auth. So we will have different methods here. For login, we will create a method that will handle user login. Similarly, for sign up, we will also create one that will be sign up, and it will have a return type of future. Similarly, it will also have a future return type. It will be marked as async as well. So since when we use the sign up, for that we use this auth instance, and we have a method known as create user email and password, where we pass two fields. One is email and password. So whenever user enters his email and password here, these password and email will be taken and passed in this method. Whenever this method is executed, a user will be created with this email and password passed. So we need to pass this email and password here. So I will take email and then the password. So these email password will be passed here. If you look at the return type, it's future. So we need to use the async await concept here, and we get the auth credential, and from this auth credential we can get data about the user that has been registered. So if auth credential dot user not equals to null, it means the user has been created successfully. So we can just log something to this to the console, which is going to be user created successfully, and we can return that user as well. So it will become auth and it will return this user. So auth credential, and we have this user return from here. So we will use the return auth credential dot user. So it's not going to be null. We can add exclamation here because there is a check for checking if it's null or not. So now we need to wrap this code in try catch to catch any error if faced. So put this line of code in this try block. If there occurs an error, we can handle it here, and also make it nullable so that if the user is null, we can assess data if the user created or not. So here in the catch e, we can, for now, we can just log the error to string. We can just log the error to the console. We also have one extra thing. For Firebase auth, we have some exceptions provided by the Firebase package that can handle the Firebase exceptions. We can also use this to give proper messages to the user. These are some of the exceptions that are returned by the Firebase itself. Like if you have provided an email that doesn't have a valid format, so it will give you the prompt that invalid email. So that's what can be handled here. So whenever we have exception from the Firebase auth, we can log it for now, and e.message, we have this message that we can just log to the screen. So that's the basic handling of the sign up functionality. It will help us handle this sign up thing, and here we can just log it for now. That's for the sign up thing, and we will also create one for login. For login, let's copy this code, and here we will use this code. Let's remove this one. Okay, it was we have this auth, which is Firebase auth instance, and we use this create user with email and password. Now we will use the sign in with email and password to log the user in. We also need to provide these email and password fields in the arguments of this function. I will use this password here, and this time what it returns the same thing. And here we can check if the user logged in successfully or not. So we have handled the sign in as well. So this is the service, auth service. It talks to the Firebase backend. So what we do, we use view model, and from view model we call this service, and this service in turn call the Firebase auth service and adds a user here or log a user here. So that's how it works. To give you a bit idea of the architecture, we have the screen, which is the first point of contact for the user. We have these buttons and all that stuff, just like we have this sign up button, which is shown on this login screen. So what this sign up button does, when we tap on it, we have created a method in the view model. We haven't created yet, but we will create one which will be for sign up. So whenever the user taps on the sign up button from the screen, so this method of the view model is called, and this method in turn call the auth service to register a user. So the auth service will call this sign up. Whenever this sign up is called, so we have this method that sends an API request to the Firebase service, which is this auth service, and if successful, a user is created here. So when the user is created, we are return this auth credential. From that we can return the user, and the view model gets the response in the form of a user, and that user entity has different things like email and other parameters of the user. So that's how it works. We have the views, then we have the view model, and then we have the services, and services talks to the backend services. That's how it works. In the base view model, we will create a auth service that we have just created. Let's give it the name auth. We will take this in the login view model declaration. We can use this keyword and then auth to take it. Then we have the sign up. It will be an async, and from here we can use this auth to call its method of sign up in the view model. So here we will use auth dot sign up. He will pass the email and password values. That's how it's going to look like. This auth service will be provided to the login view model when we instantiate this view model. This is known as dependency injection. It's the login view model is dependent on this auth service, and whenever you will create or use this login view model, you have to instantiate it. And when you instantiate it, so you will need to pass this thing. So this is what called as dependency injection. One more thing to add here, in the services, the service we have just created, here we have this auth service, and here we have the login. We will also have the logout here as well. So let's create a logout, and we will use the async here. It returns future void, it doesn't return anything, so let's give it the value future void. And here let's put try catch e, and then here we will use the auth Firebase auth instance from here to log out a user. Sorry, it's going to be sign out. We will use await, and if there comes any error, it will be catched here, or exception. We will print it to the console. We will handle these errors, and we will show some pop-up here that will be showing the error, what went wrong. So that will be handled later. For now we are good to go with this logging. Also, let's handle it now. So whenever we have this sign up, a user tries to sign up a user, means someone wants to register himself. So he gives an invalid email. So for invalid email, this exception will be returned from Firebase, and we can log this to the console, as well as we will rethrow this error or exception. So for the other exception, we will also rethrow it. Rethrow means that it catches the exception and then rethrows it. So the view model that calls this service function will have this error. So we'll handle that in the view model. So that's what the rethrows does. It catches it and rethrows it again, so that it can be handled in the upper levels of the application. So similarly, we will use this rethrow in these other places as well, and here as well, similarly here. So we are done with this auth service. Now here we will utilize this service to sign up a user, but for that we need the email and password value here with us. So we will need to create some variables for storing these values. So the values are going to be, let's get a string, and that will be email. Default value is going to be an empty string. Then we have the other that will be used for password. They are going to be empty strings. Then what we need to do is that when the value is entered here in the email text field, we want to get the value from this text field and update the email with that value that is entered in the text field. So for that we will create a method set email, and in this email it will take a string value, and whenever this method is called, this email will be updated with the new value that is provided in the method. Let's make these private so that it's not accessible outside the class. So it will become email, and whenever this value is updated, we would like to notify the listeners. Similarly, for password, we would also want to set a method that handles the password change, and this method will be called every time there is a change in this text field or this text field. So we will handle that. So it sets password, and let's change this variable to password. So we have these things handled here. Whenever we call this sign up, we will pass this email and password simply to this sign up. So let's add try catch block here to use the service. Here on the auth, we have this method which is the sign up. Use this sign up, we will take this email and this password from these variables that we have created in the stat, and it is the login view model. So we have our email and password. We can just use it to create a user, and let's log this for now. Sorry, we have used the wrong log. We use the mathematics log. So we will use this sign up method from the login screen to sign up a user, and what we put in these text fields will be assigned to these email and password variables using these methods, which is set email and set password. So let's go back to the login screen. We need to add this provider in this login screen. For that, we need here a change notifier provider. Wrap this widget in the change notifier provider. We don't have access to the provider. Let's import provider here. Import package provider, and we have this change notifier provider with us. We have parameter named create that is needed here. So return this login view model from it, and it takes auth service. You can see here it takes auth service. So let's create an auth service instance and pass it here. So now this login view model, which is the provider for this login screen, it is accessible down below this change notifier widget. And also wrap this scaffold in with the builder, and let's give this builder the value consumer. Consumer, it's the widget with the help of which you can listen to changes. Anything changes that occurs in the provider can be listened using this consumer. This consumer has a type of a login view model, because we are using it for the login view model that we have just created here, right? So it has type of login view model. Here within the builder, it takes three things: context, the model, and a widget. So here we use the word model, and then we leave it as blank. We don't need this parameter here. So this model is the login view model that we have just created, and using this model we can access the sign up function we have created here, right? So we will call this sign up from the login screen using this model, and whenever this sign up screen is called, it will call the sign up of the service, and whenever the sign up of the service is called, it interacts with the Firebase authentication to create a user. And then if any error is caught related to Firebase auth exception, so it's going to be cached here and returned to the view model, and we will handle it in the view model onwards. And if there's some other error like internet connection problem or other thing, is going to be cached here. So that's how the architecture of the app works. So now let's come here to the login screen. So we have this model here. So with the model, firstly we would like to update these values. Sorry, we have mistaken here. We have this sign up. We need a login method here because we are in the login view model, and here it will be login. Now it's good. In login we have this email and password. So let's move to a login, handle this login part. Here in the login screen, whenever there is text added to this text field, so this onChange is called. So let's test it out. I will log the value, which is p0. Let's change it to some proper name, which is value, and let's print this value. It is of type string. So it is the enter email, which is mean it is this one text field. So whenever I enter something here, this onChange method will be called and it will log the value that is added to a text field. So let me enter a, you can see a is being added here. If I enter another a, we have this method called again similarly like this. So this onChange is called whenever there's a change in the value of this text field. So if you look at the nature of this function, it's a function with void return type and it takes a string. So it gives a string, it takes a string argument and its own change. And if you look at the login view model where we created this set email function, it is again, it is a return type of dynamic. Let's make it void and it has a string value that it takes and then it updates the email value in the view model. And this is the value that we are entering here. So we need to use this set email in that place. So instead of this onChange, we can use that model function, which is the set email. And whenever there is a value change here, so this set email will be called and the value is going to be passed here. So when this value is passed here, so we update our email property in the view model as per this value and we notify the listeners. So this email gets updated whenever there is a change in this value. We would also like to log the email value after it is changed to see if it's working fine. So it's the email. So let's log this email. So if I change the value here, sorry, let's tap on the text field. If I change the value here, you can see email value has been changed. And if I go back, so this method is called again and again, and we have passed this method here in this text field, which is this enter email. So that's how we change the email value, and you can see all the state, which is the email password value, is in the login view model, and our screen is just a stateless widget. That's how we handle the state here. Similarly, for password, we need the password set password method here that we have created in the view model. So whenever there is a change in this text field, so this method will be called and it will update the password. We can log the password value, password, and then password. So all of our state is in the view model and we will handle everything here. So if I enter something in the password, you can see it is here and this method is called again and again. So we are taking values from these text fields, and whenever we tap on login, we need to call this method. Whenever this method is called, it will talk to the login method of the auth service, and it will use the Firebase auth package to login a user on the Firebase authentication. So let's get back to the login view model. We have the login method ready with us. So let's test it out. We don't have any user yet, but we can just test it out. It will return some error. And here we have this button for login, and here on pressed, whenever this button login is tapped, this on pressed is called. Let's test it out. Pressed. So let's tap this button to see if this is shown on the console or not. You can see we have this pressed here. So instead of printing this pressed, what we will do, we will use this model that to log in a user. So what this login will does, whenever we tap here, this login will be called, so which is this login, and it will take the email and password value that we set here, that has been set using these text fields. So this value will be taken and a user will be registered through this email and password text fields or these values. So that's how it's going to work. So we have set up a basic logging functionality here. You can put a sync and await here. Also you can add try catch block here. So let's add try and then catch, and we have try catch here. When we get the error or exception and the login fails, somehow we can show that exception using the snack bar. So we can create a util or extension that shows a snack bar on the screen. For that, let's get here. We will create some extension, create a new folder with the name extension. Also, we need to remove this E. In the extension, we will create widget extension dot dot. Here we will create an extension with the keyword extension. It will be context extension, that will be the name, and it will be created on top of build context. So what it will do, we will create a method which will be show snack bar, and it will take a property with the name text, and what it returns is that it will use scaffold messenger dot of context. Where is the context? Actually we are building extension on build context, so here the build context can be accessed using this keyword, and then we use the show snack bar. Here we need to pass a snack bar widget, and we pass the content to be text, and this text is passed here. So we will just add the text here. So we have created an extension on build context, and using a build context we can easily show a snack bar on the screen, and whatever text is passed to it, it can be shown on the snack bar. So let's test it out. When we come here on the login screen, we have this context from this build method, so we can use that context, and due to the extension that we have created, we now have access to dot show snack bar, and here we can pass the text of the exception. Each exception has its own text, so if you try to log in and something goes wrong and it fails, the exception will be returned by the Firebase or internet issues. So that exception will be handled and it will be shown in a snack bar, and the text of the exception will be shown as well. For instance, invalid email, please enter valid email, something like that. So that's how we handle the login functionality. So if I enter some values here, like email is going to be khan123@email.com, and this is the password, remove it, add something like khan1234. Let's tap on login to see what happens. I have tapped on the login and it says the supplied auth credential is malformed or has expired. So it basically the error, because it gives the error because we don't have any user registered. So that's why it gives the error that if you that the credentials that you have supplied is invalid or malformed. It means that it tried to find the user for which we provided the email and password, but the user wasn't there. That's why it showed the error. But we need this error to be shown on a snack bar. A snack bar didn't appear, so let's find out what went wrong. So we will go to the auth service, because auth service is the point where it gets in connection with the Firebase auth service. So from here, if we have error, we are retrying it, so there is no issue from here. Now we will go to the login view model to see if we have an error. Here we need to catch Firebase auth exception, and whenever it is catched, we would like to rethrow it to the screen. So the model will also rethrow it to the screen, and if there is something other error than Firebase auth exception, like internet connection error or something like that, there's going to be rethrown again. And on the screen here, I will also handle the Firebase auth exception, and whenever we have an exception from Firebase auth, it's going to be caught here, and the text of that exception will be shown in the snack bar. So let's try it out again. If I tap on login, you can see we have a snack bar showing that supplied credentials is malformed or expired. So we have added the login functionality here, but we don't have any users. So let's move towards registering users, and then we will come back to the login thing. So we have the sign up screen here, and from here let's write code for the sign up view model first. Here we will need the auth service as well, so we'll create this final auth, and it will be auth service, and we will inject the dependency here using the constructor, and it will take the auth service. And then we will also need to write this sign up async, and we also need some variables here for name. It will be private name, it will be assigned an empty string value. Similarly for email, password, and confirm password. Email, then password, it will be confirm password. So we will have these values, and we can set these values through similar kind of callback functions that are set email. Let's take it from the login view model. Here we have the set password and set email. We will use similar methods to extract value out of these sign up text fields. So let's move these methods to sign up as well. Let's import this login from .developer. For name and confirm password, we will also need to add other methods similar to these one. So it will be set name, or you can also keep it update name. So the name value is going to be updated here, and similarly for password, we can also copy it. It will be set confirm password. This is going to be confirm password, and here we will also change it to confirm password. Confirm password. Similarly, it will be name. The variable is going to be name as well. So these are the four methods to extract value from these text fields that is entered here and store it in these state variables in the view model. And down below all of them, we will use the same try catch, just like the login view model. From here, let's copy this method and paste it to be a bit quick. It will be sign up, and we will have the same Firebase auth exceptions. This will become sign up method of the service. Also, we have created this view model. Now we can utilize this view model in the sign up screen we have. So we have the similar thing. We will wrap this with the change notify provider widget from provider, and it will take the view model that has the name sign up view model. We have the create property that needs to be set, and it returns the sign up view model, and this is the auth service that we need to pass here. And this scaffold is going to be wrapped in with the builder widget that is a consumer that has a type of sign up view model, and then we have the model returned in this argument, and we can ignore this argument as the builder has context the view model and a widget. So we can use this model to access the sign up view model, and we can use the different methods to set name, email, etc. in that is entered in this text field. So we'll use this model to set name, and then similarly we will also use this model to set email. Similarly, password. What's wrong here? Sorry, we have added it to the hint text, so let's remove it and add it here. That will be model dot set password. In the end, we will also set the confirm password, so we can test these out. And as we have the log functionality here, we can enter some data and it will be printed to a screen. So enter a name like Khan. You can see we have this name and Khan value added to the variable of this view model. So we are updating the state here. Then we have the email, so let's enter email here. Is khan123@email.com, something like that, and you can see it's been updated here. For the password, I will keep password khan1234. You can see we have this password logged here. Then we have in the end confirm password, so let's add something here as well. So all of the 4 text fields are updating the state of our sign up view model, and we are sending events from the sign up screen, and these events and the state management is being handled on our sign up view model. This is separating this UI and the state of the UI. Then we have the sign up method that is going to be called whenever this button is tapped. So for that, we need to add the functionality here. Let's go to the login screen, and from login screen just copy these lines and paste it in the sign up not sign up view model, sign up screen. Here we will paste it, and let's make it async to allow await, and it will be model.signup. Import this thing, then the extension for show snake bar, and we are good to go with creating these things. But let's see if the model.signup has been set up properly. Yes, it's taking email and password from these fields, and they will be in turn passed into the service, and service will interact with Firebase Authentication to create a user. So let's create a user, as currently we are passing just these 2 values from these 2 text field, which is the email and password. We are not doing anything with the confirm password and the name text field. So the value taken from this text field will be set as an email for the registered user, and this will be set for the password for the registered user. So let's restart the app, and after the splash we will be seeing this sign up screen. Here pass an email to register, it will be 123@email.com, then set a password like khan1234, and if I tap on sign up, it should sign up the user. So let's tap on it to see if the user has been registered or not. You can see user created successfully. So if you look at our authentication service on Firebase, so let's refresh it, and we have a user registered here with the same email that we passed here on the sign up screen, and we have the password set as well. So that's how we create or register a user. We can log this user in. Now we have a user register. This is the user ID. Every user is assigned an ID. Whenever this user is created successfully, I would also like to show a snake bar for success as well, just like we have one here. So if this is performed, this instruction executed successfully, we would like to show a snake bar with the text user signed up successfully, and it will improve the user experience a bit. So let's create another user. If we try to duplicate a user, so it will give us an error. So let's tap on sign up, and it says the email address is already in use by another account. So that's how the exception handling works here, that we have handled here. So let's create another, we have changed the text here. Let's come to this text field, and I will just enter khan@email.com, and I will sign up a user. So let's see. Yes, user signed up successfully. We have created another user here. So let's reload it and you can see we have another user added here. So we have added the success scenario snack bar as well. Also, I would like to add it in the login part as well, which is this login. Whenever this instruction executes successfully, you would like to show that user logged in successfully. So that's what will be shown when the user logs in. And now let's go to the login screen, and here check if we are able to log in or not. So we have the khan@email.com that has been registered currently with the password khan1234, and let's try to log in to see. The user logged in successfully, and we have logged in the user. So we have handled the sign up and login functionality. After, in the next step, we will be handling navigation whenever a user is created. So he should be navigated to the main screen of the app. Similarly, when he logs in, he needs to be navigated to the home screen. Also, there is another scenario that once a user is logged in, so when he closes the app and returns to the app again, so he should be automatically logged in. So that's what we are going to be setting in the next step. Now let's handle the navigation part. So here, after user logged in successfully, it is shown on the UI. So we would like to navigate our user to the screen, which will be our home screen. So we have the home screen already with us. So use this constant, and similarly I would like it to be on the sign up screen as well. So go to the sign up screen, and here add it here as well. So whenever a user is logged in or sign up, he should be moved to the home screen. Let's test it. Tap on the login to see, and we have the pop-up as well as we have been navigated to the home screen. That's how we handle navigation after the authentication. Now let's restart the app. I would also like to handle the functionality that if a user is logged in or signed up, so he should be automatically moved to the home screen. If he even closes the app, it returns back. So for that to add, we need to create another screen here that will be a wrapper screen. So we have this wrapper. Inside we will have a wrapper dot, and here we will create a stateless widget that will be wrapper, and here we will return scaffold, or sorry, we can just return stream builder, and that stream builder takes a stream, its required parameter. We will pass a stream here that is from the Firebase auth package, and we have the instance then on auth state changes. That's a stream. If you hover your mouse, you can see it returns you the user, that when we register or log in a user, we are being returned the auth credential, and that auth credential contain this user. So it's the same user, and we have been given a stream, and we have the same Firebase auth package, and using its instance we can get access to this stream. As the name suggests, auth state changes. So whenever the auth state is changed, like you log in a user or you sign up a user, so the auth state is changed. So whenever there is a change in auth state, so this stream returns a value, and based on that value you can judge if a user is logged in or he is logged out, so you can handle the navigation accordingly. So we have this stream, and we also have a builder function here. So in this builder we can get the snapshot. So using this snapshot we can get the user value. So if the user value is returned null, it means that the user is logged out. If it's not returned null, which means the user is logged in. So based on this thing, we can either move to the home screen or login screen. So let's get this user value equals to a snapshot dot data. So it's nullable user. So we can put a check here. If user equals to null, it means that the user is not logged in. So we will show the login screen to user to login. Else if user in the else case the user will be logged in because it's not null. So in the else case we will return the home screen. And let's go to home screen. So the logic is simple. We have the splash screen. After the splash is over, we will move to the wrapper screen. And whenever this wrapper screen is built, it has a stream builder widget that takes a stream, and that stream monitors the auth state. So if the auth state returns a nullable user, and if that user is equal to null, it means that the user is currently logged out. So he should be navigated to a login screen. If not null, which means the user was previously logged in, so he will directly be moved to the home screen. So that's how the wrapper will work, and this stream is what returns us this user value. So with the help of this stream we can manage the navigation and auth state handling. So that's how we will handle it. So currently we have the user logged in. If we restart, we will be navigated to the login screen. So let's restart the app and check. So we are here at the sign up screen. Sorry, we haven't added this wrapper in the splash screen. In the splash screen we are moving to the sign up, so we should move to the wrapper, and this wrapper also needs to be added to the constants. Let's see, in the string we have the wrapper. Now to the route utils. So in the route utils we need to add a case here that will be for the wrapper. So whenever this name is received, we should move to the wrapper screen. So that's how it will work. So let's restart the app and it will navigate to the login screen. Because we were previously logged in, we attempted to log in twice or thrice, so that's why it came here. So let's add a button here for logout, or whenever this text is tapped, we should be logged out, and we would like to monitor how it changes. So if I have this home screen, let's navigate to the home screen, and here whenever this text is tapped, add an inkwell here on tab, and whenever this is tabbed we would like to log out. So we normally do it through the proper process. We use the view model, and then view model use the service, but for just for testing we can directly use the service, and we already created the logout method there. So let's call this logout whenever this text is tabbed, and let's see, whenever this is tabbed the user will be logged out. When the user is logged out, so the user will again come back, and this wrapper will be executed. When it's executed, and it will this time find that the user is equal to null, so it will go to the login screen. So with the logout this user becomes null, so it should come to the login screen now. Currently we are in the home screen. So let's tap on this home screen, and you can see we are back with the login screen, because whenever you log in, log out, or sign up, this stream returns a value of this user, which is this one. So whenever there is a change in the authentication state, login, sign up, or whatever, so this builder function will get called, and this user nullable will be returned, and based on this user value we either navigate to login or home screen. I hope it's clear now. So let's restart the app and see. We are now logged out, so it should bring us to the login screen, and let's provide an email here and then a password. And when I tap on login, so this user will again be sent here with a value of user. It won't be null. Currently it's null, that's why we are here to the login screen. So let's log in and see. You can see we are back to the home screen because the user was logged in, and this stream triggers a new value of the user. That's how it works. And back to the home screen, it should log out. Why isn't working? Let's restart. And the user was logged out, but it didn't navigate it. We need to find out the issue, but let's handle for the sign up part as well. When we come to the login screen, and this sign up is tapped, we move to the sign up screen. with this code. So from the sign up screen, when the person signs up, so we need to come, instead of going to home, we need to come back to the wrapper screen. It's because sorry, we don't need to come back to the wrapper screen. Instead, we should use the navigator.pop. The reason is that we have this wrapper, and inside the wrapper we just check the user value, and based on that we go to login or home screen. So if there is something that has happened on the sign up screen, so the user won't be navigated automatically to the home screen, because we don't have sign up screen here. We go to login, and from login we move to the sign up screen. So this wrapper doesn't have track of the sign up screen. So when we go to sign up screen from here, and when we sign up, so when the user is signed up, we will come back to this login screen in this way. Sign up a user, show this snack bar, then come back to the login screen. So when it returns back to the login screen, which is on the wrapper, which is here on the wrapper, so when it returns back to the login sheet, it means it returned to the wrapper. So if it returns to the wrapper will check this user value again, and it will be set to not equal to null this time, and it will return to the home screen. So that's how for the sign up it works. For login, it directly shows this login screen. So when we are on the login and we just use this login button, we are navigated to the home because this gets called. But when we are on sign up is not directly returned from here, but we goes to login, from login we go to sign up. So that's why we need to come back to the login after user is signed up. So when he signs up, we come back to the login, and login is on the wrapper. When login is on the wrapper, so this function is called again, and we go to home screen instead, because with the sign up the user is logged in as well. But to handle this navigation to home screen, we need to come back to the login screen in order to for this wrapper to execute and send the user to home screen. So let's handle the sign up part as well. So let's restart the app. When the wrapper is built, the user is logged out, so this login screen is shown. We move to this login screen. From here we move to the sign up screen using this. So let's go to the sign up screen, and we tap on this. Let's go to the sign up screen. We tap on this button, the user is registered, and we come back to login. So let's test it. If we use han1@email.com, then we have the password han1111. so if we sign up, so after the sign up is complete, we will come back to the login screen, and login will call the wrapper, and from wrapper we are here at the home screen, right? If we remove this navigator.pop and we try it again, let's log out, and if we try it again with han@email.com, and it is something random. So now if we sign up, so we will stuck at the sign up screen. The user will be created, user signed up successfully, but we are stuck at the sign up screen. It's because we didn't come back to the login screen, and that login screen is shown by the wrapper. So when we are not back to the wrapper, so this functionality won't work because we are still on the sign up. So that's why we use navigator.pop here. So whenever this navigator.pop calls, we actually returns to the wrapper screen, and that wrapper screen is representing this login, right? That's why we need the navigator.pop on the sign up screen. So let's restart it. So as the user is already logged in, it will move to the home screen. You can see, log it out, and now test sign up again with something random and test it again. Give it some random value, sign up, and after sign up, password should be at least 8 characters, increase it, sign up, and we go to the home screen. So that's why on the sign up screen we need a navigator.pop in order to return to this wrapper. So in order to for this functionality to work, you should always be on the wrapper. And for the login screen, it is not an issue because login is already on the wrapper. So hopefully you have got the point, and we have handled the login sign up functionality here. So now we just want to show a login indicator here. Also, since we have this wrapper, so whenever this app is closed and it is opened again, so the splash screen is shown. After that, it comes to the wrapper. So this stream checks if the user was previously logged in, and this user value is returned. So we have also handled navigation as well as keeping the user state. If he was previously logged in, so he will be considered as logged in whenever he comes to the app again. So that has been handled. Now we would like to handle the loading indicator whenever this button is tapped, because once it's tapped, it can be tapped again and it's going to be counted 2-time login. So for that, go to login screen, and here we created a base view model, if you remember. So here login screen, then we have the login view model, and we have this base model that has this state here, and based on this we will be showing the loader. So let's come back to the login view model. Whenever this login is called, we need to use the set state method that we created on the base view model, and we need to pass the view state value to loading, which means when the login begins, set a loader, and when the login is completed, you should end the loading. To end the loading, you need to add this value idle, right? Whenever we have an exception, so also we need to make this idle. The loading should be stopped. Similarly here, idle. So it will handle the loader here, and also we need to pass this view state, the loading value, to the button. So we will come back to the login screen. If you remember, we added a functionality in this button which was that loading, and whenever the model dot state is equal to view state dot loading, so it will be gone true to the button. So when it is passed true, it will be only true whenever the view state value is loading. So there will be a loader shown instead of this text. And if you remember, we set this functionality in the custom button. So whenever it's true, it will be showing this progress indicator. When it's false, it will be showing text. Whenever we tap, we set it to loading, and the loader shows. And when it's completed, the loading value is changed and it's stopped. So we have added it on the login screen. Similarly, would like to add it on the sign up screen as well. So here we have this loading, add it here, import this view state, and you can see where does that state that state came from in the model. If you go to the model, which is this sign up view model here, we haven't defined a state here, but this sign up view model extends base view model, and base view model has this getter state that gets us access to this view state value, right? And we are calling the set state from here. So whenever we inherit properties from this base view model, just like we have in the sign up view model, we have inherited from base view model, and from here we can access it on our screen, which is this value state. So now let's see if the loader shows or not. So also on the sign up view model, we need to create it here as well. Use the set state, and the view state is going to be loading. Similarly, it's going to be whenever they successfully sign in or array is thrown, so it will be changed to idle and idle here. So that's how it will work. So let's see now. Let's perform the login. It will be khan@email.com. And then we have the khan1234. Tap on login, and you can see we have this indicator showing, and we have been navigated. The loader shows that something work is in progress, and if you don't show the loader, so the person will think that the login hasn't worked, and if it took long time, he can tap on it again, and if he taps again, the person is logged in twice. Also, one other thing, let's come back to the login screen. Also, when our loading is in progress, we would like the button to be grayed out and it shouldn't be able to be tapped. So here we will pass null. In case we are in the loading state, this on press will be null and it will be grayed out, the button will be grayed out. Similarly, let's do it on the sign up screen as well. So let's go to the sign up, and here I will do the same. It's model. So let's log out again. We will need to check there's something wrong with this logout. And let's see now. Let's enter Khan123 or khan@gmail.com. Khan1234. When I log in, and you can see when you get out, you cannot tap it once when it's tapped once. And let's log out again. You see we are not getting navigated, but the user gets logged out. This needs to be found out, but let's handle the loading first. So the login loading is working. Now we need to register a user like Haris123 at, let's remove this, at email.com, and then the password will be Haris1234. And when I tap on sign up, so it should show the loading, and it is not able to be tapped, and our user will be registered and we are navigated to the home screen. So we are good to go with the functionality. Also, if I close the app, I would like to see that I am kept logged in or not. So if I swipe it up, let's remove it from here, and if the app has been closed, you can see we are exited. But if I tap it again, let's see if the user status persisted or not, he is still logged in or not. So let's tap on it and see. You can see we are here and we are logged in. We were logged in, and then we closed the app, and after the closing the app, when we opened it again, we were automatically logged in. And that's because of the wrapper functionality that we have set. So we are storing user session unless and until he is logged out, so he will be logged in regardless of the app, if it is closed or not. So we have covered the authentication here. We will add some other things like how we can add this data to the Firestore database as well, and we will be storing this name and confirm password functionality will also be handled to check if the password has been entered correctly for 2 attempts, and then after that is verified, we will be signing up a user, and we will also store the name value in the database with the email for the user. We will also take the user ID, so the user detail will be stored in the Firestore database. That's what we are going to be doing next, and after that our authentication is completed, and we will be moving to the chat functionality. Let's move on to storing the user details in Firestore. So let's run the app again with control function F5, and for Firestore, let's go to the Firebase. From build, we have this Firestore database. So here we can create a database in Cloud Firestore. Create database. You can select a location for your convenience. Let's select Mumbai here, and then tap on next. We will start in test mode and then create. And our database has been created. We can start a collection here like users, and next we can create a document. Let's generate an auto document ID, store a name like Khan, and save it. You can see we have created a collection in which we have a document for a user, and we have the user data. Just delete it, enter users and delete it. We will add it from the code. Let's get back to the app. Our app has been built again. Here we will need to create a service to interact with Firestore database. It's going to be the database service dot. Here let's create a class with the name database service, and it will have this final db or fire for Firestore. For that we will be using Firebase Firestore let's import the package. That will be package, and it will be cloud Firestore. And from here we have this Firebase Firestore, and we can get its instance just like we get for auth. Now let's add the method to save the user. So let's give the name save user. It will take a map, and it will be of type string, key, and dynamic body. We can call it user data, and we can make it async because we'll be performing async compression, and the return type will be future because it will wait for some time and then data will be returned, and it won't return anything because it's just saving the user. So let's make it void. Here let's say try catch block to make sure each exception is caught, and then it is rethrown to the view model, and it can be shown on the screen in the form of snack bar. Here we need to perform the asynchronous operation using this Firestore instance. Then we will use collection method to refer to the collection in which we will store the data. So if this collection exists, the current will be used. If it doesn't exist, so a new collection will be created, and then a document ID will be set that we will pass here. So we will pass this document ID from this map, and it has a key UID, which is user ID, and its value will be taken from this map that we pass here, and that value we set as the document ID. And then we will use the set method to set or store the data, and that will be this user data map. So this will get the job done and stores the user. And whenever it is executed properly, so we can print user saved successfully, and it will be shown on the console. So this is the method that will be used to save user. And if we come down here, we can also add one for loading the user data. So it will be future, and the user data that will be loaded in the form of a map, and this map will be, it will have string, key, and dynamic value, and we can make it nullable. Let's give the name load user, and we will pass the UID here. Using this UID that we have set here, we will pass this UID to this function, and we will figure out the document, and we will refer to that document using this UID, and we will get data from there. So make it async as well. Let's add the same try catch here, copy and paste it. Here we will change these methods. We will have the collection, so we refer to the collection in which we stored the data, then we refer to the document in which our user data is being stored. So we pass this UID of that user, and then we get that specific document data. Add a semicolon here. We will store this in a response variable, res, and if the response is not equals to null, which means the data has been fetched successfully. Here you can see we have this response as document snapshot, so it can be null, but this response contains the data which is in the form of map, so this map can be null. It will be in the case if the user doesn't exist. So if it's not equal to null, so we can print to the console that user loaded or fetched successfully. We can handle that. Let's make it y, and we can also return this data from here. Return res dot data, and it will return us the map that is nullable. But here if we have checked that it's not equal to null, then return it, so it will always be returned as non-nullable. So if here in the case this condition is failed, so we return a null value, and we will check on the view model if it's null, so we can show some error that the user doesn't exist, or a fetch error due to some other thing like internet connection, etc. So we have handled the load user function and save user as well here in the database service. We have managed to do the Firebase stuff. Now let's use it in our sign up first. We go to the sign up view model. Here we also inject a dependency known as database service that we just created. And let's call it DB. We will take this another positional argument as well, and we will use it whenever our authentication is complete, which means Firebase auth registers a user. So after that, we take the user details. Whenever a user is registered, he is assigned an ID. That's what we will be taking here. So let's get the response here for after the user is signed up. So we are returned the authentication user. So we have this user returned from Firebase auth. We have this user model, but we can also create a custom model for ourselves that we will use to store data in Firestore, because this user has limited properties and methods, and for our users data storage we might need some additional data. So to handle that, we need to create an other user model that we will use to store data in the Firestore. But Firebase authentication returns this user to you. So we will use this user to get the user ID with which we just store the data of the user. Here we have this UID or this UID. It is from the user that is returned from the Firebase authentication. So we will take this UID from that user and we will use it to create a document or another entity in our Firestore database for that user. So that user is uniquely identified. So we come back here to the sign up, and here why are we here in the sign up screen? Okay, here we need to now pass the database service as well, because we are using this sign up view model here and we have changed this database. If you go to sign up view model, we need to take this, so that's why we add it on the sign up screen as well. Now come to the part here. This sign up returns us this user, and if you remember, we have this auth service and we have this auth credential returned from this method that creates us a user. So from this auth credential we have taken this user, and this user model is returned by Firebase authentication. So we take this user model in the sign up view model. Here we have this here, we utilize it to get the ID of the user, that is UID, and we will use this UID, we will pass it to the Firestore to create a document with this UID value, and from there we can identify a user in the Firestore. So let's go to create a user model first that we will be storing in Firestore. So in the models, create user model dart. It will be a class with the name user model. It will have some properties. The first will be string nullable, and that will be UID. That will uniquely identify the user. Then the next one will be the name that we take during sign up. So let's log this out and go to sign up. So here we will take this name from here. Then we have the other property as email. We won't store the password in Firestore because this password is secured when it is in Firebase authentication. If you go to the Firebase here, you have this authentication tab with us, and here you can find the password because it is secured. You can just reset it or disable account, but you can't see the password. So if we store it in Firestore, we need to make sure to store it in some kind of hashed form or encrypted form, so that if someone gets access to the Firestore, so he is not able to take out the password. So to make it secure, we don't store it in the Firestore, and you just need to remember your password, and it is somewhere stored securely on Firebase authentication. So we won't store the password. One more thing that we just forgot about when designing the UI, we also need to add the user image here. So we will also store the path to user image that we will upload to the Firebase storage. So it will be image path or image URL. So we will also store it whenever we design image picking service here, and it will be handled in the end. Now here we need to create a constructor. I recommend we have an extension here which is dart data class generator. Dart data class generator. You can use this plugin. You can install it on VS Code, install it, and then you can just put your cursor here on the user model, and you can press command and dot on Mac, and similarly on Windows you can tap control and dot. Here it helps you create the constructor and these other methods that are really helpful. So make sure you install the extension, then from here we generate the constructor. You can see we have the constructor ready, and it has been created for us by the data class generator plugin. Similarly, we need this JSON serialization as well. I will tell you about JSON serialization, what it does. It gives you these methods, which is this toMap method. What it does, whenever you create an instance of this class and you call this toMap method, it converts this data which is in the form of class to a map that we can just upload to Firestore. So we will use this method to convert it to a map that we pass to the save user method. And similarly we have this factory method that gives us a user model, which is this class, from the map that is returned from the Firestore. When we load user data, it's in the form of map, and we pass this map here, and this map gives us the user model. We can use it using this function, right? And then we have JSON conversion as well, and from JSON to user model as well. So it's really handy. So make sure you install the extension, which you can find here in this tab. You can search for it, and you can search for that, and from here you can install it. I have it already installed, so it will make your life easy. One more important in this is JSON serialization. JSON serialization makes sure that there doesn't come any issue in conversion. You have this map name property that is returned from the Firestore. So to make it converted to this name, so this JSON serialization is really important, because if you handle it manually when you fetch the response or user data, so it causes lots of problems that you can experience. So this serialization serializes this map data directly to the class properties and creates you a class. So it makes sure that no error is being thrown, or the type conversion, which is the string, there might be some integer properties as well, boolean, etc., or other models. So it makes sure that everything is smooth and it doesn't give type conversion issue. So it's really important. So make sure to handle that. We have our user model ready now. So when this signup method is called, here this signup, so it passes this email and password to the signup method on the service, which is the auth service. So it creates us a user, and it returns us a user from the Firebase auth, which is this user from the Firebase authentication. So this user has some properties. Sorry, it will be res. This user is in the form of response, and you can delete this user. You can access its display name. You can access the email with which this user is registered. You can also check if the email is verified or not. You can do lots of things with that, but still this model doesn't store lots of data that we might need, right? For instance, we would like to take the user's address, we would like to store it. If we would like to store it, we can store it in this user, because it's a model that has been provided by Firebase Authentication. So we would like to create a new model that we just created, and we would rather store the data in the model that we created, because that model is flexible and we can almost store anything in that. So if we can add as many fields as we want. So it's a customizable user model that better fits our requirements. So that's how we won't use this one, but we will use the one that we created. So to use that, once our user is signed up, we would like to store that user data in the Firestore database. Here, whenever a user is created here, we would like to store the user data here in the Firestore, and that data contains the name and email, etc., as well as the image path and user ID. Here a collection will be created, just like we created earlier with the name users, and then a document will be created that will store the user data. So after authentication is done, we would like to store that user data here, so that it can be accessed, and that will be flexible. We can add as many fields as we want, just like we can add image path, etc., and other things as well, like address. So once the user is signed up and we are returned this user, we can have access to the user UID from Firebase Auth, and that's the user ID that we will store in the Firestore, and it will uniquely identify that specific user data. So for that, after we have this response returned, what we can do, we just created this user model, right? So let's instantiate it and create a user with the name user model. Here we need to pass the different parameters, which are UID. So where does this UID comes from? It's the unique identifier, and whenever we register or sign up a user, we are returned this user object. This user contains the unique user ID, so we will use the unique user ID from this user that has been returned, right? So if our this sign up is successful, so it won't be null, and it's a nullable user. We can also put a check here if this user or sorry res equals to not equals to null. If it's not null, which means the user registered successfully, we can just create this user model, and here we have passed this UID from this user returned from Firebase Authentication. Also we need to put this name, and it will be taken from the name that we just created here, and it's the value that is passed here in the enter name, so it will be taken from here. Similarly, email will be taken just like we have taken it above, and sorry, I forgot to specify the property name. Now it will be email. We have the image path, we can keep it null for now. When we add the image picking functionality here, then we can add it as well. So a user model will be created once we are sure that the user is not equal to null and our user has been registered or signed up successfully. Now we can use the DB service that we just created here, and we can save the user. When we call this save user, it's an asynchronous method, so we will use await. And here we need to pass, if you remember, we need to pass a map that has string and dynamic. Here is what here we will use the JSON serialization, and from here we created this user model. If you remember, here we have this toMap function. It takes the properties of this class and converts it to a map and returns that map. So what we will do, we will go to sign up, and here we have created that user instance here. So we will use this user, and we will call this toMap method to convert it to a map, right? And whenever we pass this map to save user, so UID property is taken from this user data to create a document in the users collection, and then the user data is stored in this document, right? So let's execute it now. We have set the storing of user functionality in our sign up process. So go to sign up view model to check if everything is okay. You can see we have created this user model that is a custom user model, and we are passing it to a saved user. Whenever this is complete, we are going to make set state to idle, and the loading will be gone. User will be saved in the Firestore as well. So let's execute the sign up process again. Let's restart it, and on the sign up screen we don't need to add any changes because we are calling this model.signup, so it's handling this DB user. When everything is complete, user is registered, then the data is stored in Firestore, so then only this method will be completed, so we don't need to change anything on the sign up screen. So let's go to sign up now. Here give a name that will be John Doe. Then we create an email, john@email.com, then a password that will be john123. We are not using this confirm for now, so you can leave it. The password must be at least 8 characters. So now let's step on the sign up to see what happens. Sign up. User created successfully on Firebase Auth, and user saved successfully as well. So now let's navigate to the Firestore. Let's refresh it and see if the user is stored. And you can see a user collection has been created, and here with the user ID received from Firebase Authentication, we have created a user document, and it stores the UID here, and also the document ID is here. Then we have the email that we just entered. We have the name, and image is set to null because we haven't set it yet. So we have successfully stored a user after the user has been registered successfully on the Firebase Authentication. So we also registered the user, you can see john@email.com. Then we also stored the data on Firestore Database. So we are successful with our storing of data after a user is signed up. So now we can fetch this data and use it in our app anytime. And we now have a more custom user data stored with us on Firestore. So our sign up is complete here. Now whenever we log in, we can fetch the data of that user. That's what we will be looking at in the next step. So let's proceed with fetching user data now. We will go to the home screen, and here we will create a new file with the name home view model dot. And in this view model we will handle fetching of user data. So give it name home view model. It extends the base view model, and when this view model is called, here we would like to fetch user data, and here we will use the service to fetch data. So for that we need the service final db equals to database service. Use this service, and then we have this fetch data that we will call here. Take this db from this dot, let's remove this, and now use this dot underscore db. db's final, oh, we gave it a value. We don't need to give it a value here. We will inject it as dependency. So let's create it, and now it's good. We will create this fetch user data method below. So use the same name to create a method, fetch user data, and we will pass what is called the UID here. So we will pass the UID here, and we will fetch the user data from here. We can use this db not load user. We need to pass the UID, and this load user will return us the map. We can then transform this map to our user model, create a final response variable, and we will await, because it is an asynchronous operation, it takes time. db, we need to pass this UID here, so it will be string UID, and whenever this user model is this map of user data is returned, we can transform it to user model. So create a user model with the name user or current user, and we can use the method user model dot from map. If you remember, we had this method that takes a map and returns a user model object from that map, from JSON serialization. So we can use this response, which is a map, and if it's not equal to null, we can check it, res not equals to null. So we would like to use this current user variable to store a user model, and that will have the data that is returned from Firebase. But I would like to make it accessible from the view model, so I will create a user nullable here, and it will be current user, it is nullable. So here we will, instead of this user model, we will pass this value to this user model, right? It's a user a value of type user model can be assigned to another value. Sorry, we have mistaken here, it will be user model, and now it's good. And we also need to give it access outside, so for that we can create a getter. So user model nullable get, the name will be current user, and it will return current user. So we need to pass this string UID here. So let's take it in the constructor. It will be string string UID, and this UID will be passed here, and that UID will be used to fetch that specific user data, and we are passing it here. So we will be return data, and this current user model will be created from the data that is being fetched from the Firestore. So let's go to the home screen. Here I will create this view model. So for that, wrap it in the chain notifier provider and use the create method to return home view model. Here we pass the database service, and here we need to pass the UID. So this UID will come from the login screen. So whenever we move to this home screen, we can pass this UID here. So let's move to the wrapper, and here inside this home screen widget, when we instantiate it, we can pass it here. It will be final variable string UID, and we will take it as an argument UID. And now here in the wrapper we need to pass this UID, and that will be, we have this user that is the Firebase auth user, not our custom model. So this user has this UID, so we will use this user to take the UID. Let's remove this constant, and now whenever this home screen is navigated, which means user is logged in, and whenever user is logged in, we have this user not equal to null. So we have this UID parameter from here, we pass it to the home screen, and when we pass it to the home screen, we pass it here to the home view model when we instantiate it, and it gives us the user data based on this UID. Also, let's wrap it in the builder. That is going to be consumer. It will be of type home view model. Here we need to provide the model and then this widget. So this model is the home view model. So what I would like to do, instead of this logout thing, I would like to show this a user model in the center of the screen, which means that all the user data that is being fetched and stored in the user model, our custom user model, is to be shown here. For that, we can do one handy thing. If you go to the user model, here we have this class. If we hover on the, we put the cursor on user model and we press command dot, here we have generate to string. So we have a method named toString being generated that just logs the or prints the user model data to the console in this format that is being provided. So it's very handy to print something here, or also we instead of printing it to the console, it can also display it here because it returns you a string. So as the name indicates, toString, it converts this user model data to string in this format. So that's what we will use to show the data here instead of home screen. So I will return back to the home screen, and here home screen I would like to fetch the user data. Let's remove this const. We will use the model dot, we have this current user, and we will use the toString method to show the data that is being stored in the current user, and that data has been fetched from the Firestore database. It will be for the user that we have just created. So now it's one thing we can add here is that we will show a circular progress indicator in case the user data is not being fetched. So if the current user equals to null, which means the data hasn't been fetched yet, so we can show a circular progress indicator, or we can also do it the proper way, which is the state. If our view state is loading, so we need to show the circular progress indicator in the center, but if it's not loading, we need to show the data that has been fetched from Firestore. To handle that, we need to go here to the view model, and here whenever this fetch user data is called, we can use the set state, and here pass the view state, set it to loading. Whenever the data is being fetched, we can call this set state and make it view state dot idle. So once this screen, a home screen is built, so in the start this home view model constructor is called. Whenever this is called, this fetch user data is called, and it's called, so the first thing is that is executed, that state view state is set to loading, so a loader will show on the screen. When the user data is fetched and the model is being created, so this data, this view state will become idle, and we will be shown this home screen with the text that is here, and this text shows the user data that has been fetched. So now let's restart the app. We have some issue here. Oh, we need to pass this UID here, and we will take it from the arguments. We have a field or property here which is argument args, and it is from the setting dot arguments. So for this home screen, the arguments that will be passed to root setting will be this UID, so we can make it a string. So whenever we pass some data to a screen, so this arguments property is set to the route setting. Like we navigate to the home screen, so this route setting is passed this arguments value, just like we set the UID, so it is passed in the arguments. So arguments is an object, so we can use this object and we can make it to string, because the UID is in the form of string and we need a string here, so you can typecast it to string and pass it in the UID. You can see it has been done automatically, but let's restart it to see the behavior, and you will find out the user is logged in and the data of the user has been fetched. It is John Doe, email, image null, and UID, etc. So that's how we fetch user data. So the user data fetching has been handled as well. Now we would like to create a provider, a universal provider that can be accessed from anywhere, and it will hold the user data. We can just fetch data in every user model. So in order to avoid this thing, what we will do, we will create a provider or a view model. So that view model will be wrapping the whole application, which means it will be universal, it won't dispose of, and it can be used anytime in the app. So once the user is logged in, that data will be fetched in that universal provider, and whenever we need it, we can use it in any screen without handling it in the specific view model. So we will have a separate view model for that, and that separate view model can be used in any screen. We don't need to add this functionality in every view model to fetch user data on every screen. So that's what we are going to be handling in the next step. So let's move on to creating that universal user provider that will give us user data in almost any screen that we want. So it will be available every time. So for that, let's create a provider, and it will be in the screens. And here I will create a new folder with the name other. Here let's create a file with the name user provider dot. So here create a class user provider that extends a base view model, or we can use just a chain notifier provider because we won't be handling the loading here. So make it chain notifier, sorry, not provider, it will be chain notifier. And let's remove this provider from here. Here we will be using a method which will be load user, and in this method we will handle all the fetching of data. For that we need the database service with us, so create a final variable and give it a name underscore db. We will take, when we instantiate this provider, it will be database service. Sorry, here I need to take this value, so it will be underscore db. Now add a semicolon here, and then we have the load user. Here we will use await, and we will use db to load user data. We will also take string. We have the UID that we will pass here instead. which will be the load user. That will be the UID of that user whose data needs to be fetched. So it will give us the map data, or we can call it user data. It will be in the form of map. We need to convert it to a user model. So let's create a user model here. That will be user model nullable. It will be current user, and we need to provide a getter to access this user model. It will be get and current user, or just we can give the name user. It will give us access to this current user in this universal provider, and whenever we receive this user data, it can be null if user data not equals to null. Then we need to convert it to the user model. So we can do that using this current user, and then we can use the constructor, which is the model user model from map, and here we pass the user data. So after that, we will notify the listeners that the user data has been fetched, so that if there is any loading indicator or anything during fetching, so the view or screen is updated that the user data has been fetched. So we will call this load user method whenever the user is logged in, and we will get the user data using this getter. So once this getter is not equal to null, so we will have access to this data that we are fetching using this load user. We pass the UID here. So that's the universal provider that we will use throughout the app. The other are very specific, just like we have the login screen. So we have defined a chain notifier provider here. So this login view model can only be used on this login screen, and any child of this chain notifier provider can have access to it. But above it or in the other screens, this login view model can't be used because this chain notifier provider is above this login widget. So if we instantiate this chain notifier provider, so any widgets that occur or that are built below this widget in the widget tree, only they can access it, not those that are on the same level. Like you have two screens, one is the login screen and one is the sign up screen, so they are on the same level. But here we have the scaffold widget. This is beneath or below this chain notify provider, so this scaffold can access it, but the sign up can't, because sign up is on the same level with this widget. So whenever we want to access a provider somewhere, so we need to instantiate this chain notify provider above that widget in order to access that provider in the widget. So since it is a universal provider, so we will be going to the main, and in the main we will be accessing it here on top of material app, because we may need it anywhere in the app. So we will define or instantiate that widget, which is the change notifier provider, above all of the widgets. It is the base widget and it's the top of the widget tree. So if we define the universal user provider here, so it will be accessible to the whole app. So that's why I have created it here. So for performance, actually we need this almost anywhere in the app. Like we have the chat list screen, we need it on the chat list screen, we also need it on the chat screen, and there can be some other scenarios and other screens where you will need this data, because user data is something that you need on almost every screen. So that's why it has been kept universal. But for the other login screen and sign up screen, so they have been defined above their specific screens, because they are designed for these specific screens. So so whenever the screen is removed and we are navigated to another screen, so this view model is disposed of in order to boost performance and free up the space or any resources it has taken. So that's why we define screen specific on top of the screen, so that it is only accessible in the screen, and we define such kind of universal providers on top of the app. that we have just done here, this user provider. Also, if you need some provider whose state is going to be shared across two screens, so for instance we have this splash screen, or then we have this wrapper screen. So if we need a provider that needs to be accessed in both the login screen and home screen, so we can add it here in the wrapper screen, so that it is accessible in these child widgets. So that's how it works. If you need to make it accessible from two screens, so you define it on top of these two screens, right? So we have this wrapper on top of the other screen, so we can define it on the wrapper as well in order to make it accessible. Or if we have this home screen, in the home screen we have two sub screens, right? We have something like the bottom navigation bar, where one button brings you to one screen and the other button brings you to the other screen. So we have these two screens. In order to make it accessible across these two screens, so you can define it on top of this home screen, which is here. So that's how you define providers. You define it on top of the widget in which you want to access it. So that's how we handle it. Now from the home screen, I would like to remove this UID thing because we won't be taking it here. Now we have the universal provider as, so let's remove this UID thing from here. Also in the home view model, we don't need to fetch this data here now, and let's remove these lines as well. Also here in the home screen, we don't need it. Sorry, we are in the database service. We need to be on the home view model. Here everything is good. We need to just remove this thing now. Remove the import as well. Here in the wrapper we have also passed this UID, so just remove it. One more place, which is the route details, where we use the arguments to pass this UID to the home screen. So we have cleared it now. So let's comment it for time being and restart our app. So if we go to the home screen, it will be showing null because we are not fetching the data. So that's how it works. And now we would like to use this user data provider. So here we are in the wrapper. In the wrapper we can access the provider. So let's access the provider or user provider, and we can use the provider dot of context. Here with the of, we can pass the type. We would like to access user provider. So we have this provider here with us, and now whenever we have this snapshot of data received and this user is not equal to null, user is not equal to null means that the user is logged in. So whenever it is confirmed that the user is logged in, we need to fetch the user data. To fetch the user data, we have this method which is the load user. It gives us the data, and this field is updated. So whenever it is updated, we can have access to it anywhere in the app. So go to wrapper, and wrapper we need to call this method in order to fetch data. So we are going to be calling it whenever our user is logged in and he is moved to the home screen. So here we can use this user provider, and then we can load user. We need to pass this user UID. That's what we get from this user. So what this will does, it will start the process of loading the user. At the meantime, we will navigate to the home screen, right? So we can access this provider and we can access the current user value. So if the user value is being fetched, so we will be showing the user data here. If it's not being fetched, then we will be just showing a loading indicator. So here we will show this. We also need the data for here. We need the user data as well. So for that, we will use the user provider to access the user data. That will be pass the context here. and here we will be getting the user provider since it's defined at the top of the tree. So here if our user provider and the state of the user the user it's equal to null, so we will be showing the loading indicator, and if it's not equal to null we need to show this user that we won't get from the current user now. Instead we will get it from the user provider, and then we have the user. So let's restart our app and see. And you can see we have the user data fetched successfully, and we have an issue here. It's been called again and again. User fetched successfully. Let's find out why it's occurring again and again. We have the main where we have defined this thing, then we have the wrapper where we have this load user method, and it's been called again and again. What could be the potential reason? Let's go to load user data is fetched. It notifies the user, and here in the wrapper, what if we put this listen to false, and let's see start our app to see. Our user fetched successfully, and you can see it's not been loading again and again. Actually we put this we didn't put this listen to false. When you put this listen property to false, it means that this screen won't listen to any changes that occur in this provider, so it will just call this load user and fetch the user data. But we didn't provide anything, so the listen was going true by default. When it was going true, so whenever this method was called, which was this load user, so after the user was fetched, this notify listener was called. When it was called, and the wrapper is listening to it because the listen was true at that time, so it was listening to it, and whenever the notify listener was called, this wrapper screen was building again and again, and this load user was being called again and again. And due to this notify listener, the wrapper was being built again and again, due to which the data was being fetched again and again and again. So now since the listen has been set to false, it will be just the data will be loaded just once, and the notify listener won't be listened here because it's false, and the user data has been fetched. We have been navigated to the home screen. So you can see our data is here with us. Now using this provider, we can access the user data in any of the screens. So this is the user data service that we have just created. Let's remove this redundant things. We don't need this here, and we are now good to go to proceed with the chat functionality. Go to the home screen. So we have covered all about setting up the project, adding dependencies, and then designing the authentication screens. After that we moved on to adding the real functionality for Firebase authentication, so we can now sign in and sign up with Firebase authentication. Also we have stored the data in Firestore. After that we fetch the data, and we also whenever we log in, we fetch the data and store it in a universal provider, and that universal provider is accessible everywhere in the app, and with the help of that we can access that data anywhere in our chat application. And now our authentication setup has been done. Now we can just focus on the chat thing, and we will start building the chat list screen in the next step. In this step, we will be building the chat design, and here we have, if you look at the screen, we have a bottom navigation bar here, and then we have this screen which is the chat screen, and here we can see a list of users showing here and a search here as well. Then when we tap on a widget, we move to this chat room or chat screen where we can exchange text. So to build that, we need some logos from here. So I will pick this logo. Sorry, it's not. I need to pick it as a one body. So if I export it here, let's export it on 2x. for better quality, and export it here as chats icon. These are icons, so give it conventional names. Also we have this profile, so export it as well. Export it in 2x and tap on export. Here we will call it profile icon .png. Save it. Similarly, we have this screen as well, which I myself don't know what is it used for. Let's call it other, because we have picked this random design. So let's pick this thing and export. Let's set it to x and export. It's the home icon. Let's call it home and save it. Now we will create this navigation bar firstly, and then we will be building the screen. So to build navigation bar, here we will come to the screens. Here a home, or we can call it navigation. Create a folder with the bottom navigation, and this navigation contains these chats and screens, other screens. So here let's create a file named bottom navigation screen dot dart. We have the screen ready, so create a stateless widget with the name bottom navigation screen, and it will return a scaffold with a bottom navigation bar. Let's just create a bottom navigation bar widget bar. Bottom navigation, what it accepts is it accepts a widget, so it will be bottom navigation bar theme item dot new. Let's use this one. Let's remove this const. What's wrong with named parameter items is required, so we need items here. So this is the widget that we use. In the item we provide bottom navigation bar item. Here we provide the icon. It is a widget, so we can use image.asset, and then we can pick those icons. So this will be our navigation bar. We will be using 3 items just like we have here. So here we need to get the paths to to those assets, which are these icons. So we will move to strings, and here let's create an other section for icons, where we will be storing paths to these icons. So the first will be chats icon, and it will be storing assets slash, it will be chats icon .png. So let's verify it. We have the chats icon .png. Similarly, we will be also getting these 2 more icons. One will be home icon, and we will call it home icon .png, followed by this profile icon as well. So change it to profile, and let's give it the name profile icon. So we have these paths stored here. We also need this search icon here, so we will also export it from here. Let's export it as 2x, and we will check to see if it fits. So search, it will be search icon. We will also store path to search icon as well. Make it search icon. Also replace the profile with search, and we have stored the assets to these icons. That's all. Also, let's add these icons so that we don't need to add it again and again. These can be added from the native icons as well that are provided with the material library by default in Flutter. So let's close these strings, and now we can use these as assets here. So I can use icons, it was chats icon. So I can show it on the bottom navigation bar screen, but let's get to bottom navigation bar screen first. We are here on the home, so we won't be going to the home whenever our user is logged in. Instead, we will be going to the bottom navigation bar screen, navigation screen. So if we restart our app to see, and here we have some issue. It says items.length not greater than or equal to 3. It's not true. So let's go to bottom navigation screen. Here let's create these items, bottom navigation bar items. Okay, and we need to pass some labels here. So give it a label. The first one will be home, the other is going to be, by the way, do we have labels here? We don't have labels here, so let's give these as empty labels. And you can see we have our bottom navigation bar created, but you can see the size is double that has been designed here, because we have exported it into X. So we will adjust the size here. Let's give it a height of 10 and a width of 10 to see. Oh, it became really small. So adjust it, make it 50-50, and see how it looks. It's bigger than expected. I think 35 will be good. 35. Let's get the sizing from here as well as 28x28. I think 35 looks good here. And similarly, we'll also change these icons. Let's change this from chat icon to home icon. And here it will be chat icon. The second will be profile icon. Also update the sizing here as well. Similarly for profile icon. And we have set our bottom navigation bar. Here they've also applied this around corners. We will also do that. So here in the bottom navigation bar we will have something like shape, or we need to find that property. So go to bottom navigation bar. Here we have this on tab, fixed color, icon size. We need to find something that can help us change the shape of this bottom navigation bar. So let's search it on the web. Rounded, go to Google. Here I will search for rounded corners for navigation bar, for navigation bar in Flutter. So let's do a bit of web surfing as well. So we have the Stack Overflow. So if here we can add these things. We have the decoration property, but it's what that has been added on top of this bottom navigation bar. So we have this clip rect that makes a thing rounded rectangular, because you can see it is a rectangle, but here corners are rounded. So for this we use clip rect, which is clip rounded rectangular. We can wrap it in the widget, which will be clip rounded rectangular. You can see it takes widget, so we can add it here. Then we need to add this border radius, and if you see here, we can specify only top left and top right to give this spacing. So let's just copy it from here and paste it here to see how does it looks. So it has been applied, but since we have the background white as well, so let's make it something like, let's make it gray to see. You can see the border radius has been applied to the bottom navigation bar, just like here. And we can also add some elevation to the bottom navigation bar so that it is shaded, so that these borders are shaded and it is the distinction is clear. So let's remove this gray, instead add an elevation. Let's see what's the default elevation here. Do we have a value here? No. Yes, the default is 8, so 8 is not enough. Let's make it 10. Let's make it grayish. So we will add this elevation. Let's increase it to 15 or 20. So do you feel any elevation here? So the elevation hasn't properly applied because we have applied this clip rect widget on top of bottom navigation bar. So that might be the issue. So for that we can add this container that will add some shadow on this clip rect widget. So for that, just copy this container, add it here, clip rect. We also need to add this extra this extra bracket here. But what's wrong here? Too many positional arguments. Okay, here we need to add child for the container. Now you can see we have a container. Let's go from bottom. We have bottom navigation bar that contains the bottom navigation bar items. Then we have a clip rect that makes it rounded rectangular, right? And since we have applied this clip rect on top of this bottom navigation bar, so this elevation is not working for us. Elevation gives a bit of shadow or elevation to these corners or borders, right? But it gives elevation to the bottom navigation bar borders. But we have added rounded rect, so the elevation added here doesn't apply to this top widget. So for that we have added a container on top of this rounded rectangular, and here we are setting the decoration, we are setting the border radius exactly to the same, and then we are giving it some shadow which appears here. You can see we have this shadow here. So that's what we are using. You have this blur radius set to 10, spread radius 0. You can set the shadows from this box shadow property of the container that's in the box decoration. And we have also set the radius again in the container, because container is a wrapper of this clip or rect. So if we don't use this border, let's comment it, you won't see these borders here, or you can see the shadow has been expanded because the container doesn't have this uh, rounded corner. So we also need to make it rounded so that you can see it is exactly aligned with this clip rounded rect. So we have our bottom navigation ready. We need to add a bit of functionality here. You can see we have it here. And one other thing we can do here is that, let's see if we can add a bit of padding to the top. So we have these properties here. Let's search for it. Spacing, to give spacing, what does it takes? Item is bottom navigation bar items. Do we have any spacing here? Not. So let's search on the web how to give spacing. uh, how to give spacing to a navigation bar top in Flutter. So let's see what it says down here. By default, if there are more than 3 items, the type changes to floating. You can force it to use. I think we are here in the wrong place. It's not the spacing from the top. We can write something like how to give padding to bottom navigation bar in Flutter. So how to add margin folding? So let's check it. I think we can use, yes, we have this container that we can use to give spacing here. So let's come down here and look at the answer. We have the navigation bar item. Okay, all right, we can give the spacing from here, from navigation bar item. What if I grab this with a container, with a container, and I give it some padding here, that will be edge. Or we can also use just padding rather than using the expensive container widget. Here if I specify some padding, that will be it. And sets, what's wrong, yes, we have found it, edge and sets dot only, and from top we need a bit of padding, so let's give 10.h here. We need to import Flutter screen utils package and screen utils. So we have applied some padding here. Let's see what happens. You can see a bit of padding has been applied to this widget, but did it increase the size of the what do you say, the size of the bottom navigation bar? Let's remove this widget and see. Yes, it's increasing the size of this navigation bar. So let's give it this padding to top and add it in the other items as well. Let's wrap it in the padding widget with the padding set to this one, which will be 10.h. Similarly, wrap it widget padding and then add the padding value. So we have created this bottom navigation bar. So it's iOS, we have this spacing default given to this bottom navigation bar. So now we have the bottom navigation bar, and you can see we can tap these buttons. So whenever this button is tapped, we would like to navigate to different screens. And here we have this chat screen selected, that will be shown whenever this is tapped. So we need to add this bottom navigation functionality. Remove these colors. So here in the body we will have a list of screens to show. It will be list of widget, that will be screens, and these will be the chats screen or chats list screen that we will create, that will show the entire list here. So we need to create that first. In the bottom navigation we have some other screens. One will be chats list, create that screen, chats list screen dot. We need to correct this name. Let's create a stateless widget with the name list screen, chats list screen. And we need to provide, here we have a placeholder here, that just a cross here. So for time being the placeholder will work, and we have the stateless screen imported here. We need to have 3 screens here, and these are the screens. For timing, all of them are the chat screen. So here in the body we will be providing these screens, and we also need to give an index here. So that's what we will be changing whenever this is tabbed. So index will be changed. Similarly, when this is tabbed, index will be changed. So for this we will need to create a method here in the bottom navigation bar. So if we come down here to bottom navigation bar, we must have a method here which is this on tab, and it gives us the index of the icon that is tabbed. It is, I think, 0, this 1 and 2. So these are returned this in this method. So whenever we have this on tab, we need to change the index, so that when the index of this I that we have specified here is changed, so we will be navigated to other screen. So for that we can create a stateful widget, convert it to stateful, and let's store these screens here. Make static in final and you can store these screens here. Let's make it private. We'll be using these screens. It's static and final, but we need to provide an index here, so let's provide an index 0. What's wrong here? Why we can't access the screens? We have the same screens here. Undefined name screens, try correcting the name. It has been defined in the stateful widget, so it will be accessible using the widget property, and it's going to be screens. What's wrong? We still can't get the static. It can access to an instance. Try using the class. Okay, so let's use this class, which is the bottom navigation screen, and with this we can access the screens, and we can provide an index. So when we provide 0, so this first screen is built, and if you remember, we are showing a placeholder on this chats list screen. So this placeholder is shown here. So what we will do, whenever an icon is tapped here, so we are returned that index of the icon that is being tapped in this value parameter, and we can update this index which has been hard coded here, which is 0. So let's create an index in the state. It will be integer, that will be index. By default keep it 1, because we will be coming to this first, which is the second icon. We would like to select this second icon by default whenever this screen is shown. So let's make this index 1 by default, and we will be using this index value. So whenever this bottom navigation screen is built, the index will be 1, and the screen with this icon will be shown, which is the chats list screen, right? So now where we need to write an onTap method. So what does it takes? OnTap method, we can create a method here which is OnTap. It will take an integer index. Let's call it current index, and we need to update the state whenever this OnTap is pressed. This OnTap can be found. Let's change this index to current index, which will be this one, right? We are writing this OnTap method for the one we need here in the bottom navigation bar, which is this OnTap. It returns void, and you can see it's a function, and it takes this integer argument. So we need to write it in your own way. So we will create an OnTap method here. It takes an index, and this is the index that is returned whenever you tap on this. So we will be returned the value of the index 0, because it's the first. When we tap on this one, so the index will be returned 1, right? Every icon is assigned an index. It's 0, it's 1, and it's 2. So the item that is tapped, so index for that item will be given us to here on tab. So we will update the current index value to this index value. So what we will do, make the current index value set to the index that is returned from the tab on tab, and call set state to update the stat. Let the screens know that stat has been updated. It's giving an issue because it shouldn't be final, and we have this set state here. Down here we need to provide this on tab, right? So whenever navigation bar item is tapped, so this OnTap method gets called, and we receive an index here. This is the index whose icon has been tapped. So we want to update the screen, so we will change this current index value to this index whose icon has been tapped. We will call set state to let the widget or screen know that the index has been updated. So when this current index will be updated, so we will be showing a different screen from this list based on the index. If it's 1, for the first time it will be showing this icon, but if we tap on this icon, so this method will be called, and index 0 will be passed here. So we will set this current index value to 0 instead of 1, and we'll call set state to update the UI. So when set state is called, this widget is notified that this current index value has been changed to 0. So when it is changed to 0, we go to the screens, and here in the screens this 0 value widget will be built here. So that's how the screen and the UI changes. Instead of chat screen, we can just show something like we can show some widget like show text here that says home screen in order to check the functionality. Similarly, instead of this second chat screen, here we will write profile screen in order to differentiate that. If I restart my app now, so I can test the functionality of bottom navigation bar. So here by default we are on the current index, which is 1, so it's showing us this screen, right? So if I tap on this one, it has been changed to home screen. You can see here we have the home screen. Let's make it in the center, wrap it center. Similarly this one as well. It hasn't been moved to the center. Here must be something wrong, so we will need to handle that. But just to show you that we can see the screens here, I think we need to restart the app because this is set whenever this class is defined. So if I move to this one, you can see it's in the center. So you can see we have the home screen, and if I tap on this one, you can see profile screen, and if I'm back, so the chats list screen is shown. So that's all is happening because of this current index. So this method updates the index, which is this current index, with the value that is returned in this function, and this index is the function is the index of the icon that is being tapped. And similarly we get call set state to update the UI, and from these screens that are above here, the next screen or the fresh screen is being fetched and built on the body, because it is being built with the new index. So we every time we get a new screen when we tap on the other icons. So that's how we build a navigation screen. We can also it's static, we can also define it somewhere here, that's not an issue. So our bottom navigation bar functionality has been set. Now we need to move on to this chat list screen. Before moving to the chat list screen, we can do some optimizations here. We can make the code readable, and also we need to write clean code. So we have handled it through this stateful widget, but the best approach is that we create a provider for it so that the code is readable and state management is properly handled. So here create a new file. Sorry, it won't be in the chat list, it will be in the what's wrong, select this bottom nav bar, and here create a bottom navigation view model in which we will store the state so that it's properly handled. So let's create a class that will be bottom navigation view model, and here we will be creating that variable which is the current index to store the index, and it will be 1 by default. We will also create this method set index. It will take an integer value, and it will set this current index value. Let's make it private, which is a best practice. It shouldn't be allowed to be accessed directly from the screens. So current index is going to be updated with the new value, and listeners should be notified on the screens. Notify. So sorry, I haven't uh, extended it from the base view model. So extend it from base view model and use the notify listeners now. Also give access to this index, call it current index, and it should be a getter that will return the value from the current index. Store it. So we have this navigation functionality set here in our provider, and now we will create this provider on the bottom navigation screen here. Let's make it stateless now because we don't need the stateful widget here. Let's remove this state also all this state as well to make it stateless. And here we will be utilizing the change notifier provider as we do, and we will create this bottom navigation bar view model. We will search for the view model bottom navigation. We have so much items here, too many, so it's difficult to search. This is the view model here. Similarly, we need to wrap it in the builder to listen to changes, and we will be using consumer. This consumer will be of type bottom, again bottom navigation view model, which is here. And here we have this model and then this empty argument. We can use this underscore to leave an argument empty. In the builder we are given the build context, the bottom navigation view model, which is any view model that we specify, and then this widget, so we don't need it here. That's why we have set it aside. Here we need to get this current index from the model, right? And if you come down here on tab, we used to get it from the method that we set in the stateful widget. Now we will be getting it from the model, and we have used this set index method here. So let's restart it to see the changes, if they're working or not. So it will be working now, and you can easily navigate to the other screen. One more thing, go to the view model. Here, if the current index value is equals to this value that is being provided, which will be in the case that if we are on this chat list screen and I tap it again, so this method will be called again, and this current index will be updated with the same value again. So it's a redundant step, we don't need it. So if this current index is not equal to the value, only then we should update the current index value, and we should call set state. So wrap it in this if statement and notify listeners, right? So we have avoided this thing that if I tap on it again and again, so this set index won't update this current index with the same value, but it will only be updated whenever this there is a different value like this one. So that's a bit of performance optimization uh, technique. So we have our view model ready for bottom navigation. Now we need to write this code a bit cleaner. So we have this bottom navigation bar, so let's extract this widget, and we will make our code cleaner. It will be bottom navigation or custom bottom nav bar, custom, or we can call it nav bar just. So we have created a custom nav bar. Here we need to pass these few things here. The first thing we will be passing here, this on tab. So what is the type of this? Let's copy it from here and create a function final on tab. We will take this on tab when we instantiate this custom nav bar, and we will be assigning it here on tab. Also this list should be passed from here, which is our custom nav bar. So we will pass this from here as well. So on tab we can use model dot set index, remove this const, and use the set index here. So we have modified our code so that you can see our bottom navigation code is cleaner now. Also here what we can change is that we can add this list from here whenever we create this custom navbar. So that will also help us handle different things if it's needed, but I don't think it's needed. What we can do is we can extract this widget as well. Let's extract this widget, which is the bottom navigation bar item. And what is the type here? Item, it only accepts bottom navigation bar item. So let's see if it accepts the widget, custom widget. Here, let's extract it from here and create a stateless widget, and that will be bottom navigation bar. No, it won't accept it since the type will get changed. Control Z, and we add it here. We can extract this thing, which is this navigation bar item, so that we can create a custom item out of it, and we just use those three custom objects to make our code cleaner. That's what we can do. One other thing that we can do is that we can get this border radius value out of here, and we can store it in a variable here, border radius. Let's store it here, and once we have it here, we can just directly use it, which is the border radius. We don't need it to be added everywhere, and this thing don't need to be instantiated. Just write the border radius. So I think it helped to make the code a bit cleaner. We can also add the box shadow, but I don't think it's needed. So I think overall it's good. Here we have this icon, which is a widget, so we can extract this padding from here. Can we make this label null? I think this label should be left null to see it doesn't cause any problem. Yes, it's cause a problem. Label not equal to none. So every item should have a label. So what we can do is just we can remove this item. We can extract the widget and call it we can call it just icon button, or bottom nav icon button, bottom navigation icon button. So extract this thing, or we can also call it bottom navigation button to make it a bit smaller. And here what we can pass this string, that is the part to that asset file. So let's create a string here, final string, which will be icon path, and it will be a required parameter because every icon needs to be picked from the assets. So here, instead of this chat icon, we can just pass this icon path, and here we can just pass icon path, that will be this chat screen. Let's make it a bit better, and you can see our code has been reduced. It's more readable now. So it hasn't been reduced, but we are using now the readable reusable code, which is more convenient. So just add this here and remove this other. Just change the icon path here to profile icon, and from top we can change it to the home icon. Oh, we are a bit profile icon, and the second will be chats icon. Remove these other three that we had earlier because we have now converted them to a reusable widget. So you can see our code becomes much cleaner. We have this bottom navigation bar item custom widgets, and we are passing this list, right? We can also provide this list from here, which is this bottom navigation custom nav bar. So I think it will be better, let's get this list removed from here. So copy or cut this list. Here we need to find a list of bottom navigation bar items, so let's get a list, and it will be bottom navigation bar item. Let's call it items. Let's make it nullable, and we will be taking this here, items. Let's pass these items here, and what it says, nullable can be assigned. Okay, so we will give it an empty list. So let's make it required remove this null, record this dot items, and we will be tagging it here. So we have already copied the list, so let's pass this list here. Let's restart our app and see. It's working fine, and we have refactored our code, and it's look nice now, and it is maintainable and easy to read now. We can also store these widgets in another file that will be bottom navigation widgets that we can create here in this folder, because these are only the widgets specific to this bottom navigation screen. I think we are done with this thing. We can also extract this list and store it somewhere here. You can also store it somewhere here. So that's what you can do with the list to make it even more cleaner and maintainable. So let's create a list here that will be final, and let's call it items, and store it here. Save it, make it constant because these are just constants, and let's give it the value items. So you can see our code is good now, and we've also lifted the state and stored it in this view model that is here. Now I think we are good to go to that chat screen list now. So coming to the chat list screen, here I will tap on this icon which is for a chat list. We'll also adjust these icons. You can see it should be grayish here, and the one that is selected should be darkened, so we'll adjust that. But now let's come to the chat list screen. Let's see what we can do here. In the design we have a text here, then we have a text field with this search icon in the suffix, and then we have a list view that shows us the number of users, so it can be any number of items in the list. So we will show it in the list view that will take the all the available space. So for that we need a column here, because the widgets are vertically aligned or laid out, and here we will using this column. Also we will wrap this with padding to give the necessary padding. So here we need to make this symmetric and pass the horizontal property. It will be one that has w static 0.05 as per the standard we have used all across the app. Let's import the package screen utils and remove this constant. Now in the column we need to give some space at the top. Remove this constant, that will be vertical space. Then we need to put some text, that will be chats, and the style is going to be h that we have created for the heading. Then we will be giving some spacing like 20 dot vertical space, and let's see how it looks. We also need to provide some vertical padding here, that will be 10.h, and chats is now in good place. We can also increase it to 30, and now I think it's good. We need to provide the spacing here. So let's create the custom text field that we created earlier here, and down below also give this spacing, and let's see how it looks. I think this needs to be a bit reduced, or it's enough. Here the chat is being aligned to the center because we have this column. In the column the largest widget in terms of width is this text field, and it spans across the whole screen width. So due to this width, this chat screen is really small and it has been aligned to the center. What we can do, we can use align widget to make it in the center. Use the align widget, sorry, wrap this in the widget and use align widget. Set the alignment to alignment dot center left, and it will be now in the center left, and I think it looks good here. Now we need to give the spacing that we already have given. We need to create a list view that shows a list of items, and we need to give it all the available space. So here let's create this list view dot builder. It takes this item builder, from which we will return a container for now, just a simple container, or we can also make it list style. So let's return list style with a title, and that's going to be something like text or data. Also, we need to provide an item count that shows how many items do we have. So let's give 10 for now and save it. We need to put a comma here as well. So we have the list view, but there's an error. It's because this list view takes unbounded height, which means that it can contain any number of items that may not fit the screen or the available space. To make this unbounded height fit into the available space, we can wrap this with expanded widget, so that it takes all the available space and fit those items or the profiles we have here in this available space, and make it scrollable so that each and every profile can be seen on the screen. So if we restart, you can see we have this here. We need to remove this spacing as it has some default padding. Also, we need to check some other things. Here in the builder we will have some padding, so we will get this removed because we don't need that amount of padding. So it will be edge insets dot, we can make it none, or dot all, make it 0. So you can see now, so it starts right after the text field with a little bit of spacing. So here we can now decorate this list style as per our requirement. But before that, you can see here we have this search icon that needs to be put here. So we have two options: either we can create a separate text field for that, or we can use the existing one. So I will go with the existing one. I will create a boolean that will be is search, that will help us identify if the text field is for search. Then we will show the search icon in the suffix or at the end, so it will be false by default. And if it's was true, then we need to do some things here. We will create a suffix icon here, and this will be, if we have this is search set to true, then we will show it, else we won't show anything. So what we will show, we will use a container. Let's specify some height, like here if you can see we have this container that is rounded corners, and we have a search icon in the middle. So it has to have dimensions that are of same height as the text field, and the width will be some normal width that we will provide. So I think it's going to be like 60 height, and we can also make the width to 60. Then we have the child, that will be the asset that we already imported from the design. So it was search icon, so I've just copied the part from the search icon constant that we created. So let's see what happens. Save it, and we will pause this is search flag to the text field in the chart list screen. So let's move there, and you have this option to is search and make it true here. So let's see, we can see the icon, but we need to also make this area, which is this container, color to be changed to black. So for that, let's go to custom text field, and here let's change it to container so that we can provide it a color. Use the decoration and box decoration, set the color to primary, and you will see we have this black icon now. I think it has increased the height of this text field a bit. We can also make it, we can try making it 55, and I think it's good now. We need to make the corners rounded. For that, we can use border radius. So use this border radius, and let's remove this all and use the circular to give radius to all these corners. Let's give it 12. Do we have a constant here? Yes. Remove it and make it 12.r for better responsiveness. Now we need to minimize this icon. So for that, what we can do, we can apply some padding in this container, and that is going to be edge insets.all. Let's give it some padding like 10, and I think it's looking good. Let's increase it a bit. It's looking better now. So we have built the text field here, and all other text fields will remain unchanged because we haven't passed this flag. So since we haven't passed this flag, so it is taken false by default. So this suffix icon won't be built for them, and it will be null. It will be only built when we pass this is search to true. So we have our text field for chat list screen built. Here we can pass the hint text that will be search here dot dot, and I think we have it ready. And now we need to focus on this list view. We have built a list view. We need to create these list styles here. For that, we have options in this list style. One will be the leading, in which we will be, for timing, we will be just showing a circular avatar, as we don't have an image. So we haven't taken the image during the sign up. So we will just create a circle avatar, and we can give it some background color that can be gray, and we can also pass this child, and here we can pass some text like S. That can be the first letter of the username. So we have, you can see we have created this rounded circle avatar. Also we need to pass some spacing here. For that, let's use symmetric here. We can provide a vertical 5 and horizontal should be 0. I think the spacing is enough now. Also we need to remove padding from here, which is this list style widget. To remove padding, we can use this content padding, and we can get it removed. Edge insets dot all, let's make it all and make it 0. You can see we have it ready here. We can give it this color, that is this grayish color. So let's copy this color. Let's tap on this widget, and we have this F6 color. Is it the same color? We can make this color, we can use gray to create this color. For that, let's set the property that is background color. Sorry, it is style color, and use the gray color that we have, and copy that color with, what's wrong here, let's remove this constant from here. Use the copy with gray dot, sorry, we can't use copy with here, we will be using with opacity, and let's set it to 0.2. I think it should be minimized a bit. It will be looking good now, but still we haven't put space enough here. So let's put some space here. That space will be 10 dot vertical space. I think it looks good now. And we have removed this content padding from here. Let's give it a bit content padding, and the horizontal can be like 10.w. Remove this const. Does it looks good? Yes, I think it looks good now. And we have this upper padding as well. So for that, you can use vertical padding, and let's set it to 5. I think it's good. Let's provide some spacing in between. For that, we have a special list view builder, which is the list view separated. Here we need to pass this separator builder, and here we can just give a sized box, and it will give spacing in between these list styles. So I think that's enough, or we can increase it a bit. Let's give it like 8, and it looks much better now. We also need to shape this thing, but let's extract this list view widget to refactor our code. So we will just extract this widget, which is the list tile, extract, and that will be our user widget or user tile. We can also call it chat tile, so let's give this name chat tile. We need to change it to tile. Let's save it, and we have our widget extracted from here. We have text here. We also need subtitle here, that will be text as well. So subtitle is here with us as well. Let's give it some radius, so let's check 20 here. 30. It's better now. Also, we need to make the corners rounded, so here we might have something like border radius. Let's see, what do we have in the tile? We have this shape border. We can use this shape border to shape this tile. For that, we can use rounded rectangular border, and here we will have this border radius in which we can do that round corner stuff. So let's give it rounded 8.r. Do we need to remove any constant here, or is it going to be, sorry, it's going to be border radius dot circular, and now you can see it's rounded. It's looking good now. I think this circle needs to be minimized a bit, so we can try 28, and we can also try 25. I think that looks good. So we have created this basic template. We also need this column that will contain a text, and then this circle that shows how many messages are newed here. So we have this trailing here that takes a widget, and we need to provide a column to adjust this text and that circle for the new messages. So here we will put this text. Let's reduce the size of this column to minimum that's possible. That will be main axis size dot minimum. Here we will show the text that will show that it's been 15 minutes since the user was active. So that's what we will show here, like 15 minutes ago. And let's use it. You can see we have this 15 minutes, and we will also be giving some space in between. Let's give it 10 dot vertical space. Remove this const, and after this space we will be showing this circle avatar with this number. So it will be circle avatar. It will have a radius of small, that will be 5, and let's give it a child that will show text, for instance 1. So that's how it will look. Let's reduce it to 8. I think we have given very small radius, make it 10. Remove this const. Avatar should have a background color of primary, and the text color should be if you remember, we have a style which was small, so we will use that small here. Small dot copy with, the color should be set to white, and you can see we have it here. I think it's in the center. Let's use the center widget as well to see if I think it's in the center by default, so we don't need it here. Remove this here, and we have it built, but we need it to be aligned to the right. So let's set this cross-axis alignment here, which is cross-axis alignment is for the column, it's the opposite alignment. Like we have a column in a vertical direction that contains widgets vertically, so the horizontal will be the cross-axis alignment for a column. So we will use cross-axis alignment dot end, so that all those widgets that are here in the children, so that they should be aligned to the right or the end on the cross axis. So you can see we have it here. I think we should make this more small, so let's make it 11, and I think it looks good now. The space is enough here, and we have this circle as well, or we should minimize the size of the circle a bit. So let's go back to the chat list screen, and here let's make it 9. I think it's enough. We can adjust it later. We can also make this text style, make it, change the color to gray. I think it looks good now. Also, we have this subtitle. If the last message exceeds that much of space, so we need to add these dots here to indicate that the message is longer than what is shown here. So we will be using this subtitle here, and we have a property, sorry, we have this property which is overflow. We will set it to text overflow. That's going to be, let's remove this constant from here. What it takes is text overflow, so use this text overflow dot ellipsis property here. Also make the maximum line set to 1, so that if there is some text that is more in length than the space that is available in one line, so that it can be wrapped with these dots. So let's increase this text and see what happens. You can see we have these dots added, which shows that the text is more than what is shown here. So we just take it as per the available space. One more thing, we need to reduce this padding vertically a bit. So I think it looks better now. I think we are good to go with this design. Also, we need to make the corners a bit more rounded. For that, let's increase this border radius to 12, and it looks good now. We need to also reduce the opacity of this gray color a bit, so let's make it 1.5, or we can make it 12. So it looks more aligned with our design. Also, we need to adjust the color here as well. So let's change it. Go to the text field widget, and we have this gray color. Reduce the opacity to this, and you can see it's similar now. We can search something here whenever we tap on this button, so the list is going to be filtered by this name. So that's what we will be doing, and you can see we have this list here. So our design is ready. We can make some small arrangements here, like you can adjust this text, and I think it is of a specific font that can be found somewhere. Let's check the font style of this text. We have this pop-ins. At the end, we will also be importing this text, so that our build design aligns more beautifully with this design from the Figma. So this font style is different. We have the default font here. That's what we will do in the upcoming steps. For now, we have the chat list screen ready. In the next step, we will proceed towards building this chat screen where you can exchange the text messages with other persons. So let's proceed to this chat room screen, but here the messages are missing. Let's find it out. Here we have it. I will select this frame and will move it here. They were displaced accidentally, so you can see. Also, we need to change this. Where is the frame? We need to also drag it and make sure that it is in the center. I think it is now. So that's what we will be designing in this step. So let's move ahead with the chat room screen. So for that, let's create another screen, and we will create it in the chat list screen. New folder with the name chat room. Here we follow the same architecture. We have the chat screen, dot, and we also have the chat view model dot. So it will be a view model, chat view model, that extends base view model. And for time being, we won't be handling this view model. We will be handling this chat screen first. So make it chat screen. Whenever this item is tapped, we would like to navigate to this chat screen. So go to strings to add this constant that will be this, what is called chat room. So let's call it chat room. We will navigate to chat room whenever one of these profiles or user is tapped. Also, we need to configure that in the root utils as well. So here we will add another root, which will be in case we have this constant known as chat room. So you should move to the chat room screen, a chat screen. So the route navigation configuration has been done, and we can restart the app to see. Now let's move to the chat screen. Here add a scaffold. Now we need to also add on tap functionality here. So let's get back to the chat list screen, and here we have the list style. We can also add on tap here, and we will provide a custom callback here that will pass from here final, that will be function, that will be on tap. Let's have a look at the type. So it's a function, void function nullable. So let's make it nullable, and now we also need this to be taken here. So we have this function as well. For now, whenever this is tapped, we should be moving to the home screen. So let's get here. Here we have this chat tile, and whenever a tap occurs, we will use the navigator, and then we will be using push named. Here we need to pass the context, and then let's remove this const from here. Then we will be passing chat room. We have an error here. Sorry, we haven't added this method. So add this method and return this navigator from it. So now if I tap on this, we should be moving to the chat room screen. So let's tap on it, and we are here in the chat room screen. So let's move to the chat screen now. Here we have just a scaffold. Let's add a body here, and that will be padding. Add the same padding. It will be horizontal and 1.sw static 0.05. Let's import the screen util here. Sorry. So that will be package and screen utils. Let's remove this const from here. We will also be giving a vertical of 10.h. Now we will need to add a column here, and then children. If you see here, we have this row widget, then we have a list view that shows us a list of messages that have been exchanged, and similarly we have a text field that is stick to the bottom where we can type messages that are to be sent. So first thing is that we create the row. So build that row. We need a row widget, and then children. Here in the children, we need to have this text. We need to also have these icons and this menu bar as well. So let's get a row. Here I will use a container. I will set a decoration, then a box decoration, border radius to be set, and that radius will be 8.r. Also I need to specify the color. It will be gray with some opacity. Gray dot width. What's wrong here? We haven't imported the gray. Tap on it and then use with opacity here. let's make it 1.15. Also we need to specify the child now, and that will be icon. We have icon dot arrow back iOS. That will work. We have the icon here, but we need to add some padding. So for that, let's use the padding here. Edges and sets dot add all. Sets are all, and it's will be like 8. If you see, we have a little bit of more padding here. This is because of the nature of this icon, so we can use only here. Let's add left. That will be 5. Yes, it will be at left. Let's make it 10. It's now in the center. Also we need top and bottom as well. From top and bottom it will be a bit less. Let's make it 6 and 6. I think it looks good now. We also need to give some spacing here. That will be 30 dot vertical space, and I think it's good now. We also need to provide this text after a bit of padding, not padding, of sizing in the row. So you will be giving 20 dot horizontal space to create a size box with width 20, and then we will be writing this text. That will be, let's call it rondo. The style will be the heading, and we will copy this with a bit reduced font size. Let's give it 18.sp to see. Where is it? We have made it outside of the row, so let's copy this thing and put it in the row. So I think the spacing is good enough. Let's reduce it a bit, and it looks good now. Then we have this other icon at the end, so we will just copy this container, or we can extract it as well. So let's copy it here, change the icon to, it is called more vertical. So you can see this icon here, but here we don't need this left padding here, but we need to provide some left right padding also. For that, left should be 3 and right should be 3. We can make it 4, or we can make it horizontal. So let's change this to horizontal padding. So let's remove this only from here, make it symmetric, and the horizontal is going to be 4, and then we will also be giving vertical of 5. So here we have the top and bottom set to 6. Let's make it 6 as well. It's a bit more than this one because the icon size is a bit big, but I think it is giving a good look now. So now we need to add a spacer here to occupy all the available space so that this widget is moved to the end. So let's add this spacer, and we have our row ready here. Also it needs to be increased a bit. Let's make it 20. I think it's good now. Plus we need to increase the spacing a bit. So we have this row ready here. Down below this row we need to add the list, but for building this row I think we need to pass just this thing. So let's extract this out and extract this in form of method and call it build header. So this build header will take this string, which will be this John Doe, that we will pass here. So string name, that will be the name of the user. This name will be passed here. So whenever we call it, also let's make this named. We need to specify some default value here. By default it will be empty string. Now pass the name here and pass John Doe. So we have refactored our code. Now we can also create another file in this chat room for chat widgets, where we can store these widgets. So let's go to chat screen and let's copy it. Sorry, we have added it in this widget. So if we are going to build it using this method, we need to keep it here. I think it's not a problem. We can make it here, but when we will be building complex widgets for this screen, so we will be using this chat widget to store the chat widgets, custom widgets, and we are storing it here instead of the widget that we created, because these widgets are only specific to this screen. So that's why we'll be adding this in this folder. Now let's get back to the chat screen. Here firstly we need to add this bottom text field. To create that, let's create a container, and we have this container here. So let's give some padding that will be symmetric. Horizontally they are going to be the same as this, so we will be giving horizontal, and that will be one .sw static 0.05, and the vertical will be something like 20.h. Then we will have child, that will be a row. This row will have children, and here we need to add this plus button and also this text field. So here firstly let's create this circle avatar that has a child, and this has this plus icon. So use icons dot add to create this. We have it here. The background color will be white. Let's make it white. And now when we give this container grayish color, sorry, it will be, we can give it here. Yes, we can give it here. So it will be gray dot with opacity, that opacity will be 0.2. we have it here, but we also need it outside this column. So for that we need to extract this container out of this column. So let's get this container out from here, and let's create a column that's wrapping this padding widget. So in this column we have this padding and then a column, but we also have an other widget here, the container, that doesn't have the padding. So let's move it down now. In order to make it stick to the bottom, we will be using expanded here. So let's wrap this widget in expanded, and you can see it's been stuck to the bottom now. We can also increase the padding, but I think it's good to go. Let's have this increased a bit, which is this padding. Let's make it 25, and I think it's good now. And we also have a bit difference of the screens that are being used in the design, and then we have this iPhone here, so it also causes a bit of issue in the layout. So with this plus we need a text field. Let's use the custom text field and see if it fits or not. We need to wrap it in expanded, because to make it occupy the available space instead of taking the whole width, because it's not available there. So wrap it in expanded, and we have it here, but we need to change the color. So what if we pass a color here, but we also need to make it more rounded. So do we need to create another text field for it? Yes, we can create another for it, but I think we should use the one already we built, the custom text field. We can also build that, but it's not a good design practice to keep changing these widgets. So let's use the existing one, we can provide a color here. So create a color field here, color, and we will pass this in the filled color. We have it here. So default is going to be gray with opacity, and we can make it nullable. So if it's null, then we will be using the default one, and if it's not null, we will be using this color. So that's how we will be doing this. So this dot color. So let's go to the same chat screen now, and we can pass this color here. That will be white. It's white now. We need to provide a bit of spacing here horizontally. Let's put a comma here and make it horizontal. What's wrong here? Let's make it 10 dot. We need to remove this constant from here. So we have provided a bit of spacing here as well. Also, if we have this color white, we can make this thing rounded as well. That's what we can do. Or what we can do is that we can also put a flag in this text field. So let's put the flag instead of this white. Remove this white, and here instead add a flag boolean. And similarly, just like we had this is search, we will add is chat text. So we will take this is chat text, it will be false by default. And if we have is chat text, then we will be using this white here color. Also we can change this border radius as well whenever we have this flag. So we have this outline input border, so we will change it as well using this flag. That will be is chat text. So if it's is chat, I'll make it 20.r. What's wrong there? We will need to restart it. Let's make it 25 and restart the app to see. Chat W text field widget. Do we have an issue here? Let's stay from here, and we have this chat field. The color has been changed because we haven't provided the flag. So we will come here and we will provide is chat text set to true, and see, we have it here. We have built this thing. Secondly, we need to adjust this thing a bit. So we need to make it small. So to make it more small, I think we should use this standard. We can increase this icon, which is this circle avatar. Let's increase the radius here to 20.r. Make it const. 25 will work. We have this here, but I think we should keep it as normal, and we should increase the other thing. So it shouldn't be altered. We need to minimize the size of this text field. So to minimize this text field, we can use this is chat search, and we can minimize it using we can give it some size, rapid widget size box, and here we can specify the height. So if we have this is chat text, then we will minimize the size to like 40.h, and else we can use the default one. I think we can pass null here. Yes, we can pass null here. It will take the default, but for the chat text, you can see it has been minimized. Let's minimize it a bit more, and I think it's looking good now. But we have this cursor issue here, so we also need to fix it. You can see it's now in the bottom, so we also need to fix that as well. So let's Google it on how to fix this thing, how to resize text field without affecting the cursor in Flutter. How to make content in height. So let's see what's here for us. We have some code here. Text field cursor height, we can change the cursor height. We don't need this thing, we need to resize this text field. So just write effective query to Google, how to resize text field in Flutter. So let's change it from here. Let's follow the instructions. So we have just changed this thing here, but it's not working for us because we have the cursor being distracted as well. So let's handle this thing ourselves. And what if we add some content padding here? So what's the content padding set by default? Content padding, where is the content padding? I think we set it somewhere, we don't have it. Here we have it, the content padding. We can give edge inserts, we can give some padding from the bottom. So let's give it from the bottom, it will be 5.edge. What's been changed? How is it from the bottom? Let's remove this thing. And now it's good. Oh, actually we just provided this only, we also need to provide this left as well. So here the left can be like 5.w. remove this const and see if it's good. No, let's make it 10 and 14. Sorry, I have created 114. 12 will work, and I think it's good now. And also we have it in the center. So let's restart our app to see. Now let's move to this widget and tap here, write something, and we have it in the center, and we can write our message here. We also need to provide to the right, so for that let's make it horizontal dot symmetric, and it will be horizontal. And now if I write text here, so you can see we have a proper text field being built here. But we need to apply this content padding only when it's a chat message text field. So for that I will be using this is chat text. If it's true, we will be using this one, else we can provide null here. So let's see if our other widgets are affected or not. This one is good, we can pass hint text here. But let's check out our other widgets to see if they haven't been distracted with this thing. I think the other are good, we don't have any issue with that. So here we need to write this hint text. So let's go to the chat list screen, and here we have this thing at the bottom. Sorry, we will need to go to the chat screen. Here we have this text field at the bottom. We can use this on change here to get the text, call it value, remove this const. Also we have some other fields here, which is this hint text. So let's set this hint text here, and that will be type your message here, write message dot dot. So we have this thing ready here, and we also need to add an on tab gesture detector here. For that, wrap this circle avatar with inkwell to get this callback on tab, and we will be passing this callback whenever we instantiate this widget. So let's get this void function on tab. from here. Sorry, we haven't extracted this widget yet, so let's extract this widget. Provide a callback here for time being. Extract this widget from here, so it will be extract widget. That will be bottom, you can call it bottom bar or something like that, bottom field, etc. So let's give it this name, bottom field. In this bottom field, we will be uh, passing some callbacks here. So let's make a final callback here on tap. That's what we will be getting here, and it will detect a tap on this icon. Also, we will be getting on change as well. So let's make it on tap. For this on change, we need this to be taken as well. So let's create a final, and then this on changed. This on change will be passed here. Also, let's take it here, this dot on changed. So we have created a custom widget for this bottom field as well. We can tap on change here, as well as we can take on tap here. So we have created our bottom field here. We have created this bottom field, also the row. Here we need to create inside this column, we need to create that list that will show all the messages. So let's move on with that. Let's create a list view, and it will have children, or we can also create a list view dot separated. Here we need to provide the item builder. Item builder will return a container for now. Also, what's wrong here? Actually, we haven't given this callback. Now provide a container here. Also, we need a separator builder, and we can give like 10 dot vertical space. It shouldn't be mentioned like that. Let's create this callback, and it will return this space. One other parameter we have is the item count. Let's create it 5 for time being. Let's give the container some color. That will be primary. Also, let's give it a height of 10 and a width of 10 for time being. We have an issue here. It's because we are adding a list view in a column. As you know, the list view has an unbounded height, so it should be wrapped in expanded so that only the available space is taken. Because column has limited space, which is this whole screen, and the list view takes lots of space, so it has unbounded height. So we need to wrap it in expanded so that only available space is taken and the other is scrollable. The missing widget items that are not being shown are scrollable, so that's why we use it. And you can see we have it here. We have created this. The width is 10, but it has taken the width of the whole screen because we have this row widget here, so it takes the width by default. Let's increase it a bit. So we have these containers shown here. What we can do here, we can extract this container to create another widget that will be chat bubble. Let's change the name, it will be bubble. This is the bubble I am talking about, so I'll be building this thing now. So here, let's go to this chat bubble. Also, let's extract these widgets out from here and add it in the chat widget screen that we created. Import material, colors, then this Flutter screen util package, import it, package screen util. Similarly, this custom text field as well. So we have this widget ready. Let's create this chat bubble. So let's add some decoration here. That's going to be box decoration. We'll be specifying border radius, and border radius we will use this only here. And the reason for that is we have this different kind of corners here. These two are rounding, these three, and this one isn't rounded. So that's what we'll be handling here. And for this one, this corners style will be different. So that's what we will be handling. Also, we will be passing a boolean here that will be showing is current user. So for a current user, the chat bubble will be shown aligned to the right, and for the other user, this chat bubble to be shown on the left. So that's what we'll be handling here. So we need to take this dot is current user. It's true by default. And we can also set alignment here. Alignment, and here we will pass the alignment. We will create an alignment here, alignment, and that alignment will be alignment dot center left, and that will be in case if we have this is current user, so it will be to the center right. Alignment dot center right. Center right means to the right, and whenever it's the current user whose messages are being shown here, so it will be to the center right or the right, or if it's not the current user, so the messages will be aligned to the center left. And here we will pass this alignment, and the child will be a text. Let's write something like data. For also, if we have is current user, we can set the color as well. So here let's give it some color, and this color, if we have is current user set to true, remove this const. If it is set to true, then we would like to use this primary color. Dark color is used to show the current user, and if it's not, we can use this gray dot with opacity 0.2. That's what we'll be using here. So let's make it. What's wrong here? The method isn't defined. Okay, we need to import it because we have moved it to other screen. Inside this chat bubble, let's give it is current user set to true. So it will be showing this color. Also, let's go back to the chat, not the chat widgets, but here we have this chat bubble. We have added some text. So let's adjust the text color here. It will be body. Remove this const from here. It will be body dot copy with color is going to be white if we have this is current user set to true. Else we take the default color. So let's give it a null. You can see it's as white now because we have to fix it as per this style. So we also need some padding here. Provide a padding here that will be in edge inserts at all. Let's give it padding of 8. What's wrong here? We have provided some padding. What's the issue here? Remove this padding and see. We have these things here, but with padding, how they get removed. So what's wrong here? Actually, we have specified this height. Let's remove this height, and now it has been fixed. Also, what we can do is we can trim this extra space that we don't need. For that, what we can do is we have set this alignment. We also need to set some constraints on this container that we have created, and it will be of type box constraints. Here we can specify maximum width that it can take. If you see, if it goes to second line, we are not exceeding this much width, so we will set that. So let's set this to 1.sw, which is screen width, to 0.8, and also we'll set a minimum width, and the minimum width will be something like 50.w. So the smallest possible can be 50 pixel, and the other can be 0.8 of a screen. If the screen width is 1, so it will be 0.8 of that width. But still we are not able to somehow trim this code. We have added this alignment here. Remove it because it's the internal alignment of this widget. So it takes the whole width, wrap this widget which is the container in align widget and give it alignment. Remove that and add this one, and now check to see, yes, it's working. And now it has actually, it's the current user, that's why they are aligned towards center right, and also they have taken only the space for the text. Second thing we need to do is we will also add this border radius here. So we have added it, but we haven't specified a value, so we can use circular, remove this const. And what do we have here? No, we can't use circular because we have this one normal corner and the others are rounded. So we will need two type of border radius here. If you see here you have this rounded, this one rounded, this one rounding, and this one should be normal. So that's a problem here in the design, but that's how it will be. So let's create this now. So we will use border radius dot only here, because we won't be making it circular from all the corners. So here we have this top left and then the top right, also we have the bottom left. These are the three corners that we are going to be making circular. So use radius.circular, make it 12.r, and similarly make all those others as well. And this will be only for when the message is the current user's message, you can see. And we have created this thing. Also this will be if the user is current user. So let's remove it from here, and here we can also create this border radius variable, border radius, and we will set it to this one if current user is true. Local area border radius can be referenced before it is declared. And similarly here, border radius dot only can be referenced before it is declared. Okay, we have set the same name, that's why it caused a problem. Now let's add the same border radius, but this will get changed a bit. So copy it from here and paste it here. What will be changed? Just give spacing to properly differentiate it. In this one, when it's not the message of the current user but the other user. So for the other user, top right corner, which is this one, and bottom right corner and top left corner, these three are going to be circular, and this will be the same as the default, which is a square. So for that we need top left, we need top right, and we need bottom right. So if we have the current user, so it will apply this styling and only these three corners will be rounded, this one will remain the default. Similarly for the other case, this square will just change to here, and these above three, these three will be rounded. So let's check this thing. We can specify this border radius here, and also to check the other part, we can also add this thing to false, which is this is current user. We can make it false to observe the messages of the other user as well with whom we are communicating. It's our messages. So one more thing, let's add some other data to see how it behaves, and does the maximum width set, the constraint that has been set, works properly or not. So you can see it's working, it's not going, but I think this should be reduced a bit. Let's make it 7.5. I think it looks good now. So that's how it looks. The text is properly formatted, and also we need to put this timestamp here. So to put this timestamp, what we can do is we can add a column. So let's make this a column. It will be a column, and here we can add a small text that will be the timestamp. So let's call it 8 PM. And also we need to make apply the styling that will be small, the type that we created, and then it will be copy with the color that is going to be white. So we will also make it white so that it can be seen. Also one more thing to add here, it's in the center, so we will make it we will make it in the start on the cross axis alignment. So here on the column we have this cross axis alignment, and we will make it to start so that it gets aligned to the start of the cross axis. We need some spacing here, that will be 5 dot vertical space, and let's figure out if it looks good now. I think it looks good now. So we have created this chat bubble. Also we need to add a bit of this radius as well. So let's change the radius. We have set it somewhere, which is this place. So select all those 12. By the way, you can do this using the command plus D or control plus D in your Windows. So if you have similar kind of these numbers or text, so I have 12.r similar in the below rows as well. So if I press control plus D, so these all are selected, so I can change it directly. So let's change it to something like 14 and observe. I think it looks better now, but we can also make it 16 to better align with the design. I think it's good now. So that's how we build this chat bubble. And about the padding, so is this padding enough, or we need to increase it a bit? Let's change the padding a bit. We have this, let's make it 10, and let's see how it looks. I think it's good, the padding is good. You can play around with it and you can make it as perfect as it can be. Similarly, now let's check the other as well, the other part, which is this message. So to check that, we need to pass this flag as false, which is this is current user. To make it false, go to the chat screen, and here we have this list, which is this one, and we can make it to false to observe if it's working there as well or not. You can see we need to adjust this these colors here as well. So here we will change the alignment for the timestamp. We will align it to the bottom right. So here for the column, if is current user, then it should be at the start. If not current user, so it will be at the end. Now you can see it's moved to the end. Also this color should be, if it's current user, then it should be white, else null, and you can see it's black now, and the message is shown here as well, and you can see the bubble is formatted properly. So we have created these bubbles as well. We can also add these new messages and today etc later, but our basic screen has been completed here. So it's the flag, which is this current user, that is letting us create two different type of chat bubbles, one for the current user who is using this chat screen, and one for the other, the one with whom you are exchanging these messages. So I think we have these things covered. So let's move ahead. In the next step, we will be fetching this list of users here. So let's proceed with fetching the list of users here. But before that, let's move this chat bubble widget to the separate file that we created for these widgets of the chat screen. We need to import this body here, import it, and now we already have this in this file imported here, so we can use this chat bubble here. Let's save it. Also we need to remove the spacing from here. To remove that, here we have the padding property that we can use to remove padding from here. This will be all and set it to 0. We need to give a small bit of spacing here, that will be 10 dot vertical space, or we can increase it to a value like 15. It's good now. So we have the screen ready. We also need to move back whenever this button is tapped. For that, here we need to use this container here. We will wrap it in the widget, that will be equal get on tab. Whenever this is tapped, we can use the navigator to pop this screen. So that we move back to the previous screen. Pass this context. We need it here because we need context for this method. So get context in the arguments. Here we will be using context and pass this as positional argument. Now we can whenever we tap here, so it should move back to the chat list screen. So this screen is good now. The design is ready. We can move on to the chat list screen now. Here in the chat list screen, we need a view model here to manage the state. So I will create a chat list view model here, that will have this class, that will be chat list view model. It should extend the base view model, and here we will need database service to get data from the DB. We will also need the current user, that will be user model current user. We will need it, I will tell you why. And here we will be creating a constructor, that is the chat list view model. This will take this DB, and also this will take this current user, this dot current user. Let's change the name, make it private. We will be also fetching the data whenever this chat list view model is instantiated using this method, that will be fetch users. We will create it. So let's define this method, that will be fetch users, and it will be an async. Let's create try catch block, and we will be logging this error to the console for now, e.toString. Let's give it this name, that will be error fetching users. Here we will be adding our code. The to do will be fetch user data. So we have it ready. Now we need to change this database service. Here we need to add a method for fetching the users data. So here I will copy the method that we used earlier, but here we used to return map, a single map for returning the data of a single user, but now we need a list of user. So we will fetch the list, use this list here, and the name will be fetch users, and we need to pass this current user ID here, because we will be fetching all users data other than the current user data. We don't need to add it here because we won't be talking to ourselves. So that's why we needed this current user ID. And here we have the response, but where we will find the data, we will go to collection users, and then in users we will do filtering based on the UID value. So we'll use this filter using where. Here we have a field in that data which is UID. We'll make sure to put it as if the current user ID that is passed here, so the UID field is not equal to this current user UID, then only those documents will be fetched from the database. So what it will do, I am telling Firestore that I need records or users data from this users collection, but make sure that the records that are fetched, in those records the UID is not equal to the current user UID. So all the users are fetched other than the current user. So let's come to the Firestore here. You can see we have a single record here, that is the current user, but when we create multiple users here, so it will fetch all the users in which the UID, the current user UID is not equal to this UID field. So all the records other than ours will be fetched, because this UID field, this condition will be satisfied, which is UID is not equal to current user ID for all other users data other than ourselves. So when this satisfies, only those users will be fetched. That doesn't include our user. Now let's remove this thing from here, and also we have to return a list here. So we will use return. We have this response now contains its docs, which is a list of the user's data, but this list is of type query document snapshot. So we need to map this docs so that we get the data in the form of map, and that will be of type list. So if you look at E here, we have this E as query snapshot document. We need to convert this to map using this data function, and now we need to change it to list. So if you hover this thing, you can see we have a list of map string dynamic. So we will be returned, let's remove it now, is that code. Now we will be returned the list of maps, and each map of the list will be the user's data. So what we have done here, we have the response here, which is query snapshot. We have used the docs to get all the query document snapshots of the users data that we have on the Firestore here. Then what we have to we have done, we have iterated over each and every query document snapshot here, and we have converted each of them to a map. And then when all of those maps are returned, we have transformed it to a list, and we have returned a list of map string from this method. That's what we will be using, and we'll be converting it to the list of user models. So we have the database service ready with us. What we can do is to go to chat list view model here. It's the chat view model. We need to go to a chat list view model. Here we will be using await and use the DB service to fetch users. We will pass this current user UID from this user that we have passed here, and it will return us the list of maps. So let's get this map here. Let's call it response, or we can call it data, something like that. If the data, sorry, the response, we don't need an if condition here. Yes, we can put an if condition. Let's go to database service. If this data is returned and the data docs, it is empty, no, we don't need to handle condition here, because if we have returned an empty list, so it will just return an empty list of maps to us. So we don't need to handle that condition separately, so it will handle all the thing. If we have data which is a list with a few maps, or no matter how many maps, but a list that is that contains some maps, which means the user data, and a list that doesn't contain anything, which is an empty, so that can also be returned using this line of code. So we need to go to chat list view model, and here we are taking this list of maps here. So we need to transform it into something. We haven't created the user list, so let's create a users list here that will be of type list of user model, and these will be users. It will be empty by default, and whenever we have some data, we would notify the listeners. We also need a getter here, the list of user model, and that will be get, and then we have the users. It will be returning the users. So this user list is empty. Because we haven't fetched anything, we have this empty list. Whenever this data is fetched, we would like to update this users. How we will update it? We have this response here, that is list of maps. So we can map this list, and we can get each and every map of this list. We can then transform this map to a user model, and we have dot from method here. We convert E, we have this E as a map, so we can just pass this map here, convert it to list. So what's wrong here? We have this list nullable here, so we can put a check here. If response not equals to null, only then we do this. So that's what we will be doing. We will be notifying listeners as well whenever the users are being fetched. What it will do, it will fetch the list of maps for every user other than ourselves. Whenever this data is fetched, we will transform it into a list of user models, which is this one, and we will get access to it using this users getter. So whenever the user is fetched, we will be notified and we will update the UI on the chat list screen. So now let's navigate to the chat list screen here, which is this one. Here we have this chat tile, so let's pass a user model to simplify the things for ourselves. We will pass user model here that we will be taking from the list that we just created. So we need a required this dot user here, and we will be taking all this data from the user. Just like we have this name, so we will be using this user dot name to be shown here. Remove this const and let's make it, let's add an exclamation here. Then we will be showing this name, and this message will come from the database that we will handle later. And here inside the circle avatar, we will be using the first character of the name, so we will use user dot name. Remove this constant from here, and we will take the first letter of the name to be shown here on the circle avatar. So I think we have this thing ready for time being. We will pass this user here. So where will we get this user from? So let's create these brackets and return this chat tile here. So return this chat tile. Here we will pass the user. To get the user, we have a list that can be accessed from the provider. So in order to access that provider in the chat list screen, we will wrap it in the change notifier provider here. We will use the create method to create this chat list view model, and we need to pass database service here. We also need to pass this current user here that we will take from the provider, the universal provider we created earlier. So let's create a final variable that will be current user, and we will get this user from the provider that we gave access to every screen, that is the universal provider. So use the of context to get the provider and get the current user data, that will be user provider, and we will pass this current user here. Let's put an exclamation here, but I think we need to access the user current user here, which is this one. So we have passed this here, but we may face one problem because we are getting this data. We have the wrapper screen with us. In the wrapper, whenever the user is logged in, so this method is called that gets us the data, but we are not waiting for it. We are just going directly to bottom navigation that in turn go to this list screen. So a situation may occur that this data is not being fetched and passed here, so it will cause a problem. But whenever this problem occurs, we will handle that. So here we need a builder to listen to any changes. It will be of type chat list view model. Then we have model passed here, and then we have this thing. So let's access each and every user of the list. We will create this variable user, and then we will use this model dot users to get user, pass this index that has been given by this list view, and now each user will be passed to this list. We have a range error here because we have set this item count to 10 and we don't have 10 elements, we have only one. Actually not one, it's just us, so the record for our user is not fetched, so we have 0 elements here, but we have passed this item count to 10. We will provide the user's length here, so the issue won't be there now. So that's how it works. Let's restart the app, and now we have null check used on null value. That's what I told you about. I told you that this current user will not have been fetched and it's passed here. So we need to make sure that once this current user value is fetched, then it's passed here. So for that, what we can do is we can check this current user. If equal to null, it equals to null, we need to show a circular progress indicator here, and when it's not null, we can pass it here. Let's remove this now and let's restart our app now. So once this current user is ready, it will be passed to this screen and we don't have an issue here. We have this empty list here. So what we can do, if we have this model dot users dot is empty, which means we don't have any user yet, so we can just put some text in the center that will be showing no users yet. It's not in the center because the center we should wrap it in a widget that takes the space of the whole screen or all the space that's available. So use expanded here, expanded, and now it will be in the center. So we don't have any user here, so it's showing no users yet. Whenever we have some users added here, so it will work then. So let's add some users. For that we need to log out. To log out, let's go to this profile screen, create this. So to create this, we have the bottom navigation screen. Here we have this profile screen. Let's remove it and add profile screen that we need to create now. So for that, go to bottom navigation, and here we need to create a folder that will be profile. Here inside the profile, I will create profile screen dot. So it will have a stateless widget which will be profile screen, and it will return a scaffold with body, and it will be a column children. It will be, the column will be wrapped with padding to give proper spacing. Wrap it padding to give it proper spacing, and that will be symmetric. Then horizontal, it will be 1.sw static 0.05. It's the standard size we are giving everywhere. Let's import a package, and then it will be screen utils. Remove this constant, and here in the column, let's give some spacing like 50 dot vertical space from the top. And then we will be showing a custom button here. This button will have text log out, and whenever on pressed, we will be using the logout method. For time being, just we won't be using best practices, just use the auth service for time being and use the logout method to log out the current user. So it just signs out the current user. Let's come back to the navigation screen. Here we need to import this profile screen now. So we have imported it. You can restart the app to see the changes. And now we have this profile screen. We have this logout button that we can use to log out. So I will tap on logout, and you can see we are here in the login screen. So let's create a user. Let's give it some name like Shah. It will be shah@email.com. Then we will have password set to SHA1234, and again SHA1234. Let's sign up. Once the user is created, so you can see we have this one user fetched here, which is Shah. So that's wrong. We don't need to fetch Shah here. We need to fetch the other user, that is John. We have this Shah here that we have just created, and here we need to fetch only john@email.com, and we don't need to fetch this one, which is our own self. So there might be something wrong. Let's go to the database service. Here when UID is not equal to current user UID, we only need to fetch those users. So what's wrong here? Let's go to the view model for the chat list screen. This is the screen, chat list view model. Here we are passing this current user.uid, right? The one who's login. So we are passing it to the fetch users. So we need to go to users, and where UID is not equal to current user UID, only get those records here. So here it should be the John. So let's restart the app to see what went wrong. We have this one which is John Doe. Yes, it has been fetched properly. There might be there was some issue, but I think hopefully that's been fixed now. Now let's go to the chat list screen. We also have an issue here. This circle progress indicator is not in the center, so it should be added. What if we add it in the bottom navigation screen? So let's go to bottom navigation screen, and here the scaffold will only be shown whenever the user is returned properly. So we go to chat list screen. Here we have this provider, and we need to remove this check from here, and it should be passed, it should be handled in the bottom navigation screen to give you a good UI interface. So we will go to bottom navigation screen. Here we will be getting this user provider, and we will also be returning change notified provider. We will be returning, sorry, we will be using the current user here that we have fetched from the provider. If it's equal to null, we will be just showing a circular progress indicator in the center, and if we have the user being fetched, we will go to showing these screens and bottom navigation, etc. So it should be here. It's the right place for it, for this current user, because when we go to chat list screen, we also have a circular progress indicator shown for the list when it's fetched. We will be showing a circular progress indicator here that we are not showing currently, but we will be showing here. So we don't need to show two progress indicators, one for the current user to be fetched and the other for the list of user to be fetched. So that's why I lifted that current user data fetching, and I have put it in the bottom navigation screen. Now with the chat list screen, we can come here, and here we have everything ready. We have John Doe with us. We have the first letter of the name for John Doe here. We also need to improve this a bit. Here in the progress indicator, let's improve the style here and make it it will be H to make it a bit bigger. It's looking good now. Also this gray should be with a bit of opacity. It will be 0.5. It's looking good now. So it has been handled, and users have been fetched here. One more thing, it shows users empty and we don't have the list as empty. It's because we have put a check here which checks if the user is empty, so show no users yet. If it's not empty, to show the users. So it's because in the chat list view model that we have here, we have made it empty by default. So whenever the screen is created, the screen picks that the users is empty, so it shows this empty, no users yet, and then shows the other thing. So what we can do here, whenever this fetch user is called, we can use this set state, and we can pass the view state, and that will be loading. So whenever the data is fetched, we will set this set state, or we can set it down here as well. We will set the view state to idle, which means the data has been fetched, and even if we have some error here, we will also make it idle so that the loader is removed. Now we can show the loader, and this empty list will not be shown here. So we go to chat list screen again. Here, in case it's empty, it will be shown, but if we have the model, the view state is loading. So let's add this here, model state equals to view state dot loading. Then we need a circular progress indicator in the center. So you can see we have the loader and the no users yet has been removed. We can wrap it with expanded to make sure it's in the center. You can see it's been handled here. So we are fetching the users. Our user fetching functionality has been completed. It's the base functionality. We'll be adding this last message etc as well, but we have this covered here. In the next step we will be adding this search functionality here, but in order to do that we will need to add some other users as well. So let's do it in the next step. In this step let's add some other users as well. So I will go to profile, then log out. Let's create another user that will be Khan, and it will be Khan at email.com, and then I will also set a password that will be 1234. Let's sign up. The email already in use by another account. If you see here, the loader is still there, so it shouldn't be there, it should be removed. So it is a bug that we have found out. So let's see, why is it the same? Yes, you can see here it's loading, it should be idle, so that's why it's showing here. It will be fixed now. So let's go to sign up, and here create Khan. It will be Khan1238email.com, then Khan1234. So I've changed the email, so it won't be an issue now. Let's this email is already in use. It's still in use. What can it be? Let's Khan111 and sign up. So it has been signed up. You can see we have this two user Shah and John Doe being fetched here without our own user data. So similarly, let's create another as well so that we can experience this search functionality properly. Let's add Haris at email.com. You can put any type of email. You just need to add this at rate and period here. It will be Haris1234. Let's sign up. And we have another user here. Why is it fetching Haris here? It shouldn't be fetching Haris here, it should be fetching that Khan. Let's figure out what's the issue here. It's fetching Khan, but why was that Haris? Let's figure it out. Chat list screen. Here we are providing user here. It's the current user that has been passed here, and when we come to this screen we fetch the users. We are getting this item count from users length and model.users. What's the reason? Chat tile. We are taking these details from this user, so it's not an issue here. What could be wrong? So we have this current user, it's been passed here, so we are not passing this current user here. Also, let's go to the chat list view model. Here we are fetching the users. We are passing this current user.uid. Then we are getting user models from this list, which is this response that has been returned by this one is not equal to current user uid. So is there something wrong with the logout part or what? Because we are passing this current user id and we just log out and then we register another user. So is there something wrong with the logout? Actually, when we log out we should also make this thing null. Here in the auth service we are using this logout here, but when we log this out we should also make this user provider, we should clear it. because that user has been logged out, so that new user is fetched here. And if you see here, we have the wrapper which shows that if connection stated rating text should be error. Here we have this load user. It loads us the user. Get there. If user data not equals to null, current user is equal to db.load user. So I think the state of the user is persisted, so we should clear this user. To clear the user, we will call this clear user here. What it will do, it will use this current user and will make it equal to null, then notify listeners. So now let's see if we log out, so we have the same issue experienced or not. I think the issue will be gone now, because we are getting the user from here, and this user has not been cleaned after it's been logged out. So it should be cleaned after it's logged out, so that whenever new login occurs, so new data is fetched. So now if I log out from here, I will create another profile that will be something like Bob, and it will be bob@email.com. Let's get the password bob12345 and sign up to see if we have Bob here. We still have Bob here. We have these 4 persons, we still have Bob here. What's wrong with this thing? Is there something issue with the... No, the Bob is not here, but what's wrong? We are not calling this clear user, that's what's wrong. So let's go to profile screen, and here after that just use this auth service to clear user. Is it in the auth service? No, it's in the user provider. So let's get this provider using provider of context, and it will be user provider, and then use this clear user method. So now hopefully everything will be fine now. So let's log out this user. Log out. We have some issue here with the gesture, so let's try it again to see if the problem has been solved or not. That's how we do troubleshooting. So the name will be something like, I get tired of selecting these names and entering something, so let's give a random password and sign up. Let's see if we have this user there now. You can see it there now. So we are right. So we are not actually clearing the user. Whenever we are logged out, we should clear this user. It's the universal user provider that stores the current user. So when we log out, we need to clear this user, so that whenever a new user logs in into this app, so new data is fetched. So when we are clearing this, the issue has been gone. So I think we are good to go here. Now we can proceed with the search functionality. So to go to search, let's open this chat list view model here. We need to add a search method here that will search for specific users. It will take string value that will come from the text field we have here, and whenever this value is returned, so we will have another list that will be filtered list. So let's copy it and add it here. Let's give it the name filtered users. It will also be empty by default. We need a getter here for this as well. Use the get and return filtered users. And whenever the users are being fetched, so we have this user here. After that, we also need to make the filtered users set to users, which means in the filters initially we also store all the users. Then whenever there is something change here, so the filtered users will be updated as per the search, but the user will remain same. and that's because whenever we search something, so the other users are eliminated and only the search value is shown. So when there is the search value shown, it means that the list only contains that search results and the rest of others are removed. So if we use a single list here, which is this user, so the user records will be removed and then we won't be able to add them back. We will need to refresh the screen in order to fetch all of that. So we will use this extra filtered user so that we always have the whole list of users and then the filter list of users. So now we will be using this search. Whenever some value is returned, we will update the filtered list by iterating over the users in the user list that contain all the users, and then we will use the where method, and where we have the callback here. If the callback dot if the value that is passed in the search, it equals the individual user's name. No, it shouldn't be equal to name. What we can do is if e dot name, which is the name of individual user we have here, if their name contains the searched value, we type something here like for Haris we write HA. So if the elements that we have in this list, if the names of any of these users in this list contains this search value which is HA, so we need to just return those users. So let's make it to list and see the name is not null, and then we will let the listeners not be notified. So we'll use the notify listeners here. So what it does, this value comes from this text field, right? If you write something like HA, so we have this HA value here. So we update the filter list in such a way that we iterate to the user list that contains all the users that have been fetched here. So we search for those users only whose name contains this value which is HA. So we just get those values and we convert it to list and store it in the filtered list, and we notify the users so that we are only showed the filtered list. So that's how it works. So we will be using this search in the catalyst view model, catalyst screen. Here we have this search. Where is the search? We have the search here. Whenever this on change occur, you can see whenever we type something here, that is returned in this object. Let's call it value. So we have this value returned here in this callback whenever the values change here. So we get all the values through this method. So what we will do, instead of writing this one, we will just use the one that we created for search. So we'll use this search, remove this const. So whenever there is a change in this text field, so here the value will be returned here in the search, and whenever this value is returned, the users list that contain all the users data will be searched, and if any user name contains this value that has been passed here, will be filtered and added into this list, and we will read those users, those filtered users from this list. So now what we will do, we will be going to the chat list screen. Previously we were fetching these users from this what is it called, from this users list. Now we will be getting these from the filtered users list, and here it will be filtered users index. That's how it will work now. So if we restart the app, so we can check the functionality. We have Haris here. If we type HA, so it will be passed to the search function. So we will type HA. Where is the Haris gone? Haris should be there. We have the HA. We have these two HAs, but we can find the Haris. I think the problem is that it is in capital. We need to make sure that it is case insensitive. So let's go to this chat list view model. Here we should convert it to lowercase and then we should search for it. So now this won't be an issue. If we write Haris, you can see we have Haris here, and we have HA. These two names contain HA, so that's why they are also there along with Haris. So that's how our search works. We write some text here, and if the names of these users contain this search text, yes, or search query, so they are shown here, they are filtered there, and we are filtering them using this filtered list. And we have this users list that contains all the users. So that's something that we won't be using. We will be using just this filtered user to get the filtered list. And if we remove if we remove the text from here like Haris, and if we remove it, so again this user is search for this empty string. So for empty, all of the user from this user will be stored here because it's empty. We are not searching for any value. So that's how this filter list works, and we need these two lists, because if we filter we use this users list only and we don't use this filtered, then once the users are filtered, like if I type Haris in case of one list, then we have this one left, others have been gone. So if we even remove this if we remove this from the text field here, the others won't come because this list has been filtered and the others have been removed. So that's why we use this filter list, so that we have a record of the whole users, of all the users as well as the filtered users, so that whenever this text field is emptied, so all the users are being get from here, this users here. So that's why we need these two users. So let's add it here. That's something crucial for this. What's been wrong? Go to the model. I think we have changed something. So let's go to a chat list view model, and here filtered users. Don't we have a getter for this user now? We can have a getter for it. So let's add it here. It will be a get, then users, and it will return users. Now the chat functionality is good to go. You can search and for anything, and when you come back, since we have these two lists, one filter and other user, so when we empty this text field, so all the users come back because we have this list that contain all the users, and this just filters this users list and store it in itself without affecting all the users here. So it's this filter list that changes the number of these users, and it sometimes removes users and sometimes adds users. So the list, all of the user records are persisted here, and this just add or remove user based on the search text here. So we are good to go with the search functionality, and now we will be moving towards setting the chat screen. So now let's move on to building the chat functionality for exchanging the text messages. So for that, let's go to the chat screen from here, and in the chat screen we have this chat bubble. We also need to pass this text that will be the name of the chat tile that we select, like it should be Haris here. So in order to have this thing here, we can use the final and then user model. We can receive it from the arguments as well in this screen. So use required and then this dot receiver to get that from the previous screen, which is the list of user screen. And whenever this is received, we can use that receiver and we can use the name here. But now we also need to have this thing passed in the root utils as well. Here we will need this receiver. So we will get this from arguments that we commented earlier. So this arguments receives anything that is passed into a screen. So we will get these arguments, and also we will transform it to user model because it has the type of user model. It has a generic type object, so it needs to be converted. Now from the chat list screen, we need to pass it whenever we navigated this screen. So it will be, what is it called, receiver. So we pass it in the arguments, and that will be the user. User is this user whose chat tile has been selected. So in case of Haris, it should be Haris. So let's restart our app to see the changes. Now tap on Haris and you can see we have Haris here. We will also be needing this current user in the a chat room screen as well. So we will just copy it and we will use the chat screen here. So here we also need it. It needs to be added. It needs to be provided to the view model. Now let's create a chat service. We can also use the database service to fetch and save messages. Let's create a separate one for better practice. That will be chat service dot. Let's create a class with the name chat service, and it will have this instance of Firestore. That will be Firestore dot instance, and we will have two types of methods here. One will be saving us the message, that will save the message that we type here in the right message. So for that we use the save message method. It takes a map that will be the message. Type will be string comma dynamic, and it will be called message. Also we will need a string that will be chat room ID. So whenever we exchange text between two people, so we create this chat room for them. In the chat room they have these messages stored, so we will create an ID for chat room that will be unique, and whenever any of them tries to fetch these messages in this chat room, they will pass the same chat room ID to get the messages. So that's what we will be doing. We will be creating this chat room ID, and based on that different chats will be identified between two people. So we have the save message, and here we will add try catch block to catch any errors. Here we will use read throw to throw the error that needs to be handled on the screens. Here I will use the await. For that, add async, then use await, and use the Firestore, and use the collection that will be chat room IDs. Give it the name chat room IDs and or chat rooms. And here we will set a document that will be this chat room ID. So after that we will have a sub collection here that will be messages, where we will store the actual messages, and then we will add the message there. So it will be message, and it will be in the form of a map. So let me show you a bit of structure of our database modeling here. We have here nodes with us. You can see on top we have this chat rooms collection. Inside these chat rooms collection we have different chat room IDs that represent the different chat rooms. So if Haris and John Doe creates a chat room, so in this collection a document with the unique ID will be stored for this chat room, and then that specific chat room will contain messages. So each combination of users will have a chat room ID that is unique, and in that chat room they will be storing these messages in a sub collection messages, and each message will have its own message ID. So that's what the chat data modeling will be. So let's go to the Firestore here. Let's create a collection here that will be chat rooms to show you how it will look like. Then we will have here an auto generated ID. Let's give this some field. Actually we will be storing a collection here, so let's remove it and create a document. So let's see. We have this chat room ready with a document. In this document we will create another collection that will be for storing messages. So here we will generate an ID, and here will be the text for like what if I send a message, how are you? So we will have the text here. Then we will have some sender ID that identifies who's the sender. So it's going to be something ID like that. So that's how we will be creating chat rooms, and then in those chat rooms we will be having different messages. So if we get back here, so we have this chat rooms collection where we have different chat rooms documents, right? So in each chat room we have this messages collection that stores all the messages for that chat room, and each pair of two users will have this chat room. So if Haris talks with John Doe, so there will be a chat room for them. If Haris talks to another person, so there will be another chat room for that. So that's how these chat rooms will be created here, and the modeling will be just like I showed you here. So to create that, let's minimize it now. You can see we have Firestore, and we are using this chat rooms collection. Then we are creating a document with this chat room ID that we will create. We will pass it here. Then we will create a sub collection with the name messages, and we will pass this message here. So that's how we will be storing a message. So it's for the save message. Similarly, let's copy this method and create a new one that we will use for getting messages stream. That will be called get messages. Let's remove this message because we aren't storing any. We also don't need this await here. Remove the try catch block because we are just getting stream. It's not an asynchronous operation. Remove this async from here, and from here we will return snapshots of the messages that are there in the chat room that we create. So here we will be removing this add, and instead we'll be using snapshots. So if you look at the snapshot, it's a stream that returns you the values of the messages in this chat room, and a stream returns you every time returns you the whole list of values whenever there is a message added to that database or chat room ID. So we'll be getting this stream, and if let's specify the type of it, it will be the return type of this method. So we have the get messages stream ready with us. Chat service is ready to go. We can move to chat view model now. Here we need to use this chat service. So let's use it, and it will be chat service. Then we have the final current user. So for that we will be using user model, and we will get the current user that we will need here. Also we will be getting the receiver as well, so it will be receiver. So now let's create a chat view model constructor in which we will be taking these values. That will be chat service, then the current user, and then there will be this receiver, and we have this brackets here. Now for save user for save message, we'll create a method with the name save message, and it will be an asynchronous. We'll use try catch block here, and we will rethrow the error. In the try catch block we will use await. Then we have the chat service and save message function. Here we will provide the message, pass empty map for now. Here we will pass the chat room ID. So here let's create a variable string that will be chat room ID and make it equals to an empty string, and here we'll pass this chat room ID. We will create this chat room ID whenever this constructor is called or the screen view model is built. So that's when we will pass it here. For that, in the constructor, what we will do, we will write a check if our current user dot uid dot hash code is greater than receiver dot uid dot hash code. Sorry, it will be greater than. Then in this case we want the chat room ID to be equals to current user uid underscore, and then the receiver dot uid. So the group chat ID will be constructor in this way if the above condition is satisfied, right? If the above is not satisfied and it's the opposite, then chat room ID will be created in this way. We get the receiver uid first, then an underscore, and then the current user uid. So this step to create UID is necessary because for two users exchanging messages between each other, there should be a unique chat room ID, and this is the check with which you can create unique chat room ID, and you can refer to that unique chat room ID whenever you open the chat with that person. So let's see how it ensures that the chat room ID will be unique. For instance, you have the current user as what you can say Ali, and you have the receiver has Haris. So tap on Haris, we have the receiver Haris here, and we have the Ali as the current user. So here hash code is a unique value for each and every value. Like if you have a string or you have an integer or anything or an object, each thing has a hash code that is a unique value for that. So we have the current user UID, and for that we have this hash code that is its unique value. Similarly, we have a hash code for receiver UID as well, because these UIDs are two different strings. So for instance, if I have this hash code value that is equal to 7, and then I have the receiver hash code value that is equal to 5, right? So we have the Ali, which is the current user, and we have the receiver Haris, right? So for Ali the hash code value is 7, and for Haris the hash code value is 5. So if Ali is logged in and he is opening Haris chats, it means that this condition gets true, and the chat ID is constructed in such a way, right? But in case Haris is logged in and he opens Ali's chat, in that case, so we will have this condition satisfied instead, because the hash value will be like this one, which will be 5 greater than 7. So in this case it will be false. When it's false, it will come down here, and the receiver UIDs will be shuffled. So when these UIDs are shuffled in the second case, so either of these cases run, the chat room ID will be unique. For both the cases, the chat room ID will be unique. So that's how this chat room ID is constructed. So if Ali opens the chat or Haris opens the chat, since the current user UIDs will change, in one the current user will be Ali, and the other the current user will be Haris. So if their current user change, but still the chat room ID will be constructed the same, because we are comparing the hash codes for both users UID. So the hash code value will remain same for both. So we are comparing it. If one is greater than the other, so it is created in this way. But if this fails, which mean previously the current user was Ali and now the current user is Haris, in this case this condition will fail and it will come here. When it comes here, so the IDs have been shuffled. Here we have the current user UID, and here we have the receiver UID. So these have been shuffled. So in either case, if Haris is the one who is the current user or Ali is the one who is the current user, this chat room ID value will always be the same. So when it's the same, it's unique, and both will open the same chat. And when we come here to Firebase, both will generate. If either of them is the current user, still they will generate the same value for chat group chat ID. And when it's same, so we can access this value, and when it's same, we can access the messages from either Ali and Haris for the same chat room. So that's how we create these unique chat rooms for these people, for different users. And when we have this unique, so we can fetch the messages from both users logged in, no matter who opens the chat. So whenever this view model is created, so it will generate us this chat room ID. So let's create a method, get chat room. So here we will be creating this, we will be setting this chat room ID value to either of these, and we will call it here, that will be get chat room. When we have this created, when we save a message, we pass this chat room ID. So if it's the first time, so a collection will be created in chat rooms, and inside that this chat room ID will be used to create a document, and document will refer to a specific chat room. When we have that specific chat room, in that chat room we can create a sub collection messages, and in that sub collection we will be storing messages as documents for this chat room ID. So whenever we try to access that, we will use the same chat room ID to get access to those messages. So we can now get the chat room ID here, and we also have the methods written. So here we need to pass the map. So we need a model for messages. So here I created one. I will just give you an overview of what I created earlier. It is a message model that I created, just like we have the user model. So we have a class message model. In this we have the ID, right? ID for the message. Then we have the content, that will be the text. Then we have sender ID, receiver ID, and timestamp, the time at which the message was created. So that's a message model that I created earlier. You can find it easily here. Then you can create the toMap function for it that we generated for the other as well. Similarly, we can create a message model from map as well. So these are the methods that you can create using the Dart data class generator as well. So we have created this message model. Now we need to create a message model here. It will be final message equals to message model, and here before this we need current timestamp, so we will use this now variable and datetime dot now to get the current date time, and date time stores all the details of the current time. So here we will be using this timestamp that will be now. Similarly, the ID we will create will be using this now dot millisecond since epoch dot to string. Actually, it converts this millisecond dot epoch converts this current time to a large integer value, and that's almost unique because it is a very smallest portion of milliseconds. So the time has been converted to milliseconds. So it's almost nil chance to get duplicated timestamps in this millisecond since epoch. So we can use it for the ID. So we have the timestamp, we have the ID with us. Now we need the content. For content we need a text editing controller that picks text from here, and also we have the sender ID that we can get from the current user .uid. Similarly, receiver, that will be the receiver .uid. so we only need the content here. Add a semicolon at the end. Now we can pass this message here, message dot to map, because we need to pass it in the form of a map here. So let's convert it to map, and we have the save message logic ready here. We just need to create a text editing controller here that we will use to extract text from here. So for that I need to create a text editing controller here that will be final message controller, that will be text editing controller, and here we will pass this to this text field, and whenever something is written we can get the data using this text field. And here we will be getting the data from this message controller dot text dot trim. We don't need this trim, but I think that's enough. And whenever our message is saved in a database, we want to get this text field cleared, so we can use this clear method with this text field to clear this text field, sorry, this text editing controller. So whenever a message is uploaded, the text editing control will be cleared and this text field will be cleared. Now we need to pass this to this text field. For that let's go to the chat screen first, and here we need to use this view model first. So use change notifier provider, and here use the create, then the context, and it will be the chat view model. Here we need to pass the chat service, sorry, it's the screen, it will be chat service. Then we have the current user, then receiver that we have taken through arguments in this screen. Down below we can now use it, but firstly wrap the scaffold with the builder, that will be consumer builder. Then we have the chat view model. Here pass the model and then this thing. Now we can access view model using this model property. Here we have the bottom field. Inside this bottom field we have this custom text field. So go to custom text field. Here we will create a final text editing controller property, that will be controller, that will be taking, we will be taking arguments. So this will be this dot controller. We will assign this to controller property, pass this here. So now we go back to the chat screen. Here we have the bottom field. Inside the bottom field, here we can also tag it as text editing controller. controller. It will be this dot controller. Similarly, we will pass it to this custom text field because we have created an argument here. And now we can pass to this bottom field from the chat screen. From the chat screen, use the model dot. We created this message controller. What was the name? Message controller. Let's see what was the name. We called it message controller is private, so we need to give it its access using a getter as well. So let's create a getter for it. It will be text editing controller, and it will return this message controller. Let's simply call it controller for now. A method must have an explicit list of parameters. Sorry, it's a getter, and it's good now. Let's go to the chat screen here, and we will use the model dot controller. We have the controller here. We don't need this on change now. We will use this on tab, although it is for this plus, but since we don't have the send icon here now, so we can use this on tab for that. So whenever this plus is tapped, we would like to save the message, so use this save message here. Whenever this save message is called, it will create a datetime.now. Then it will create a message model with this id from the time. Then we have the content from this text editing controller, and current user UID, receiver ID, and timestamp as now. We have passed the chat room ID, as well as we have used this save message as well. After that, we clear the controller when the message is being saved in a database. So let's restart our app. Here I will go to Haris, and here let me write a message that will be blah blah blah, and tap on add to see what happens. So plus has been tapped, and you can see it's clear. So hopefully the message has been uploaded. So let's restart, and you can see a chat room collection was already created, but here a new chat room ID has been added, where we have these messages collection, and we have a document here, and our message has been uploaded with the ID. Then we have the receiver ID, the sender ID, timestamp. If you look at the chat room ID here, so we can get it. You can see it's the current user, UID, and then underscore receiver user UID. But we are not sure if the first one is the current user or it's the receiver, because we are finding this chat room ID by checking the hash code. So the one having the greater hash code value is the first, that means either receiver or the current user, and the one with less value of hash code is the second one. So even if this is the current user or this is the current user, so the same ID will be generated each time, because we are comparing them both on the hash code, and based on the hash code, the one comes first and the other comes second. So if I go from Haris, if I logged in as Haris and move to chat with the current user that is logged in, so the same chat ID, group chat ID will be created, and that will be used to save messages and fetch ones as well. So that's how it occurs. We have successfully created this chat room document, and we have stored these messages here. So that's how we store these messages. Now we need to listen to these messages, and it needs to be shown here on the UI. So let's move on to listen the messages as well. For that, I will be creating a list of messages in the chat view model. We have this chat view model. Here I will be creating a list of messages here. So come down here, create a list of messages. It's the model that we created, and it will be messages. It will be set to empty by default. We will also create a getter. It will be list message, and we will have this getter. then messages, it will return these messages. So we have the getter with us. Also we have the stream, we have the function that returns a stream, so we will listen to the stream. So if we have any messages in that stream, we will show that. So here, if in the constructor, we will be listening to, we will create a listener to that stream, right? So we have from the chat service dot get messages, we have a stream. We need to pass this chat room ID that we created from here, and then we listen to it using the listen property, right? And here we will be returned messages. So whenever these messages are returned, we will handle it, but it registers, this lesson method registers us a listener, and whenever there is some data, a snapshot is returned or a new message is added. So whenever a new message adds, so the Firebase itself sends us the data here in this callback. So we will update the UI, add the new messages to the UI here. So whenever this view model is created, we would like to listen to these chat services, chat service, and we will be listening to messages. Here we have this messages with us. What we will do, we have this messages which is query snapshot, then we have the docs, right? We will map these docs, and we have these elements. We will convert this element to data, which is a map, and we will return it from here. It will be message dot from map, and we will pass this map here. At the end, we will convert it to list. What we are doing here is that we have this message is returned, right? We have this snapshot returned, and we are getting all the documents in this snapshot using this method. Then we are mapping each of the document, and we are receiving these documents using this callback, and using this we can get access to data one by one. And data is a map string, it is the record or the data for a single message. So we are getting this message model from this map here, that is the map for the message, and we are getting the message model from this map. And whenever we convert all the messages maps to message models, so we convert it to a list, and it becomes list of messages models. So that's how it works. And whenever we have this thing here, we have the messages here with us, we notify our listeners. So the first time, maybe we have since we have a single message, so a single message will be shown. But when we have multiple messages, or we save a message from here, we upload a message from here, so the Firebase database will get updated, and this callback will again be triggered. When this is triggered, so we will receive the updated messages, and we will call the notify listener to update the UI as well. So it is a stream, it updates our details of the messages in real time, so we get updated result in real time. So if either of them adds a new message, it will be shown here in real time. So that's why we have registered this listener for we have registered a stream. Similarly, we have this listener, and listener return the stream subscription. So I will create a stream subscription here. For better performance, it will be null. Let's call this subscription, and we will store the subscription here. So whenever this chat screen is gone and this view model is disposed, I would like to cancel this subscription so that our memory is freed. So I will close this subscription here. So it's for the performance, and our stream is ready. Now let's listen to these messages on the screen. Here we will be getting item count will be model dot messages we have dot length, and here from the item builder we will be passing message here. So go to chat bubble, here we need the message, final message. We will pass this model here, and we need it to be passed from the screen, where we will show this message text here. Remove it and instead show the message text that has been fetched from the database. So here we have this content with us. It's what will be shown for the time. So we can just show the timestamp for now, that we will format then to make it as per the design looks. So it will be message dot timestamp dot to string. That's how it will be shown. What do we need to do here? We need to pass this current user as well boolean. So for that, let's go back to your chat screen. Here in the chat bubble, let's create this thing called return. This chat bubble will be returned here, and here we will pass the message. It will be final message, and this message will be taken from model dot messages, and we will pass the index here. So we get each and every message from the list that has been fetched from the chat room of these two users, and here we will pass this message. And now if we restart our app, let's see if we get the message that we have stored in the database. We have Haris with us, and we have these three. We have this one message. What went wrong? Why did it show three messages? Let's see, start and check. We have this Haris, and you can see we have this message blah blah blah, and the date time is shown here. We can format that as well, so it can be handled later, but just make it a bit small here. So to make it small, we have this timestamp, and we can substring it to show just 10 values, and I think it's good now. We will just trim the time from that timestamp later in the video. But now we also need to decide if it's our message, it was sent by us, or them. It was sent by us, if you remember, to Haris, so it should be here. So let's handle this thing. To handle that, let's go back to the chat screen, and here in this current user we need to check that if message dot sender id equals to the message current user that we have from the provider dot uid. If these both matches, so it will be passed true. If this condition matches, it will be passed true. When it's true, then it will be shown to the right. So now let's see. You can see we have it done here. Similarly, if we upload another message, let's see if it updates in real time or not. So how are you, and tap on this plus button to see. You can see we have this how are you here at the top added. So we are listening and we are reading the data in real time. So any of them, if any of them adds a message here, so the other gets this message in real time. So we get back and we will log in with Haris now to see how it looks. For that, let's go to profile, log out. Here I will go to Haris. I don't remember the email, but let's try it out. At gmail.com, it will be Haris1234, and try to log in. No, the supplied credential is malformed. It might be Haris at email.com. It's not email, it will be gmail.com. So it will be email.com, and let's try it out now. User model, why is it going to this place? Let's have a look at the wrapper here. The wrapper is navigating to the bottom navigation bar, and we have the chat list screen here. Why is it going to the home screen? So let's find out the issue. So we have this home screen that needs to be removed because we are no longer using it. So let's remove this home to find out the issue. Delete this thing, go to trash. And now we have issue here in the route utils. We need to remove this home screen here. move this home, and let's find out the issue. Let's restart the app. And we are here with the Harith. And what was the user we were logged in with? I don't remember. It wasn't Shah. It was John Doe, not. Was it Bob? Yes, we found out the user. It was the user with whom we interacted. And you can see in this case, the other user sent us some messages. And now as Harith, we will be sending him the messages. Well, I am good. So let's tap on this plus button and you can see we have sent the message here. So that's how it works. And let's send another message as well. How are you? And tap on this plus button and you can see it's not occurring properly. Well, I am good. How are you? So the new message should appear at the bottom. So for that we will go to the chat service, and here when we are fetching these messages we will order them by the timestamp. The field name is timestamp, and then we will make descending to false because we would like to get the previous messages. Descending false mean that we are going from downwards to upwards, so we will be storing the previous messages first in the list and then we will be storing the latest messages, so then only we will be shown the newer messages below. So let's restart the app and fetch these messages again to see how it looks now. Go to this one and you can see they are in proper order now. Let's upload some message like blah 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 and add it. You can see they are in the proper order now because we are fetching the messages, we are ordering them by timestamp, and we are making descending false. Since descending is false, it's in ascending order, so we get the first messages stored in the list first, and then we store the newer messages in the list in the end. So when they are in the end, so they are shown downwards because the list is shown from top to bottom here. That's how it works. So we have this chat functionality ready here. We will be doing some enhancements here. Now proceeding with the enhancements, let's move to the chat screen. Here we have this bottom field. We need to add a send message button here. So go to this bottom field, and inside this text field we will be using this is chat text flag to check if we have is chat text set to true. Then we would like to show an icon that will be showing the send button, so use it and then wrap this icon with the inkwell widget, and here in the inkwell we will provide on tab, and this will be on tab that we will take during instantiation of this widget or creation of this widget. So let's take it here. It will be final on tab. Also let's make it this dot on tab, and you can see we have this icon here. We will pass this on tab from the bottom field. Go to chat screen. Here we have this bottom field. We are already passing this on tab here, so let's go here, remove this and make it null because we won't be sending message through this plus button. It means you can upload some media from here, so that's why it will be null. It's not for this purpose, so we will use this on tab here and we will pass this on tab. One more thing, go to chat screen here. So one more thing we can do is if we have this model dot controller dot text that is empty, then we don't want to execute anything, so it will be null. And here go to here we have this log that I put off the record. I just put this log send message here in order to log this send message to the console, and when this is logged we will be able to know that this send message has been executed or not. So go to this chat screen again, and now I will try sending a message. So it's empty now, so if I try to send a message. I will tap here and nothing has been done here. Now let's write some text here. That will be howdy and try to send this message. I will tap here. It's not working. Why isn't not working? Let's restart the app to see what's wrong here. So we will go to this one and write me howdy and let's send it from here. It's still not working. Something is wrong here. Why it's not working? It should work. Let's remove this thing and see if it works. So let's tap here and you can see it's working. Why it's not working? Let's go to the, we have this stateful widget of sorry, it's stateless widget, but we have something wrong with this controller. So what we can do, instead of stopping the user here, we can come here and before doing anything we will check the text. If text if the message controller we have here, the message controller dot text dot is empty, then we should throw an error, or sorry, error not an exception, and it will have this string that will say please enter some text. So that's what will be thrown when the text is not provided here. And if it's not empty, so we will pause here and we will save the message and send it. So now if you go to chat screen, here we can handle this thing. We can put it inside try catch block to catch any errors. We'll have this e and we can add context dot show snack bar here. We can pass the text and that will be e dot to string and that will work. So why does show snack bar not working? I think we defined it somewhere, so we can export it and now it will work. So let's try it now. Let me restart the app. Let's go to this one and on empty, when I tap here, so I have this error thrown, please enter some text. Why it hasn't been cached here? So let's put an await here. It is an asynchronous method, and now let's try it once again. So I will tap on it and you can see please enter some text. So that's how we will handle this exception. And let's put something here now. Welcome to chat, and if I tap on this you can see it has been sent and the message controller has been cleaned. So that's how it works. The second improvement can be that we somehow adjust this what do you call it, this time, because we have it here in PM, so we should adjust it to this time instead of showing this date here. For this we will be needing a package that is known as Intel, so we will use this Intel. Also we need to search on the internet how we can format date time in Flutter to AM PM. So we need to find a way here. So let's open this link. We have this format here, so we will use this to format it. So here inside the chat bubble we need to convert this thing. To convert that, we have this timestamp. Instead of showing it, what we will do, we will use this date format that will import from Intel, and here we will pass the date we have, that is message dot timestamp. And now let's see, you can see we have 4:21 p.m. here and 9:41 p.m. here, and the time is looking good now. So we have improved this as well. So I think this screen has been improved, and we can also move to other things as well. we need to add some more things, but before that we will come back to sign up here. In the sign up we will also check we will also put a check that will check that when that this entered password and this confirm are equal, only then user will be allowed to proceed. So let's navigate back, and here we go to profile and log out. Here we will go to sign up, and here enter a name like Wally. Then we have wali at email.com. Then we have the password like wali1234. Also in the text field we need to add this obscure text, so we can create a boolean that will be is password, and this will be false by default because normally it's not password. So here we have the obscure text here, which is password. And now we go to sign up screen, and here I will pass this as its password set to true. Similarly I will copy it and I will pass it here as well. So now the text will be obscure. And one more thing, whenever we tap on sign up we will also check if the confirm password and the other are equal. So before going to that we will put a check here. If the password equals to confirm password, sorry, we'll put not equals, then we will throw an error exception that will be caught on the sign up screen, and this exception will say that the passwords do not match. Passwords do not match. And here if I write something different and I try to sign up, let's see what happens. The passwords do not match. So what we need to do, we need to make both equal. So if I put Wali 1234, now it will work and it will sign up. So we have added this confirm password functionality here as well. What else we need to do? Let's come here. We have this splash ready, we have the sign up ready, we have the login ready, we have this chat screen completed, we have this we also need to show this last message that will be also completed. But before that we also want to add, or we want to pick an image here so that we can upload picture and that picture will be shown here. Currently we show just this avatar that contains this text, which is the first character of your name. So now we will be moving towards picking image during sign up. So let's create a storage service and that will pick us the image. For that, in the services you can create a new file with the name storage service dot, and it will be a class that will be storage service, and here we will be using the storage variable that will be Firebase storage dot instance, and we will be using upload image method in which we will pass file from file.io, and that will be the image that we will upload, and it will be in async. We will add a try catch block here, and we will rethrow this error here. We will be uploading the file here. So let's create a reference storage.ref, and here we will be creating a reference that will be images slash, and we can add something like a date time here to make the path unique. So it will be date time dot now dot millisecond since epoch. We can also add the image name after that if we have access to it. So let's add the image name here. That will be dollar and image dot name. We don't have something like name. We have the path, but we won't add the path. I think it's enough. It will give us this folder. It will create folder images, and then inside the images we will have this unique ID for every image that we upload, and this is the reference, which means that we will go to storage, and from storage we will create this folder images. Inside the images we will store an image with a unique ID. So that's what we have created for, and it's just a reference. So we have this ref, which is a reference. Let's remove this. It is a reference where we will be storing this image file that we have added here. So here in this reference we will use ref dot, we have this get download link. We have different methods here that we will use. We have this put file here that we will be using. Inside it takes this image, and it's not asynchronous. It gives us the upload task. So we have this put file here. You can also wait for it, and whenever this file is put, we would like to get the download URL. So final task equals to this thing, and then from task we need to get this download URL that we will return here, and we will store that download URL in the DB. So it will be return type will be string, and that will be future string because it is an asynchronous operation. So from the task we need that download URL. So create a string variable with the name download URL, and it will be task that download. We don't have the download URL here. We have the task, then we have the storage and other things. So let's use this ref, then get download URL. We have it here, and it's a future, so we will wait for it. And we got the download URL, just return it from here, download URL. So it's the string. So what this function does, it takes an image file, right? So it creates a reference to it. Every slash represents a folder, so it creates this images folder, and inside this images folder it creates this unique identifier for an image, and give uh, it as the name to the image that we upload, and this line stores the image. So we get the task, and whenever we get the task we can get the download URL from the task when it completes. So when we get this download URL, with this download URL we store it in the database, uh, in the user profile. If you remember, we have this user model where we have this image URL. So we store the download URL here in the image URL, and from this image URL we show the image here. So it needs to be uploaded here in the storage service. So our upload image is ready. One more package that we need to add here, which is the image picker. It lets us pick the image from our mobile device. So we'll add it. We have the storage service ready. Now we go to the sign up view model here. So here we will handle the image picking thing as well. So for that, let's create an image file. That will be .io. It will be image. Let's make it private, and it will be nullable as well. So we have this image. We will create a getter for it as well, get image, and it will return image. Also we'll have a method for picking the image, that will be pick image. In this we will be picking the image from the device. So we will use a picker from the package, that will be picker equals to image picker, and here we provide image picker. We have this instance. Now we can use this picker to pick image, and we will provide a source. We can either pick it from gallery or we can just take the picture directly. So let's take it from the gallery. That will be image source dot gallery. We will wait for it, and once it completes, we also need to store it somewhere. Final file or picture equals to this thing. And now what we need to do is, if the picture equals to null, not equals to null, it can be null. It will be in the case that you go to picking and after you return from there without picking an image, so this will be null. So if it's not equal to null, so the image we created earlier will be saved as file, and we will pass this pic dot path to the file. So it will generate us this file. Because the picked file is x file, we need to transform it to this file using this constructor, and we will notify the listeners that the file has been picked. So that's how it will work. We can also create this picker here. So let's create it here, image picker, that we have used in this pick image method. So we have this image picking setup. Let's go to the sign up screen now. In the sign up screen at the top, we will create a circle avatar. Let's give a spacing of 20 dot vertical space here and a comma. Here we have the circle avatar, and here we will be adding icon. That will be icons dot camera, and let's show it on the sign up screen. We will be logging out. Go to sign up. You can see it here. I think this is not the right icon. This will be better. Let's give this some radius, and that can be 20. Improve this 30.r. Remove this constant. I think it needs to be increased more. So it's good now. So we have this icon alt. So whenever we tap on this circle avatar, so the pick image will be called. So here, wrap this with inkwell, and we will be providing on tap here. When it's tapped, we will use the model to pick image. So we'll call this method, and it will handle everything because we have set the functionality. And this will be circle avatar when the model dot image, if it's equal to null, then this avatar will be shown. If it's not equal to null, then the picked image will be shown. To show this picked image, let's use the same circle avatar, and here we will be providing a background image, and that will be image dot file, and the file will be model dot file dot image. We have something wrong here. The argument type image can be assigned to the parameter type. It's background image. So what we can do, remove it from here. We will use a different widget that will be network image, and here we need to not network image, it will be file image, and we will pass the file here. So if the image has been picked, then this circle avatar won't be shown. Instead, the image will be shown here. So that's what we will do. We have this file image. So let's tap on this button and see what happens. I'm on iOS. I think we need to add some permission for iOS before we use the pick image. So it will be image picker Flutter iOS. So use this image picker. We have a few lines to add for iOS, which are these lines. we need to add this thing and it will work then. To see the format, Flutter iOS image picker, and then we have the info plist example. Let's see if we have the permissions here so that we can edit directly. Yes, we have it here. We have this app requires this access to camera, so we will add it here. We will copy it from here and we will add it into the info.plist file. Here at the end, let's add this thing to get user permission when picking the image. Also, let's see if we have any other. So photo usage description, it's been set to the casing of your tag, so I think it's good now. Let's start picking the image. Close it. Here, if we get back to that plugin, we can also find this other as well, which is the NS camera usage description, and here we have another as well. This describe what your app need, why your app need access. This is called privacy camera usage. So we will copy this thing and we can also put it in the info.plist file. Here, let's put it here. Just copy this thing, replace this with this one, and we need camera access to pick your photo for personalization. So that's what we need to provide here, and we are good to provide permissions. Let's close the app and build it again. Yes, you can see we have the small string here and we have made it large, so let's make it small and small here, also here and here as well. So I think it will now work. Save it, close this thing, and let's run it again. Close this file and press Ctrl function F5. Now we have the app ready, so we can test that thing. So let's enter email here. That will be haris@email.com, and we have this password here and it's been obscured as well. Its password set to true. So here we will now pass haris1234 and then we will log in to check, and user logged in successfully, but it's no route found. Let's say started. Why it's causing these problems? Is it a problem for some internet or other thing? Because it's working fine now, so we will need to find these things, but it's working fine now. Let's remove it from here. Now what do we need to test? Sorry, we will go to the sign up. So log out, go to sign up, and here we will tap on this widget to see if it works or not. So it's been tapped, but I think it's not working. So let's go to the sign up screen, and here we are using this pick image. So tap on it again. Let's go to the pick image and see if it's logging something like pick image. So tap on it. We don't have anything here. What's wrong? Go to sign up screen. So let's tap on it. Yes, we have it here. Chat app would like to access your photo library. Allow full access. And now we have it here. We have to, because we have tapped many times on it, so cancel these and now tap on it again. So we have this here. Let's pick this image, and you can see we have this image pick here. So now we would also like to upload these with the sign up. So for that we have picked image using this thing, but we need to go to this model, which is the sign up view model. And whenever we have this sign up tapped, so we will verify the checks, and after these checks verification, so we will be signing up the user. When the user is signed up, after that we will use the storage service here. For that, let's use the storage service, and it will be storage. Let's get this using this dot storage, and this storage service will be used to store the image that has been picked, which is this one. So we will store it in the Firebase storage. For that, let's go to Firebase here. In the Firebase we will go to build, and then we have the storage service here. We will activate this service. Here we can tap on get started. We will start in test mode and next, then done. The cloud storage location has been selected and our storage service is ready. We can now upload files here. So we will get back here, and whenever this sign up is complete and user is registered on the authentication, Firebase authentication, now we will use this storage service to upload image, and we will pass this image file here. But before that we will check if image not equals to null, then we will upload this. We will upload this and we will wait for it, await, and it will give us the download URL. So we will create a string that will be download URL. That will be, it will be a nullable string. So if we have this image picked and it's not equal to null, so we will pass this image file here, and we will get the download URL, and we will add this download URL here in the image URL for this user model. So we will use this download URL. So if it's null, which means this image has not been picked, and then we will just simply add the user model with this image URL set to null. And if the image is not equal to null, then we will have this download URL, and that download URL value will be uploaded. So we have set this for the image picking functionality. And in the sign up here we need to add something. We need to also pass the storage service here, and now we are good to go. Let's start the app and create a new user to see if the functionality works properly or not. So let's go to the sign up here. Let's pick an image, that will be this one, and now enter a name that will be something like Alice, and we will be using alice@email.com. then we have the password alice123, and then we have the alice123. and when we sign up, so let's see what happens. It will take a bit longer because we will be uploading the image, and after the image is being uploaded, then we will update or store the data in Firestore with the download URL for the image that has been uploaded to the Firebase storage. So we store the file in Firebase storage, and we take the download URL or link of that image from the storage, and we store that link into our Firestore database, so that when we fetch the Firestore database record for that user, we have the image link. So from the link we render that image that is stored in the Firebase storage. So that's how it works. It will take some time because the image size might be a bit large, so it will take some time. Let's wait for it. So we have this loading here. User set successfully. I think it should have been uploaded by now. Let's restart this storage service. And we have this image directory here. Let's see if we have the image here. Yes, we have this image here with the date, time, and let's see what do we have here in the image. It will be the same file. It's loading, and you can see we have the image here. Now let's go back to the app. It's still loading. What's wrong here? We will also check the Firestore if we have this link added in the record or not. And let's find it out in the users collection. We have a new user here whose name is Alice, and you can see we have the image URL with us. Let's copy this and paste it in a tab to see the image, because it's the link to that image. And you can see we have the image here. So everything is good, but what's wrong here? We have some internet issue. Let's restart it and see what's wrong here. And the image has been the user has been created with the image being stored in the Firebase storage, and then the link to that image has been stored in the Firestore database. We have a bit connection issue, that's why it causes this problem, but it's good now. So let's sign in with another ID to check if we have this image added for Alice or not. So we will log out. We also have some issue here that we will fix. Try to listen to a value after outside of the widget tree when we use this logout. Let's come to the profile screen. So we need to clear this thing first, and after that we need to use this auth service.logout. Hopefully the issue will be gone now. So here, now log in with the haris@email.com, and then we have this haris1234 and login. There's something wrong again. We need to check this as well. So we have everything here, and we have the Alice here with us as well. So here with the Alice, now let's change this chart list screen a bit, and here we will add this we have this what is it called, chat tile, and inside the chat tile, if we have this image user dot image URL, if it is set to null, then we will be showing this circle avatar. If it's not null, then we will be using this image dot network to fetch that network from the link we have, and that will be image, not image, it will be user dot image URL, and we will specify a height that will be like 20, and then a width that will be 20 as well. And let's add this fit, that will be boxfit.fill. So now let's see, in the Alice we will have this image shown. In the other we don't have it because we haven't uploaded this image URL here. So it will take a bit time to load as we have some internet issues here, but we can wait for that. Let's change the size a bit. You can see we have the image shown here. Let's change the size, will be 30. Also let's make it rounded, so we'll use this widget which will be the clip oval, and let's find it out now. So we have it shown here, but let's increase this width and height, and it's looking good now. We have the image shown here. So we can now upload image as well, and we can see the image as well. So we have one thing left now, and that is to show this last message here. That's what we will be fetching in the next step. Let's move on to adding this last message functionality. For that, we will go to the user model, and in the user model we will add a map here that will be string dynamic, and it will be with the name last message here. So we also need to add it here. It will be this dot map last message. It can have a value of null, so let's make it nullable. And also let's remove these things and generate fresh with the chart data class generator. So I will generate constructor has been already generated. I will use JSON serialization, and then I will use this generate to string as well. Now you can see we have this last message being handled here. There's something wrong here. It says if the last message not equals to null, so we should take it as a map of string from this map of last message as map of string, else it will be null. So I think there is this bracket that's missing, so we will add this bracket, and now we are good to go. And we will be adding um, some of the fields or values here with which we can track the last message. So during the sign up it will be sent as null, so we won't be sending it during the sign up. But whenever when we come to chat screen, and here whenever a message is sent, we would like to save this last message here. So for that, here in the save message, we are using this chat service to save message, and also we will use this chat service to uh, to also update the user data on Firestore. So with the user data we will have this last message saved. So here uh, it's a save message. Let's go to chat service first, and here when the save message is completed, we would like to update last message in the user profile, and here we will be providing the user IDs for current user. So it will be current UID, and then we will also be using receiver UID. Make it async and add the try catch here. After inside the try catch, we need to go to the users collection. We need to go to the users collection, and then the document will be current UID, and then we will update this document for our current user, and we will add this last message field that will be a map. And in this map we will be doing two things. One will be we'll be storing the time of the last message. Firstly, the most important is the content, so add content here. We will have content here that will be the message content. We will also be passing it here, string message. So we will pass message here. Also we will be storing the time for that message, so we will be using timestamp just like we use in the message. So we will have timestamp here. So for timestamp we also need date time, and then we can use the integer date time. Sorry, we can use the integer timestamp, which will be time date time dot milliseconds since epoch, so it will be timestamp. And what else do we need here? We need the content, we need the timestamp here. Also we need to save
the sender ID, so that we can identify who's the sender. So that's what we can use the current UID here. So we have this updation here. So once a message is sent, so the user data that is there in the Firestore, that will be updated, and a field with the name last message will be added. That will be a map, and in the map we have these three fields: content, which is the message; the timestamp, which is the time at which the message was sent; and then the sender ID. So it will be the current UID if we are triggering this update last message. So it will be the current ID UID in this case. Also, whenever this happens, after that we also need to update this in the receiver document as well, because if it's receiver or the current user, whenever they load this list of user data, so they need the last message to be shown. So there the current sender ID will be the current UID, and here the document in which we will update the data will be the receiver UID, which means what we are doing here, we are updating the current user and the receiver user data with this map in which we have these details of the last message. So that's what we will do. So just remove these await from here, or we will have this await. And now let's go to the chat screen. In the chat screen we will do some handling here. So whenever this save message is called, after that we would like to use the chat service dot, and we will be updating last message. So we have this current UID from the current user ID, which is this one. So copy it here. Similarly, we have this receiver UID, put it here, and then we have this message, that will be message dot content. We have these UIDs, and also the timestamp we have now dot, it will be millisecond since epoch, and it will update the last message on the user data for both the sender and receiver. So that's what we will use now. So let's give it a try. So here I will send this profile a message, but I don't remember his password, so I will use someone like Alice from Harris. I will send it to Alice. So here I will write a message, hi Alice, and when I type here, you can see I've sent the message. Let's see if we have the Harris Alice profiles updated or not on the Firestore. So we come here to the users, let's cancel this, and you can see we have the last message stored in Alice user profile, which is the content, sender ID, and the other thing. And now we will go to the Harris profile. Let's search for the Harris profile, so that we get to see that, yes, we can see in the Harris profile we also have this last message stored here. So we have successfully stored this thing. Now we will be accessing this last message here on the Alice profile. So in order to do that, let's go back to the chat screen. We will go to chat list screen, and here we have fetched the profiles. Here in the subtitle we are showing this last message. So what we will do, we will do user dot, let's remove this constant, dot last message if it's equal to null. If it's not equal to null, then what we would like to do, we will use this user dot last message dot content. So we can't access it with dot, we will just use this key, last message content. If it's not there, just put an empty string here, so it will let us show the last message. So we don't have any last message yet. So let's fetch these profiles once again, and we will see, we will have this updated last message with the Alice. We don't have any here. So let's check it out what's wrong. If it's not equal to null, then show this last message, which is a map, and let's show this content. Where is the content? Let's figure out. We have this last message. Let's see if last message and then content should be shown here. Why it's not here? Content, let's figure out. We have these chat tiles in which we have this subtitle last message, and if we don't have any, so let's put this thing instead. So in Alice we have this message, so why it's not showing? Let's print this out. Whenever this chat tile is built, we would like to print this user to the console so that we have an idea. So let's find it out. Here we have the Alice. Inside the Alice we have the last message equals to null. So what could be wrong here? It's we do have this data. So let's go to the user model. We have something wrong in the user model, most probably. So when we are getting this data from the map, we are checking this map, and if we are getting this last message, if it's not equal to none, then we are creating map string dynamic from map last message as map string. We are taking it as a map of string and then null. So let's print this map here, which is the whole map for the user record. So let's print it to see where do we have it wrong. So let's go to the chat screen. In the chat screen we will remove the logging that we put there. So here, sorry, it will be chat list, and here let's remove this logging, and whenever data is fetched we will use that logging. Let's restart the app. So here we have the data fetched, and you can see we have this last message content with us, but we have some issue with this user model. So here this prints that it has this data, but here we are not getting it. Which type of map do we have? If it's not equal to null, so create a map of string dynamic that from map last message as map string dynamic, and if it's null, then it's null. So why it's not getting this message from here? We are using this map of string dynamic here. So let's figure out what could be wrong here. It prints the data, and then we have this last message. Let's make it something like dynamic, and let's give it a try again. We still don't have this content available with us. Let's go to chat screen and log chat list, and here we are still using this content, but nothing is shown here. Interesting. We are missing something here. So we are getting map of similarity from this map of last message. Let's try it out now. Since everything seems fine here, now let's also have a look at the Firestore, and here you can see we have this message, we have 3s here in the message, so we are not storing key the key here properly. So let's go to a chat service again, and here we need to make this message, and now everything will work. So let's restart our app and see if it works properly or not. So we still don't have this Alice, so let's go to the user model, and here we are getting it from last message. And where did we change it? We haven't changed it yet, but we can, let's see if we can edit it from here. We can delete this field and we can upload it again. So let's delete it from Alice as well. Here, delete it, and now whenever this data is updated, it will be with the proper field. Also, uh, it's better that we get it as string dynamic. So we have it ready now. Let's go to Alice here and let's send another message. How are you doing? Now if I send the message and come back here, so let's restart the app to see the user's last message here. We still don't have the message. We have updated this thing. We still have this 3s here. I think we updated in the chat service, and here, oh, we need to update this one as well. So let's delete it again and delete it from here, then delete it from Haris profile, and now upload the data again. So let's go to Alice and here write something else, blah blah blah, and tap here. We have the last message updated now. So let's restart the app so that fresh data is fetched, and hopefully now you will see the last message. You can see we have the last message being shown here. So that's how we add this last message. And let's go and log in with this Alice profile to find out. We have this issue here, which is profile.build, it's unsupported. To fix, make it false. So let's go to the profile screen, and here we need to remove this listen. We should make it false. Let's restart it, and we can now log out. So log out, and here you can see the error is gone. We can log in with Alice profile to check if the last message is shown for Alice as well. So we use Alice123 and log in. What's the issue is here we have the user logged in and we couldn't find the route. It's happening again and again. Let's fix it out. So whenever we have this user, we go to bottom navigation screen, but if we don't get a route, then only this no route found is triggered. We will figure it out, but now let's restart the app, and we have this here. You can see we have this message shown in Haris as well. So we can keep a track of our last message in this way. So we have done this as well. Now we would be focusing on other things. We have the time for our last message, so we can show this thing here. So for that, let's find out how we can find difference between two timestamps. So find find difference between timestamps in Flutter. So in minutes. So we will find difference in minutes. So here we will be finding the difference. We have two date times, and we have difference calculated as b dot difference a, and we can get this difference in these types, which is minutes and other thing. So I will simply calculate it in minutes. You can put an if condition on it. So if this if condition is true, which means you can put a condition like if the minutes are more than 60, so you can transform to hours, and then you can transform to days when 24 hours are completed. So that's how you can handle it, but I will just handle it in minutes. To get the minutes, we have this thing, but for that, let's copy this line, and we have this line here. Let's go to the chat list, and inside the chat list we have this chat tile here with us. Whenever this chat tile is created, so we would like to have this thing. So for date time a, we have this date time from our last message, so we will use that one. And then we have date time b, which is the current time. I will call it now. Let's calculate the difference. So our difference will be b dot difference a. So for that, let's comment this out. I will go to the time that we show here, and here I will use the now we need the date time, which is this now. So let's use this now, and let's call this difference. The other is the user dot last message dot sorry, it will be timestamp. We will make sure that the value is correctly used here, which is the timestamp. It's correct, and we will, the timestamp is milliseconds dot epoch, so we need to convert it to the date time. So it will be date time, or we can also convert it above. We have the now, and we have the date time, which is the last message time, and it will be date time dot from milliseconds since epoch. We need to pass this thing here, and when we get our date time created from here, it will be last message time. Now we can create this difference. So to create this difference, we will use now the difference, and we have this last message time with us, and then we can convert it to minutes. So to convert it minutes, we need to use this in minutes and this mod 60. So what's we need it here, convert it in minutes, and then we need mod 60. So it will return us the value in minutes. Let's convert it to string and find out if it works or not. So you can see we have this 6 minutes here. We can write 6 minutes ago, but it says null check used on a null value. Yes, because some of the user profile doesn't have this last message. Since they do not have this last message, so for them, if we show it here, so we will receive this null check error. So in order to handle that, what we can do, if we have this thing as, which is this value last message, so if we have this user dot last message, if it's equals to null, then we can show something other, like we can't show anything, and we still have the null check with us because we are taking these values here. So we are adding this exclamation here. So here we can do something like we can put a check here, if and that check can be like, if we have this not equal to null, if user dot last message not equals to null, then only we get these data, and we can put it here and here. These are not, these now get undefined, so we don't need them to be undefined. here what we can do, we can put a check. If user dot last message, we can put a check. If it is equal to null, then just assign something like this return dot now, and else you will assign this thing. So now the error will be gone, because we are only assigning this the value which is this one. We are using exclamation only if it's not equal to null, and here down below we are using this conversion thing in time, in case when we don't have any when we have the last message. If it's null, so we are not showing anything. So now we have add. We would also like to add minutes to it. So in order to do that, you can add mints, and you can see it's looking good now. We can write something like minutes ago. We can also put a check here to convert it into hour if the value in minutes is greater than 60. That's what we can do. But I think let's do it. For that, we will create a helper function here that will be get time, that will handle everything for us. So here it will return this string, and that will be the time, that will be this string. So we will get a string from here that will be return, and here what we will do, we will use these values, which are, we have this now and we have this other thing. So let's get these values added here. So we will be using them here, then we will be calculating the difference from here as well. Remove these comments from here. To calculate the difference, we will be using this now dot difference here. So let's come down here. It will be the minutes, integer minutes. So if the minutes is less than 60, the minutes, if these are less than 60, then we would like to return this minutes. Let's make it integer, and if it's more than 60, then we would like to get hours and we would like to return it. So let's use the same and return hours. Let's calculate hours. So in order to calculate hours, we can refer to that Stack Overflow thing. To return hours, we can convert it in hours, and then we can add this mode 24. So let's make it in hours, and it will be 24 now. So now if we have the minutes exceeded and it's more than 60, then it will be showing hours. So I think we should return the complete string here. So let's return the complete string, that will be dollar minutes, and it will be minutes ago. And if we have hours, so let's add a dollar here, and we will wrap it in a bracket to get hours, and then we will add hours ago here. So we have handled this minutes and hours thing here. Let's remove this minutes from here and just show get time. So now it's been 12 minutes since it was uploaded. So you can see we have the last message here, and it's 12 minutes ago. Now we can add one more thing. We can also fetch this data of users in real time. For that, let's go to the chat list screen, and here we have this data from the chat list view model. We have this data here that comes to this list view.builder. We have this filtered users here. So let's go to chat list view model, and here we can subscribe to a instead of just directly fetching data, we can subscribe to a stream. So let's go to DB database service. Here instead of these fetch users, we can just return a stream, and that stream will be fetch user stream, and it will return us the stream that will be firestore dot collection, that will be users dot snapshots. It will return us the stream, that is stream query snapshot, and then we have these other types as well. So what's wrong here? Let's find out. We have this fetch user stream, and it's good now. So here in the fetch users, we also need to add this filter. We don't need the current user data here, so add this here. And now we don't have this current user here, we will pass this current user ID here, and now we have the stream ready. Let's go to a chat list view model now, and here in the fetch users, what we can do, we can listen to this stream to get the latest data. So here let's register a listener, that will be db dot fetch user stream. We will pass the current user dot uid here, and then we will register using this listen. And whenever we have this data here, we can transform it. So let's remove this res now, and let's handle the data. Here we have this data with us, that is query snapshot. Let's change it to docs and then map it. It will give us the individual element, and we would like to return user model dot from map, and that will be e dot data, and here convert it to dot to list. And we will also create this user equal to, so whenever data is received in the stream, so the users will be updated with this data that has been fetched newly. So it will help us handle that thing, although it might a bit cause problem with this search, but let's see what happens. So here we have this users, which is the list of user model. Whenever we receive the data, so this list is updated, and also we need to update the filtered list as well. So here we should update the filtered users, and we should store this users here. So the filtered user will be updated, but it will affect the search. It might affect the search here, because if you're searching something here like Haris and the list is updated, so the filtered will be updated directly. So that's where it may cause some issue, but let's give it a try. We have this notify listener, so what we can check here, if we have this thing, where do we have this search? So is there any way we can somehow avoid it? Okay, let's give it a try. So whenever we have this users data, filtered users will be updated, right? So let's give it a try, and now see if the user data we receive updates properly or not. Sorry, it will be loading here, we are making idle. So we have our data with us here, and now let's convert it to something like and send it. Let's see if it has been updated. Yes, you can see it's updated in 0 minutes, and the time will change, but the time won't be changing in real time because we are just getting the value for time, and that time value doesn't get updated here. It's the hard coded value, which is this one, and it won't get updated. So the time will not be updated in real time, although if we restart, so it will get updated. So it doesn't update in real time, and these last message, etc., these will be updated in real time. Now after handling this real time data updation, let's move on to building this unread messages counter functionality. For that, we will go to the user model, and here we will add an integer value nullable that will be unread counter. So it will be the counter for unread messages, unread counter. We need to copy it from here, and we will be pasting it here and here. Similarly, let's copy this thing, this email, and we will be using it unread counter, and here let's copy this unread counter. If it's not equal to null, so get it as integer, else null. Also we need it here after the last message. So read dollar, and we have the unread counter with us. We have updated the user model, so we will be storing an integer counter in this user model that will be this counter of unread SMS. So along with this last message, we will be storing this as well. So now we will go to the chat service here. Here, whenever we update this last message, we will also update this counter. We will increment the counter as well. So when I send a message to the other person, so mine counter should be incremented, so that whenever he sees this chat tile, so he should be shown this counter. So here, when the current user last message updated, along with this we will also update this last unread counter, and here what we will do, we'll use the field value dot increment, and we will increment by 1, which means that we will update the value by 1. If it's null, it will be 1. If it's 0, it will be 1. If it's 1, it will be 2. So the current unread counter value will be incremented by 1. That's what we would be doing, right? So even if it's null, so it will be updated by 1. So that's how it will work. Now let's move to handle the front end. We will go to the chat list screen here, and here we have this chat tile. From chat tile, if we have this user dot unread counter value equal to 0, or this value is user dot unread counter equals to null, so we won't be showing anything here. And if we have some value here, then we will be showing that specific value here. So let's make it user dot unread counter, and you can see we don't have any yet, but we will have one. And then here we have this chat service in which we created this thing. So whenever someone sends a message, so his unread counter will get incremented by 1. So when from Haris, if I send to Haris, if I send a message, so the sender is Alice and receiver is Haris, so Alice unread counter will be incremented, and when Haris logs in, so he will be seeing one value here from the Alice, and he has a message from Alice that is unread, and it's 1. So that's how it will work with this unread counter. But we would also like to handle scenario that if I am Alice and I send Haris back a message, so it means that I have read the message, so I will increment my counter and unset his counter. Like if I have Alice and I am sending Haris a message, so my Alice unread counter will be incremented by 1, right?
and when Haris opens his account and he sends Alice a message, so Alice counter will be set to 0, the receiver, and his own counter, that will be Haris counter, will be incremented by 1. That's how it will work. So here we will add this unread counter as well. So let's handle it, but here we will be setting it to 0, because if I am the sender here and I'm sending his a message, which means I have read his message that he sent me, that was unread, so I have to set this counter to 0, his counter to 0, and mine will be incremented by 1, right? So that's how this read unread message functionality will work. So from Haris, let me send a message to Alice, that will be hello. So let's send the message and also send hi. So here when we log in to Haris, so there will be messages from Alice. So let's go to log out from here and now log in with Alice at email.com, and then we have Alice 1234 sorry 123 and log in. If I log in, restart, there should be, I logged into Alice. Sorry, I need to log into Haris. I logged into the same account again. So I will go to Haris at email.com, and then we have Haris1234. If I log in, I will have two unread messages from Alice. If you remember, Alice sent Haris two messages. So now you can see Alice, we have for Haris, there are two unread messages from Alice. So that's how it works, because when we sent message from Alice to Haris, so the Alice counter was increased by 2, right? So Haris will see this 2 value here along with this Alice profile. So that's it. And also, if now I send a message from Haris to Alice, so I will increase the unread counter of Haris, so that Alice can see that he has an unread SMS or message from Haris. And also the Alice counter will be set to 0, because we have read this. If we have sent Alice a message back, which means we have read his messages, so it will be set to 0. That's what we have set the functionality, and his own unread counter will be incremented, so that Alice can see that Haris has sent him some messages. So here what I will do, I will send a message back to Alice, and that will be good. And when I send him, so Alice counter, which is that unread counter, will be set to 0 now. So go to Alice, and you can see his counter has been set to 0, because we have read his message. And now since Haris has sent him a message, so Haris unread counter is 1. And now if we go back here, so it will be 0. And if we log out and go to Alice, we log into Alice, he will have one message from Haris. So that's how it works. We set the receiver unread counter to 0 and increment our unread counter by 1, so that the other can see the unread SMS counter there. So now it will be Alice 123 and login. We will see one unread SMS from Haris. You can see we have this message. So that's how this counter works for this unread SMS. Also we can do some improvement here, which is this chat list screen. Here we have the subtitle here, and we have added the word floating, so that won't be an issue. If the message exceeds a line, so it will be wrapped, and we will just show 3 dots at the end. So I think we have completed our chat functionality, and we are good to go with our chat application. Now we will be doing some improvements in the next step to make our code better, and we have some errors that needs to be fixed as well. We are in the last step now, and in this step we will be fixing the UI issues that we faced. Also we'll be doing some code improvements. So firstly, let's go to this
profile screen, and when we log out, and again if we log in with alice@email.com, after login we face some issue. So let's find it out. We alice123, and you will find that you have this no route found here. So let's find it out what's wrong here. Go to login screen, and here we are using model context, and yes, we have this extra navigator push named, which pushes to home screen. We have removed home screen earlier, if you remember. So remove it, and also go to strings in the constants, remove it from here. Actually, the problem is that whenever this login is called, so we log in, and after that the wrapper is called, we are with the wrapper we move to the bottom navigation screen, but on top of that here there was the line which moves the user to home screen. But if you remember, we have removed home screen. So since the route setting passed here in the root utils doesn't find home here, we removed home from here, and we removed the screen, so it comes to the default and shows no route found. So it was the line that navigates us to the home screen that is not there. It was causing the issue here on the login screen. Now we have removed it, so we will restart. And also when you restart the app, there is no issue because here we don't have an extra navigation, it directly goes to the bottom navigation. But in case of new login, it causes a problem. So let's try it out again and give alice@email.com, then alice123, and login. Hopefully the issue is gone now, and you can see the issue is gone. We have fixed this issue. One more thing here in the wrapper, what we can do, we have this snapshot, so we can put this logic, but before that it takes time to load the snapshot when you restart your app and this stream is listened to. So we have one more thing here. If you see, we have different phases when this snapshot or the data is fetched, and then that later checks that if user logged in or not. So we have a stage here which we call as this connection state, and whenever it's waiting, so we return some text, and that shows something like waiting, or we can also return a progress indicator because it is the waiting stage. So let's get a circular progress indicator, wrap this with center widget, because whenever this wrapper is built, so it takes a small amount of time to fetch the previous user logged in state or auth state. So the time in which it fetches, we can handle that time here. So for that time we show a circular progress indicator until that is fetched. So whenever it is fetched, it will rebuild again, and this will get false, so it will be ignored and we will come here. But the time that it takes to fetch the data, we will be showing circular progress indicator in that time. Also some scenarios may occur that you will have some error. So if you have snapshot that has error, which means that error has been returned from Firestore, or we have some connection issues, something like that. So in that case, we would like to return a text here, and we will be showing some error like something went wrong. It can be in different cases, but if there is an error, so this text will be shown, and we would like to show it in the center of the screen. And if these checks are passed, we don't have any error, and the data is loaded, we will be moved to this login or bottom navigation screen as per the previous set logic. So that's an extra thing that we added here. So overall, I think our app is ready. Definitely there is always room to improve. So what you can improve here is that with this plus button, you can upload media that you can send here with this message. Also, you can add voice notes functionality here that can be improved. Similarly, if you look at the design here, we have this today and new messages as well. You can also add this functionality. So there is much to improve here, but it's out of the scope of the video. We had a comprehensive tutorial on this chat application in which we learned everything from scratch. That will be the wrap up of this comprehensive tutorial on how to build a full-fledged chat application from scratch. Hope you enjoyed the content. Please do let us know in the comment section if you would be interested in an advanced tutorial of this chat application where we can also upload these
media files from here, and that can be sent along with the message. As well as we can also implement voice notes functionality here, plus the user active status can be shown at the top here if he is active or not. So these are some other functionalities that we can add to this application if you are interested. Also, I have added a link in the description to the GitHub repository that holds the code for this application. So if you need the code, you can get it from there. Go to the description. I hope you enjoyed the content. See you in the next video. Goodbye.